The Red Emerald. Atlantis Outcasts. Book 7. Written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. The heat was sweltering. The moment I stepped out from under the rock overhang behind me, the sun was merciless. Heat struck me like a blow that kept clinging to me, and a dizzy spell hit at once. I closed my eyes so as not to pass out and fall. Loki was a few steps ahead, looking around, taking it all in. His black hair gleamed in the bright sunlight, revealing blue streaks in it. I shrugged off my jacket and wondered why he wasn't already doing the same. But then, he was not sick. And despite everything that had happened back in Idun's garden, I still was. With my jacket in hand, I retreated into the shade of the overhang. I sat on the rocky ground and drew a deep breath. It didn't hurt like it had lately. I was still physically weak, shaking a bit actually, but the fever and nausea were gone, and the worst of the pain that had ridden my body and mind had eased. I felt better, but as Loki had pointed out back in the apple garden, I had barely eaten lately, and the illness hadn't done me any favors. Weak from exhaustion and lack of food, I was still far from recovered. The only thing I'd gotten down lately was Idun's apple. By the realms, it had tasted so delicious. Succulent, tart, sweet, the texture perfect. I'd felt the urge to eat more of it, despite barely being able to keep anything down at that point. I'd felt a healing warmth spread from it out into my entire body, felt myself knit back together and grow stronger. The fog that had clouded my mind had eased, and the ensuing clarity had awakened me. And while it had cured the immediate ailment, it wasn't a permanent fix. Now was the time to act with food and medicines, and here we were in a blazing desert, with nothing to help me. I gazed out over the landscape in front of me. The desert stretched endlessly, a sea of pale ochre sand broken only by patches of hardy brush. Dry shrubs, gray and brittle, clung to life. The ground shimmered in the distance, heat bending the air into wavering mirages. The horizon was flat and sharp, no sound but the hiss of wind over sand, no birds, no insects, just the heavy silence of a place that had forgotten rain. It was always down to luck when going through unknown gateways. The shimmer, the gateway between realms, was unpredictable and uncontrollable, and the safest way was always through mapped-out, known gateways. But we hadn't had time for that. Raldo Hunter had clearly been on our trail. I turned my head and looked back at the cave-in to my left. Large rocks lay piled there, and the water that had flowed out with us was almost dried up already. There was no going back. Removing all those rocks would kill us. That kind of manual labor would be too much. Footsteps approached, boots scuffing against the thin layer of sand on rock. "Any wiser?" I asked, noting that my voice at least didn't creak anymore. Loki shook his head. He walked over to his backpack, which he'd left on the ground, grabbed it, and came to sit beside me. "I'm not sure," he said. "We're not in the Earthside realm. My magic is as usual, not stronger." Only ex-gods from Earthside could say that. Everyone else lost their magic when traveling to that realm. At least we'd narrowed our current whereabouts down by one realm then. "We need another gateway," I said. "Yes, I'll have a look around this knoll. If there isn't another one here, we will have to move on and search elsewhere." I looked up at the gray and reddish stone above me. "It's just a knoll?" I hadn't gone out as far as Loki, so I hadn't seen the full size of the rock formation. If it was nothing more than a small outcrop, then that diminished the chances of more gateways. "It's just a knoll," he confirmed, and handed me a metal water bottle. "Drink only a quarter of that. You need water now, but we might have more need of the rest later." I took the bottle as he put the backpack to the side and got up again. Then he walked off to the left to check out the knoll. I opened the cap and drank. Instantly, my parched throat wanted all of it, but I forced myself to stop at a quarter, like he'd said. I understood our predicament if there was no gateway nearby. The sun would not be our friend. I put the cap back on and laid the bottle next to Loki's backpack. I was still reeling from the events of the last few weeks. Still, the two forces of magic and anti-magic roared and fought inside me. I could feel the same torment rising in waves, canceling each other out and then rearing up again. I was temporarily better, but Idune's apple wouldn't keep me better forever. It didn't take long before I heard Loki approach from my right. It hadn't taken him 15 minutes or so to walk around the rocky knoll. "No shimmer?" I asked as he reached me. "Not even a flicker." I sighed and nodded. We were in for a difficult time then. Loki sat again and began rummaging through the backpack, pulling things out and checking them. "We will have to walk," he said after a while of this. "There has to be another gateway somewhere. This is a magical realm, and we already know they are present." He glanced over at the caved-in gateway behind us. The last realm had almost killed us, but right now, that cold, unforgiving water seemed awfully tempting. "We have a little food," Loki went on. "Very little water. A tarp and some rope." I looked at the supplies as he laid them out. "How long can we survive on that?" "Not long. The desert will have to provide." "Oh, great. You don't even have your hunting bow." That weapon had made life easier when we'd traveled to the enchanted flatlands. I gazed out at the desert again. There was sand as far as I could see, but there was vegetation. Surely there had to be some water and some animals to hunt? "Likely," Loki said when I asked him. "But none of this will be easy. We have to walk when it's dark. The sun will roast us." It certainly would, judging by how warm it was even in the shade under the rock outcrop. The air itself seemed to burn, thick with dust and heat. The rocks radiated warmth like open ovens, and the faint breeze that brushed my skin felt more like the breath of a forge than relief. My clothes clung to me, damp with sweat, and every inhale tasted of stone and dryness. Even in the shade, the heat pressed down as though it had weight. We waited there for a few hours, and when the sun finally set, bathing the cloud-free sky in a cascade of colors, we ate an energy bar each, melted and sticky but oh so tasty. My appetite had returned, that was for sure. With a few sips of water aboard, we then began walking away from the knoll. In daylight, we'd been able to see a darker shape on the horizon. With no better goal, we headed in that direction, hoping that formation would turn out to be mountains. Mountains meant bedrock, and that meant the possibility of encountering various rifts in the Veil of Worlds. My first steps were slow and shaky. I knew I wasn't in shape for this, but what choice did I have? I plowed on, feeling woozy and tired already. "If you keep that tempo, you won't last," Loki commented after about 10 minutes of this. I stopped and looked at him. "How am I going to keep up if not?" Loki shrugged. "That apple didn't make you immortal or invincible. I will slow down." I was about to argue but stopped myself. He was right, and I simply nodded. We walked on then, slower than usual, but it made it easier for me. It annoyed me that we would use more time than otherwise to find a gateway somewhere, but it couldn't be helped. The night turned out to be cooler, but still warm. I was used to that from home, and while I tied my jacket around my waist, I felt better than when the sun had been up. We walked for a few hours. The desert at night was a different world, the heat retreating. Small shapes scurried between rocks, lizards perhaps, or something stranger. The air smelled faintly of dust and dry plants, sharp and clean. Our footsteps were the only steady sound, soft crunches swallowed by the vastness around us. We made camp long before the sun rose. After 6 hours of walking, with a few breaks here and there, I was exhausted. By the time I was tripping over my own feet, Loki announced we were stopping. "I don't think the sun will be up for hours yet," I argued, looking around. It was still dark, the waning moon casting just enough light not to stumble over dry bushes and branches. But that was it. There was no sign of dawn yet. "That means there's time to set snares," Loki said, and shrugged off his backpack. We camped there, in the middle of nowhere, with nothing to cast shade but the tarp he quickly set up into a lean-to. With 2 short sticks, we could just barely sit under it. Fire was no problem. Loki's fire magic did the trick. We gathered dry and brittle bushes and used them for kindling. It wouldn't last long unless we kept gathering more, but it did what we needed. While Loki went to set his snares, I lay down under the lean-to and promptly fell asleep. I awoke some time later. It was still dark. For a moment I wondered where I was, settling on wherever being better than what I'd just dreamed. I could still feel the cut of my daggers as Xanthi slit the skin on my back open to bind my magic within me. I blinked hard and eased up onto an elbow. The fire was down to smoldering embers now. I saw Loki standing nearby, looking up at the starry sky. The air felt different, slightly cooler than when the sun went down. The dry, crisp air of the night made the sky darker and the stars clearer than I was used to, living in a vast city. For a brief moment, I wondered what he saw up there, but then fatigue caught up with me again, and I lay down and fell asleep, my jacket as my pillow. With daylight came the heat again. It felt suffocating, and I knew that without the black tarp above us, we would suffer tenfold out there. I awoke, trying to kick the comforter off, only to realize I had no such thing. The light was bright, even under the protective shield. A slick, tearing sound caught my attention, and I rolled over to see Loki just under the edge of the lean-to on the higher side, busy skinning some animal. I eased up on an elbow again. "Your snares worked then." He nodded and kept at it. "What is that?" "Sand rat," Loki informed me. "Sounds delicious." "I'd imagine it's rather chewy," he said, laying his bone-handled dagger on the ground before he grabbed hold of the skin and ripped it off. "But we're not in a position to be beggars." "No," I agreed and sat up, yawning. I actually felt rested for the first time since returning from the Anwen realm. It was like the sleep, despite the bad dreams, had done me good. "Can I help?" I asked. Loki nodded to a pile of light brown leaves, each about the size of my hand and not withered when I touched them. "Shred those. They are tough, but better in small pieces." I began doing as he said. At this point, nothing would have pleased me more than a Lantian raspberry pastry, but we were basically beggars here, and any food would have to do. I'd learned that when traveling with Loki in the Enchanted Flatlands. Loki cooked the meat on the fire, placing it on top of a flat rock he'd found somewhere during the night. He did the same with the leaves. And he was right. It was all chewy, and while the leaves tasted bitter, the meat was earthy and otherwise tasteless. But it went down. I was hungry and found my body didn't care much beyond that at this point. "Thanks for this," I said when I'd eaten about half my portion and could chew a bit slower. "We have a few energy bars left. Therefore, when we don't trap or pick anything else." I nodded. He was in charge here. I could only be grateful, attentive, and teachable at this point. "You need to eat," Loki went on, chewing. "You were diminished by the unbinding of your powers and about to die. Idun's apple made you well again, but the cause of your ailment still roams free. You will be just as sick again, apple or no apple, unless you fix this now." I nodded and swallowed. "How, though?" "It's magic, Red. As Arlen says, there's always a way with magic." Loki mentioning his wife, Arlen, made me think of her apprentice, Corey. My Corey. Or was he? I honestly wouldn't blame him for backing out at this point. If Loki and I made it through this. There had been one thing after another since we started our relationship. One thing after the other with me. A harmful cult, crazy blood magic, insane parents, and now I'd just disappeared. No one could blame a guy for thinking all that was a bit much. I thought it was too much, but I had no choice. "Come on, Red. Eat," Loki said. I was staring down at my food, not touching it. "Yeah," I agreed and continued eating. I'd have to focus on the here and now and worry about Corey later. He'd be fine. 3 sips, Loki said when we were done eating, handing me the metal water bottle. "We're rationing until we find some." I looked around as I drank the priceless 3 sips. I wanted so much more. But where would we even find water? I remembered watching cartoons on TV as a girl, living Earthside, and how there always seemed to be drinkable fluid inside cactuses, but there wasn't a cactus in sight here. Only dry vegetation, no taller than bushes. Still, my head felt clearer, and my body felt somewhat better physically. Mentally was another matter, as the forces within me didn't relent. It was a battle of powers, warm versus cold, soft versus hard, pain versus agony. We remained under the tarp to stay in what shade we had. It was a waiting and resting game. "So," I said after some time where we simply rested in silence. That was one of the best things about Loki. We could be quiet without the neurotic wreck in me needing to fill that silence with awkward social talk. If Arlen's right, and there's always a way with magic, then what's my way out of this? Loki, who'd been leaning against a rock with his eyes closed, though not sleeping, opened them. His unnaturally emerald green eyes seemed even brighter in the desert light. The color was a mark of a curse put on him by a blood witch, marked forever as the one who'd removed magic from the Earthside realm. It was still unbelievable, and yet so utterly believable. What had happened to his children was horrible. "In your case," he said with half a smile, unaware of my thoughts, "you need to master it." "Oh, great," I said. "No problem, let me get on that." "Oh, wait," I added theatrically. "I have no books or witches here to teach me." "Thank the spirits for that," he laughed. "You realize that I am technically a witch, right?" His laughter shrank into a smile lingering on his lips. "Yes," he finally said. He didn't look mad or even sad, just his usual easygoing self. "And you do realize," I continued, since he was actually listening, "that I am not like Livia. Neither are most witches." I'd noticed his general dislike of witches before and hadn't thought much of it. Maybe ex-gods just didn't like witches in particular. Maybe they saw them as competition now that they weren't powerful gods anymore. But no, it was all Loki. And Livia had helped entrap 2 of his sons, leading to the disaster that had ended his entire family. They may have worked together later to end all magic Earthside, but that didn't mean Loki had trusted her much. Understood her loss of a daughter, yes, but nothing more. An alliance made from maddening grief. "Loki?" I said when he didn't respond. "Do you understand that?" "Yes," he finally conceded. "Good, because you're all I've got right now to help me." "Help you with what?" "Understanding this, controlling it, whatever," I said, waving my arm around to indicate me, the magic. Every problem, really. That made him laugh again, but with genuine humor this time. "I can't teach you to be a witch, Red." "Well, duh," I said, giving him the middle finger, which only made him laugh more. "But you know magic," I said, raising my voice a bit. "And I need any help with that I can get, if we're going to survive this," I said, pointedly looking out into the desert landscape, the heat pressing down on us from above. "'Cause we're home, aren't we?" Loki nodded his confirmation. He'd likely been looking at the stars, seeing something familiar last night, and just now we'd eaten an animal he knew the name of. We were in a desert with few daylight hours and heat during much of the darkness. We were home all right, just not in the city. Atlantis was surrounded by a vast desert, known to be harsh and lethal. We were so close, but, as the saying went, so very far away. Chapter 2. Atlantis, which I thought of as my home, was a vibrant, magical city. Nestled between two enormous canyons, it was somewhat protected and shaded from the dangers of the desert surrounding it. I had never thought of that desert as my home, though. There were those who ventured outside the city for various reasons, often nefarious ones according to the newspapers. There was a reason for that. But knowing that as an obvious fact, and feeling it on my overheated body when trapped in that desert, were two different things entirely. I would have been fine just knowing it on an intellectual level. Unfortunately, it was part of my home, and somehow we'd escaped a deadly river into a gateway leading to this part of the Atlantis realm. So much for luck in getting home. "Have you spent much time in this desert before?" I asked Loki as we continued our trek in the dark. We'd waited a bit for the worst of the heat to die down before moving. "Not much," he said, mindful of walking between the dry shrubs on the ground when we encountered them. The hard-packed dirt and sand beneath our boots allowed for some vegetation, but not much could withstand this place. "And only when I've known where I was going," Loki added. "We could be headed in the opposite direction of the city, couldn't we?" I said. "Yes." At least he didn't sugarcoat it. It seemed our best bet really was to find a gateway, no matter where it led, and take it from there. My throat was parched. We had only half of our water supply left, half a bottle for both of us. Food had so far been okay for me. I'd been ill so long I didn't need much before I felt full. I knew it wasn't enough for Loki, though. We needed to find a gateway, and soon. There was also the matter of my raging magical powers. They still tore at me, making it hard to think straight at times. I didn't know how to use them or control them. I barely knew the difference between them. What I did know, from lived experience at this point, was that they were not meant to be together in one body. "Tell me about magic," I asked him when we camped again, and he'd set the night's snares. Huddled under that strung-up tarp, we felt the slight breeze of dry, warm air sift through beneath it. It was better than nothing as the desert began heating a bit. "I am not a teacher of magic, Red. For a guy who likes to tout how much he excels at things, I find that hard to believe." Loki smiled where he lay back, one knee drawn up, the other leg resting across it. The guy managed to look utterly relaxed in the worst of situations. I had to give him that. "Gods don't learn magic," he explained after a pause. "For us, it was innate, and it was intuitive." "And when you lost your powers?" "Much the same, only less of it." I uttered. But I believed him. I'd heard Dell talk of learning and studying to master her gift, though, so maybe the gods of old were merely different from everyone else. "But you know of magic, though, and you've been around a beat or two longer than most. Surely you've picked up on something." He seemed to think about it for a while. Then, "All magic, no matter what power, is innate, and it manifests differently in everyone, both in variety and strength. And when I say innate, I mean in things as well as the living. It can even be manifested in something living, like a curse or a spell." "Yes, and it's connected to the realm someone is born into. If magic still existed Earthside, you would likely have been stronger there than you are here." "That's why you're stronger there, despite magic being gone?" "Nearly gone. It wasn't eradicated entirely. That is impossible." I nodded and drew my knees up, resting my arms on them as I thought about this. "So these powers I have are innate?" "Yes." "But can I also manipulate things that are external to me?" "Yes. All witches can to some degree. It's why they like their spells so much. Dell's a healer witch. She's a bog witch, connected to nature. How she uses that power depends upon her as a person. As I said, She's a healer witch, I repeated. That really said all you needed to know about her. So what do I do with this? It's driving me insane. Slowly, but I feel it, I added, hating how dramatic I sounded. But it was the truth, and at least Loki seemed to understand that. It likely will, unless it kills you by draining you of energy first, like before. That sounds positively uplifting, I muttered. How can I avoid that? He was right. I could feel myself weakening already, and not just because I was stuck in a scorching desert with barely anything to drink. Easy. You control it, he said unhelpfully. Easy, huh? As the sun rose and the heat intensified, we remained under that life-saving tarp, trying to get some sleep. Loki was more successful in that venture than I was. We kept little watch during the daytime, as any predators kept to whatever shade they could find themselves. As Loki slept, I lay on my side, keeping a lazy eye on the seemingly everlasting sand and dry shrubs out there. Nothing moved. If not for the small bushes creating a bit of shadow, I could have sworn the sun didn't move either. But the small shadows did move eventually. It's so much worse than in the city, I said, taking my eyes off the scenery and adjusting my head on my rolled-up jacket. Suppose I never thought much about it when in Atlantis itself, Dell said. I smiled at her. Who knew the heat there was us being spoiled? She lay right next to me, on her side, hands tucked under her head as if she was sleeping, her light hair in a loose bun. She smiled at me. I'd kill for your tea right now, I said. Well, that's so laced with alcohol I don't think it would help under your current circumstances. She smiled, likely at the memory of us drinking that in her kitchen. Yeah, I guess we'd only dehydrate quicker than we are. You're in trouble, but you seem better. Her blue eyes squinted slightly as she assessed me where we lay face to face. A bit. I told her about the apple I'd been given in Idun's garden and how it had cured my ailments, but how they were slowly creeping back. Dell eyed me for a beat after I was done explaining. Em? She uttered in a tone that indicated something other than Loki and me being stuck in a desert was problematic. Yeah? You realize this isn't a dream, right? I blinked, and then I blinked a few times more. Dream? I'm dreaming? Dell gave a slight shake of her head where she lay. No, you're not. You do realize I'm not actually there with you, right? I faltered. Who's with you in the desert, Em? Loki. Am I there, walking with you? I couldn't hide the grimace of confusion on my face. No. I eased up, hands flat on the ground. On the other side of the lean-to, Loki lay sleeping. He was a light sleeper. Why wasn't he awakened by our talking? I looked back at Dell, who didn't move. She looked so real. Even the clothes were the same as when I last saw her, when she'd gone into the bog with Yar, pink leggings and an oversized gray sweater. She smiled encouragingly at me. We're actually talking together? I asked as it dawned on me. How? Magic, Em, she said, her smile widening for a moment. Wow, I said, and sat up, turning so I was facing her, sitting cross-legged under the tarp, the bright light outside seeming to never give in to the night. How are you doing that? I'm not. She looked both puzzled and amused at the same time. You are, she pointed out. You've been doing it a lot lately. I am? I have? Yes, Em. Your magic has been awakened, remember? I paused. You know about that? She nodded. Yeah. You've told me. Many times, actually. You didn't seem to remember our chats between each time. I tried remembering, but besides hazy memories of this that felt like dreams, I couldn't recall anything clearly and told her so. I'm not surprised, she said when I was done. You've been truly ill, Em. I was worried about you and I couldn't do anything for you. I'm so sorry about that. Don't be, I said, and smiled back at her. I know why you're not here. Yar would be dead if not. He'd been at death's door when last I saw him. And I'm not sure there's anything you could have done anyway. I can feel it. I don't know much about this, but magic and anti-magic do not go together. I don't even know why the anti-magic doesn't eradicate the magic in me. Because the magic in you keeps coming. Unless bound or outright killed, it's a living power. So the circle keeps moving, I'm sure. Loki says I need to control it, as if it's as easy as that. Well, he's right about that, Del said, wrinkling her nose in a way that made me laugh. I quickly turned, but Loki still slept calmly. I don't think he can hear me, I said as I turned back. Del seemed to shrug in her horizontal position. This is a place of your doing, Em. I suppose he won't hear much. He said little more than that. Something about gods not needing to study or learn to control their powers. The bastards, I added for good measure. Del chuckled. I suppose not. They were among the most powerful creatures Earthside. Yeah, you'd think he knows something, but he doesn't trust witches much. No, Del gasped in mock horror. There's a reason, I added, because I couldn't laugh at her reaction as I normally would have. It's not my story to tell, but I'll say this. A witch caused him and his family a lot of harm once. Explains a few things, Del conceded. But then again, gods, ex or not, are prideful, boastful creatures. I couldn't help but snort at that as the corners of my mouth moved upward. I've missed you, Del, I told her. She sighed through a resigned smile. Don't be sorry. You did what you needed to do. Yar stands a chance now, because of you. She nodded and closed her eyes for a moment. How can I control this? I asked her. I don't have time to learn everything. These powers are going to make me sick and die slowly again, or I'll go insane before that. I need only to control them, that's it. I don't even know how I'm talking to you. She thought about it for a few beats. I looked over her, but there was no trace of Yar, who I knew lay by her side. I couldn't see that far, it seemed. It's the anti-magic that confuses me, Del finally said, drawing my attention back to her. Right now, your emotions are running things, I believe. You've managed to reach out to me simply because you want to. Your magic, anti or otherwise, is part of you, body and mind. She exhaled and shook her head slowly. Your powers should not have become unbound without a plan to handle everything after. Well, although I'm close to joining their ranks, I can't explain the actions of lunatics. It's a good thing you're traveling with one who can interpret for you, Del said. It made me laugh. You need to get a feel for your powers. If I was there, maybe I could say more. But the anti-magic is the trouble here. I've never even heard of such a mix before. Nodding, I looked down. I didn't want to get into the whole thing about my parents basically just procreating to breed a particular kind of kid. It made my skin crawl to think about. It pissed me off, too. You were supposed to either have lived your entire life Earthside and never known, or been taught how to control and expand your powers while growing up in Atlantis. Not this. Expand? Us witches have more than our innate abilities, you know. Right. Like casting spells. Yes, and blood witches are particularly good at that. Why? The blood part, it's... She seemed to look right through me for a moment. Del? You need to look inward to figure this out, Em. Have that fop of an ex-god help you. But right now, you need to look outward. Huh? You need to let me go now, Em, she said, her voice suddenly uncharacteristically sharp. What do you mean? Despite her lying on her side, hands tucked under her head, she almost bellowed the words this time. You need to let me go! Now! It startled me enough to recoil, and then she was gone. What the hell? I muttered, as I stared at the empty space where it had appeared she had been lying a moment ago. The ground looked undisturbed. What had she been in a hurry for? Was something happening with Yar? I shook my head in confusion and then looked out onto the desert. Something had changed. The light, while still there, was different. It was not darker exactly, but bleaker somehow. And on the horizon, I saw something uplifting, an edge of darkness. Could it be mountains? Loki? I said, raising my voice a little to wake him. If those were mountains, then we were bound to find a gateway, circumvent this hellish desert, and go home to the city. Loki? I repeated, and got a hoarse, "What?" in response. His throat had to be parched just like mine. You have to see this, I said, but then paused my sudden joy. If that dark formation was mountains, then why hadn't Loki seen it when we set camp here? Setting his snares, he hadn't fallen asleep until daylight came. His vision was far better than mine. What? Loki repeated, louder this time. I opened my eyes, heard him scramble to get up on the other side of the lean-to. I was lying on my right side, as if I'd been sleeping. What in the realms? I mumbled, easing myself up onto my elbows and looking out at the desert. The light was indeed bleak, the horizon dark. Those aren't mountains, are they? I asked as Loki moved out from under the lean-to and took in the sight. No, he agreed. That's a sandstorm, and it's coming this way. Chapter 3. The sky turned orange, almost brown in certain places. Without a word, Loki went over to the small pile of firewood we'd gathered in the last hour of darkness when he'd meant to make a fire for whatever wandered into his snares. He grabbed the flat rock he'd picked up to cook meat on and headed for a few big rocks sticking out of the ground a few feet away from the lean-to. There, he began digging using the rock and his hands in hurried movements. Anything I can do? I asked. Dig, he said while working, fully focused on the task. We need to dig down, or we're dead. Well, okay then. That was really all the motivation I needed. I dropped to my knees beside him and began digging with my bare hands. We need to burrow down behind these rocks, use the tarp as cover, and hope for the best, he explained without stopping. I didn't respond, just kept dragging sand and stones away. While I had never experienced a sandstorm in the desert, I knew about them. Every Lantean did. They occurred often enough out in the desert, and when they did, dry and dusty winds would reach the city. Despite growing up in the Red Kin, even their crappy education, if one could call it that, had taught me this. It was a reality for every Lantean. Thankfully, the ginormous canyons protected the city from most of it. Now, though, as I popped my head over the rocks to see, a wall of wind and sand was moving closer. The wind had already picked up around us. Despite the heat and the oddly soothing wind, my adrenaline was soaring through me. I dug my hands in, throwing sand and pebbles to the side. As we dug deeper, the sand became finer, like silt. The wind was tearing at our clothes by the time Loki deemed the hole deep enough. He ran back to the lean-to and tore it down as fast as possible before returning and shoving the tarp into my arms, then going back for our gear. The gear, including the backpack and our jackets, went into the hole before he took the tarp from me. He began arranging it both inside and over the hollow, instructing me to get in, then dumped some nearby rocks on it to keep it down in the wind before climbing inside himself. In the end, we sat next to each other, our backs to the low wall behind us, rocks piled on top of it. On our sides and at our feet were short walls of sand and dirt. We sat on the edge of the tarp while the rest of it covered the opening toward the oncoming sandstorm. Loose rocks and our feet kept the tarp in place at the bottom, and Loki dragged the tarp down behind our heads at the top. We were effectively cocooned, hopefully well enough to withstand the danger. This will get uncomfortable, he warned. At least it's cooler, I said, feeling the less overheated dirt against my back compared to when we were under the lean-to. "We'll have to create small openings on whichever side the wind is at its weakest," Loki added, and did just that on his side. The wind was already playing with the tarp, but it wasn't a problem just yet. The added fresh air already felt good. How bad was it going to get? I could barely see in there, but what did that matter when it was just the two of us, seated side by side, waiting for disaster? "How is it you know this stuff anyway?" I asked him. "Not my first sandstorm," he said. "Could very well be my last, though." "Have you ever considered motivational speaking?" "No, although I'm certain I would excel at it." "Sure you would." I huffed, then heard the noise outside pick up. The wind howled, a low, unending roar that grew louder by the second. It whistled through every gap in the rocks, shrieking and moaning like something alive. The tarp snapped and flapped against the stones. Pebbles rattled and bounced against the sides of our makeshift shelter, while the fine hiss of sand slithered through every crevice, seeping into the air around us. The world outside had become a single, continuous scream of wind and grit. Despite the noise, I heard Loki sigh and felt him lean back and relax against the dirt wall behind us. "So," he said, "how was it you managed to wake me while you yourself were sleeping?" "Oh, that," I said, and winced, not that he could see it. All we could see of each other was a dark outline. Nothing more. The sunlight was fading fast out there, or being blocked out, more like. In all honesty, I think it was Dell who warned us both, I admitted, and told him about the incredibly lucid dream I'd had. "I hardly think it was a dream, Red," Loki said when I was done. "Oh," I uttered. "No, you're probably right. I'm always right. But in this case, you know this yourself, no matter what you want to be true. Besides, it explains a few things." "It does?" "You kept calling out for her, seemingly talking to her, when you were ill." "Oh." A tug on the tarp startled me. The wind was increasing even more. "She said I was doing it." "And while I'm loath to admit it, the witch is right." "Yeah, but I have no clue how I did it, and she couldn't help me. She kept saying to look inward." "Sounds about right." "Yeah?" "As I said, Red, almost all magic is innate. Some introspection might be advisable." This was promising. Finally, he was helping. "How do you do it?" "I don't," was the blunt answer. So much for helping. I let out a very demonstrative sigh, not that he heard it. "I told you, the gods of old did not need to learn. We grew into it and hardly remembered that development later." "Gods are funny creatures." That made him chuckle. "That's one way of putting it. The closest I can get to what you need to do is when I sense magic about. Some is easy to detect, some is more advanced. That's when I need to stop and listen, as it were. Focus on detecting it. I suppose that's along the lines of what the witch meant." "Huh," I uttered, a bit surprised. "Huh, what?" "I think that actually helped." "Of course it helped. I'm nothing if not helpful." "Shut up, Loki." He chuckled again. "You know, by now, you telling me to shut up only means I'm right, yes?" Never mind," I told him, and he only laughed in response. Another jerk of the tarp, and then another. "By the realms! This is it, isn't it?" I said as the tarp began thrashing harshly around us. "Brace yourself," Loki warned me as the roar and howls of the wind intensified and he went from being a weak silhouette against the dark to simply being part of the pitch black. The storm hit like a beast unleashed. Air slammed against the tarp with deafening force. The sound was a constant, furious assault, thunder without pause. Inside, the air grew thick and hot. The fabric bowed inward, and every gust felt like it might rip our fragile shelter apart. It was chaos outside, howling, grinding, roaring, and all we could do was sit there and hope for the best. Realizing that the tarp was holding, I tried doing as Del and Loki suggested, but looking inward was a mess, especially while huddling in our small hidey hole in a lethal sandstorm. At least we could breathe without sand in our faces. I closed my eyes and tried focusing on the turmoil inside me. Forgetting the actual physical turmoil outside was its own battle. I did, however, persevere. When Antonia had unbound my powers back in the Onwin realm, it had all struck me with such force I hadn't been able to withstand it. I had deteriorated quickly. That had been scary. It still was, because I was clearly heading in that direction again. When I had eaten Idun's apple, my mind and body had been ill for so long already that I handled it better this time around. But it was slowly eating at me still. I closed my eyes and tried shutting out the sound of the wind tearing at the tarp. I could feel it. Felt it all the time now. These two forces battling with each other, crashing together, roiling inside me. I'd been working hard to ignore them, but now, trying to sense them, figure them out, I realized the two forces weren't exactly battling. Each time they touched, a chain reaction started where one force was extinguished, only to come roaring back and then be extinguished again. I winced. How was I supposed to deal with this? The wind grated on my ears. The air I breathed was damp. The dirt I sat on was now warm instead of cooler. It made it so hard to focus. "It's too warm in here," I said in exasperation, raising my voice so Loki could hear me over the wind's roar and the tarp flapping as the wind whipped it back and forth. A small flare of light intruded upon my sight. I looked to my left and saw the shimmering white light of Loki's frost magic emerge. The light was bright, and I could see the outline of his hand against the ground between us, as the ice crystals spread out over the dirt beneath us. The cool sensation made itself felt at once, and I sank back onto it, sighing with relief. "Why didn't you do that sooner?" I asked and closed my eyes, enjoying it. "Won't last," Loki said. He was right. After about 10 minutes, the effect waned and the ground became increasingly warm again, while the air grew humid inside the tarp. Despite the temperature being lower than under the lean-to, it was more suffocating here. "It's no use," I said, not even trying to hide my exasperation. "I can't focus like this." He seemed to rummage around, and soon he proffered me the water bottle, which he must have retrieved from the backpack placed between us. "2 sips," he said, and I obliged. My head was heavy from the lack of water and the heat. I could easily have drunk 3 bottles, but I knew better. I handed it back to him so he could have his meager sips. Right now, water was not our most pressing problem. Outside, the storm continued its assault. The wind screamed like 1,000 voices in agony, slamming into the tarp with relentless fury. Around us, the pressure rose and fell with the rhythm of the storm, like some colossal creature breathing just beyond our fragile shelter. I forced myself to lean back again. Sitting up meant sitting with the tarp on my head while the raging wind tore at it. That was not comfortable. I can't for the life of me figure out how the magic in me survives the anti-magic, I told Loki, who seemed calm as ever. I couldn't really see him, but I sensed little movement from his side. But as he'd said many times before, he'd been through worse. After everything he'd told me, I now knew he wasn't lying. "I'm aware your education regarding the magical is a bit lacking, Red. But tell me, what do you know about blood witches?" There wasn't really much to think about. My magical education was indeed lacking, to say the least. I only know their magic is connected to blood, 'cause blood is powerful or something like that. Well, you're not wrong, I suppose. In the immortal words of some dimwit, I'm never wrong. "Ha!" he uttered, and I could hear the smile in his voice. "Whoever said that must be smart indeed, and revered for it. Anyway, what do you know about most witches' powers?" I shrugged. The same, I guess. They draw power from something in the realm they belong to, like Dell. She's a bog witch and draws her power from nature, but mostly the bog or marsh, I guess. A forest witch does the same, though mostly from forests. An oversimplification, but essentially yes. And why then do you think blood witches are usually the most powerful of witches? Obviously the blood, I said. Why? I don't know. Life force, Red. Blood is life. As long as a heart keeps pumping, there is life. You know of the advances Earthside. A brain can be dead, but the body lives as long as the heart beats, pumping blood. He said nothing more and let me think about it. I heard him tuck the small opening tight next to him. The wind is changing. Open up on your side, he told me. I did as he said as the wind played hard with the tarp, jerking it from side to side. Then it kept on coming more from my left. The air that entered our little cocoon from my side was a relief, and there was little dust with it. Then Loki's words about blood dawned on me. I get it, I said. The reason the anti-magic can't kill the magic in me is because I'm alive? Precisely. It flows through you, giving your magic endless force to draw from. No kidding. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the reason they planned for blood magic to be the other half of what you are. And what, exactly, am I? I was genuinely curious to know. I don't know. I've never heard of a witch with anti-magical powers before. Only that goddess. Frigg, yes. He quieted a moment. The wind whipped sand onto the tarp, making it crackle at the impact. Frigg was a goddess, though. As far as I know, she had no blood magic naturally. In the end, she was driven truly mad. Okay, but it's a hell of a theory to base. Ordering the birth of a kid on. How did Kerwin even think of that? I know the kin used quite a lot of magic, but he wasn't exactly well-versed in magical lore, was he? The man had hated magic and the power it gave some purely based on luck at birth. I have a sense that His Reverence the illustrious guide of the Red Kin would gladly have taken magical powers had he been able to obtain them for himself. It can be done, but it's rare. Think of all the hurt that could have been avoided if he'd just gone for one of the first minister posts. He sure was charismatic enough. Maybe so, but that would make him one of 3 leaders in Atlantis, not the sole leader. And so he created me to help remove magic from Atlantis, like you did Earthside? You don't need anti-magic to do that, only blood magic. He was right, which, as usual, was annoying. But that was how he and Livia had done that spell, Earthside, a blood witch and the powerful blood of a god and a titan. Shut your opening, he suddenly said. I did, at the same time as he opened one down by our feet. The wind was turning again, ripping hard at the tarp. Do you know what reason anti-magic could be needed to rid Atlantis of magic? I asked him, when he leaned back again. I don't. Which is why I'm fairly certain Kerwin Bowden was not entirely alone in crafting that plan. I believe he attained that information from someone, probably even the lineages of your parents. For all their use of magic, the Red Kin were not particularly sophisticated when it came to magic use. You're saying someone used him? Tricked him? That is my guess, yes. I thought about it. Who could that be? There really was only one answer I could see. Whoever sent Antonia to infiltrate the Red Kin? The Silent Heralds, she called them, he said, clearly agreeing with me. But what in the realms do they want? Not for the kin to succeed. She helped bring them down the first time around. Antonia had been the one to give Arlen and Corey vital information on how to take down the magical shield protecting the pyramid in those last few chaotic days of the kin's reign. And then she'd rejoined the kin at some point, still working against them. She must have been keeping an eye on them for some reason. Antonia wanted to keep you alive, though. You were part of that spell, I said. I haven't quite figured out that last puzzle piece yet, Red. But they don't need anti-magic to perform that spell. Nor me. Why spend years finding two people of such different lineages and manipulate them into the kin's belief so they'd have children, and then wait for one of those children to grow up and hope they would end up with a mix of magic and anti-magic in them? For that even to succeed is a time-consuming gamble of the highest order. They only had me, one kid. That was a huge gamble in this game. Who's to say there weren't a few lost before you? Those words shocked me, and for the first time since learning the truth, I felt sympathy for my parents as part of this entire breeding scheme. That might very well have been the case, both before and after me. I'd been so angry and disgusted with them, the empathy hit me hard. I stared blindly into the tarp which thrashed in front of me without me really seeing it. But this was all theory, nothing substantial. What my parents had done was cruel and insane. "What do you think?" I began as the flapping of the tarp suddenly intensified until there was no other sound. "Red!" Loki yelled, moving swiftly beside me. "Hold down the tarp!" I grabbed for it, but it twisted and turned in my hands, the wind howling outside. We were in the worst of the storm now. Suddenly, a gust of painful wind, filled with sand, came down from above us, forcing an opening in the tarp where the large stones had held it in place. I felt the air and fine grains of sand smack into my neck as the wind took hold of the tarp and ripped it from our hands. I was instantly blinded by the wild wind as it struck us, the tarp whipping over us, only fastened by our feet. A bit of light came with the raw sandstorm as it tore our little shelter from us. I knew we were done for. There was no breathing in this sand-infused wind. I saw Loki lunge forward to grab the tarp, and I screamed in shock at what was happening. That's when a red flash of light appeared above us. I shut my eyes at the sudden brightness, and then the wind stopped. I opened one eye, blinking as I had sand in it. Then I saw it. A small, red dome of magic covered us, the wind hurling sand about outside of it. Chapter 4. "What?" I whispered and sat up a little, not able to get much higher than when the tarp had been over us. "What the hell did I just do?" I stared at the slightly pulsating light above. We were cocooned again, safe from the sandstorm that still roared outside, though the sound was more muffled now. Then I coughed hard. The air was filled with floating sand and dust. "I'd say one or two things happened here, Red," Loki said, then cleared his throat. I turned my head, trying to stifle my coughs, a futile endeavor that only brought tears to my eyes. "You either decided to save us or the tarp." He was lying near the edge of the roughly oval dome of bright red magic, his hands still on the tarp, which lay halfway inside the dome and halfway out. "And," the ex-god went on, "you subconsciously decided to save my fingers. It's appreciated." I saw that the edge of the dome had landed no more than a few millimeters from his fingers. He let go of the tarp and moved back a bit before sitting up. "I have no idea how I did that," I said, and coughed again. This time Loki joined in. The air was quiet compared to the outside, but still whirled with dust, which we could now see thanks to the light from the dome itself. Loki looked around a moment and then raised his hands, calling forth his frost magic again. This time, he didn't use it just to provoke a temporary cooling effect. Instead, the bright, shimmering light spread from his hands, and tiny snow crystals, large enough for me to see, floated around inside the dome. They spread until they almost blinded me, filling the space. His magic cooled the air, making it almost hard to breathe, but the relief from the hot desert air was worth it. Soon I saw his intent. I could feel it too as my coughs subsided when the dust and grains of sand attached to the crystals. When they melted in the heat, it all fell to the ground. "Wow," I said, as I exhaled my last breath of cold air. "That was actually kind of awesome, and not in a violent sort of way." Loki shrugged and then went to lean against the wall that reached up to the larger rocks. I suppose you've seen many instances of brutal magical force, Red. It's not all like that. No, I agreed and followed him, sitting next to him where I'd been before the tarp blew off. It isn't. I didn't even care that the ground around us was slightly soggy now. We weren't winning any beauty contests being stuck out here anyway. At this point, I was just thankful I was not outside battling the sandstorm head-on. I hope there's enough air in here, I added, looking around with skepticism. This was the second time I'd built a dome like this around myself. Was this some kind of defense mechanism? Only one way to find out, Loki said, rummaging through the backpack before retrieving some of the rope in it. He reached for the corner of the tarp and tied it through the grommet there, then tied the other end around his ankle. In case you subconsciously wish to return to the sandstorm, he explained, and leaned back again when done. So, I began, watching him seemingly relax. You're just gonna bank on me wanting enough air to breathe, then? Pretty much. You do seem intent on surviving, he said, and closed his eyes, apparently set on getting some sleep. I did not manage to relax, nor to focus enough on the turmoil inside, when the turmoil outside had just been so brutal. I could still see the part of the tarp that was outside flapping against the wind, and I was glad I'd managed this, but I needed to figure out how I was doing it. At some point I must have fallen asleep, though, because I awoke to the sound of steps nearby. It was dark when I opened my eyes. Proper dark, no red magical lights, and the wind had quieted to the point of only a breeze. Now that felt magical. I had slumped a bit to the side, but still sat upright. Loki was busy nearby, rolling up the tarp. Guess I wanted to get out of that thing, I said and yawned. Then I noticed how dry my mouth was. My head was throbbing too. I told you, Loki said, without looking up from his task. Right now your emotions are running the show, and wanting to survive is an excellent motive for driving forth your magic in an emergency. I guess, but you would be immensely more helped if you did it on purpose. I nodded and sighed, thinking of how impossible that seemed. Is it whole? I asked, changing the subject. A couple of small tears, Loki said, and tied a rope around the tarp to keep it compressed in the backpack. Nothing too bad. It's far better than I suspected. At least there was some good news. That tarp was our only shelter out in the open sun. Loki checked the snares, but nothing had been caught in them during the storm. No surprise there. We ate an energy bar each, which went down like glue without water. 2 sips each afterward, and we were on our way again. I knew there wasn't much left in that bottle now, probably only a few swallows at most. We kept walking in the same direction we had been, the night sheltering us from most of the heat. Recognize anything? I asked Loki after a few hours as he stared up at the stars. He shook his head. No. Apparently I should have spent more time paying attention when in Atlantis, but seeing the stars is a challenge with so many lights. All I can say for certain is that we're heading in the same direction as before. Okay, I said. Show me how you do that. He gave me a dubious look, but I had no more energy than to shrug. What? I need to focus on something other than this magical pain. All right, he said, nodding. Then he showed me, described the patterns he saw up there, a few of them we'd been following every night. It's as close as I can get to being certain of our direction, he explained. But that's based on my getting the time right, which is not easy out here. It gave me something to focus on, at least. Something other than feeling sick again and putting one foot in front of the other. My head hurt to the point of thumping, and I wasn't sure if it was due to my magical illness or just thirst. Probably both. As day neared, I went with Loki to set the snares and had him show me. Learning these things pulled my attention away for a while, and I welcomed it. That day, as the sun came back with a vengeance, we remained under the tarp, trying to get some sleep, but I mostly dozed. "Can't we use your frost magic to make water?" I asked him, remembering the damp ground in my dome.
"Won't work. It's magic. It disappears too soon."
The ground had actually dried up fairly quickly, but I'd thought that was just because of the desert heat. So much for an easy fix. When night came, we ate lizard for dinner. The thing had gotten into the snare and actually had some meat on it. At first, I'd stared in horror. Then my stomach had growled, and I'd just taken the dead thing out of the snare. Roasted over the fire, it was not that bad. Not much taste and a bit chewy, but filling at least. It was amazing what you'd eat when hungry enough. We moved on, trudging through the monotonous landscape, the stars pulling me onward. Hours later, as the sky turned orange and red on the horizon, Loki stopped and stared. "You see something?" I asked and stopped next to him. His brows were knitted as he narrowed his eyes. Whatever he saw was too far away for me to make out.
"I don't think so,"
he finally said. Then he pointed at a small formation of rocks among some dry bushes.
"We'll set up camp there. Those will give us some height under the tarp."
"Great," I told him. "I'll set the snares." I wasn't sure how much more food I could even handle now, since we were out of water. I knew we only had a few days before things got much worse than they already were. There really was nothing to do but use as little energy as possible. I slept fitfully under the tarp. As night came again, a small rodent had been caught in one of my snares. Neither Loki nor I wanted to eat. So he butchered it and brought the meat, what little there was, with us as we set out again. We likely hadn't walked more than 15 minutes or so before Loki halted his steps. I saw him staring ahead and then shake his head. We walked on in silence. The smell of the raw meat hanging on a piece of string outside his backpack was too potent, a new smell in this dry place. Then he stopped again. "Something interesting?" I wheezed out of my hoarse throat and dry mouth.
"That's uncertain,"
he said, his voice trailing off. Then,
"In daylight, I'd have said it's a case of Fata Morgana, but now?"
He glanced up at the night sky. "I can't see anything," I said. The moon was a sliver up there, hardly helping at all.
"Let's go,"
Loki urged. I followed, because what else was I going to do? For the next 20 minutes, curiosity steered me instead of the stars. We soon came upon an odd dip in the ground. It was a fairly shallow hollow, but as I looked to the sides, I couldn't see the ends of it. It was probably only 3 or 4 meters to cross, though. Still, Loki didn't look like he wanted to. Instead, he stood staring in all other directions.
"Wait here,"
he said, and then he walked a bit to the right. A minute later, he came back and walked past me the other way.
"Something interesting?"
I repeated as he returned again.
"Very much so,"
he said, his voice raspy and not as full of life and mirth as usual.
"I think this might have been a river once."
"Great?" I managed, because I honestly had no idea.
"I hope it might be, yes,"
Loki said, and shrugged the backpack off, leaving me to jump forward and catch the rodent meat so it didn't land in the sand. We didn't have the water to rinse it off. "Okay, why?" I asked, as I gently laid the meat atop the backpack it was tied to.
"If a river once flowed here, Red, then there might still be water about."
My eyes felt like they popped out of their sockets as I perked up with hope. "Tell me what to do," I told him.
"Gather some kindling while I have a look around,"
he told me, and I did as told. Hope was the best energy boost at this point. I soon had my hands full of burnable twigs, and finding Loki wasn't hard. He had now lit a magical flame in his hand, the green light guiding me. Since it blinded us in the dark, he didn't usually use it, but now he was walking around slowly, staring at the ground. He was in a particularly bushy area, looking around.
"Where there was once a river, there should still be water," he said as I approached.
"Okay, where?"
"Somewhere under us."
He turned and stared at a cluster of bushes somewhat more sizable than the others.
Then he looked at the sky. "Hard to tell right now where there's most shade during the day," he said. "But I'm too thirsty to wait until daylight. How about you?"
"Like we have anything to lose," I said, agreeing with what I only half understood. Soon, though, we were both digging beneath the cluster of bushes on the side facing the dried-out river. The small fire beside us gave light as we worked, using our hands to pull the sand away. As with our shelter before the sandstorm, the sand soon turned to silt, and then... Had I ever felt such joy at the prospect of water before? The silt turned damp. "No way," I gasped. "You were right, Loki." "Of course I was." "Yeah," I laughed. "Of course you were."
"Half a meter down should do the trick," he added, and we dug in unison, the silt becoming more and more damp. After a while, we had a deep hole in the ground, but no actual water.
"Now what?"
I said, as Loki seemed content sitting back.
"We wait for the water to seep in. This will take time."
I nodded and sat back as well.
"Okay, I don't care."
We took a breather and then went about setting up camp. I went to set the snares again, while Loki remained by the hole. When I returned from my task, he made a small flourish with his hand, and a small green flame lit up the bottom of the hole better than the little fire did from above. In that bottom, I could now see a small gathering of water. Probably no more than a thimble, but it was coming. I flashed Loki a smile.
"You are so much smarter than you look."
"I know," he said, "which means I'm a genius." I couldn't help but laugh. "Sit down, though," he added. "This will be time-consuming, but it will take whatever time it takes before we move on."
"Agreed," I said. Water was so worth it. It did take time, hours to fill the bottle, and we kept taking turns by the hole, scooping water in our palms when enough had gathered and filtering it through a strip of fabric we cut from inside the backpack. That filter caught a layer of fine sediment and grit before the water dripped into a scrunched-up part of the tarp. From there, we drank and filled the bottle as the hours wore on. Even the roasting sun couldn't dampen our quiet but good mood. I even felt most of my headache vanish and hunger return. We roasted the meat we'd brought and set new snares for the day. By the time night came again, we were rested, full, and no longer thirsty. As we set off again, the bottle was filled to the brim, and we carried some water in the scrunched-up piece of tarp, our only other container. There was nothing out here to make one from, no wood thick enough to do the trick. But the next day became easier as we walked, having finally drunk enough water. It gave me more room to think clearly, or as clearly as I could in the fog that still clouded my mind from the magical turmoil. "What is anti-magic anyway?"
I asked Loki as we camped again the next day. He was busy burying the entrails of the latest catch to avoid the smell for our sake, and to avoid attracting something bigger with it.
"Is it all powerful?"
I asked as he hit the dirt, hard packing it. "No," he said, and then used sand to clean his hands.
"Okay, so..."
Loki finished his task and came back under the tarp, his hands clean but visibly dry from the treatment. "Anti-magic is the absence of magic. You can say it nullifies it, but only within a certain reach and time."
"And it's just... nothing?
As in you can't see it? Feel it?"
"No. Remember your daggers? I'd wager much of your anti-magic was bound into them. Tangible. Itrin. A metal strong enough to withstand it, probably the only metal capable of that."
I glanced at the daggers sheathed on my thigh. I didn't sense them anymore, not since Antonia had unbound my powers back in the Anwin realm. He was right. They'd nullified magic many a time, but no more. However Kerwin got a hold of these weapons, he must have had some connections.
"Do you think it was the Silent Heralds?"
Loki nodded and then lay down with his jacket balled up under his head. "Most likely. I don't see the Red Kin handling such a task as finding them, or knowing about them." I gazed out at the scorching desert and then did as Loki. I lay down, used my jacket as a pillow, and stared up at the tarp, hoping to sleep a bit before nightfall. The heat was an utter distraction, but my head was clearer than it had been in days. "If they're opposite forces," I said after a while, knowing he was awake despite having closed his eyes. "Does that mean they naturally repel each other?" Loki chuckled. "Finally, you asked the right question, Red." "Well?" Loki opened his eyes, the unnatural green of them ever brighter in the sharp desert light. "They might have lost something Earthside, but they're not helpless, certainly not foolish. Take this scientific tidbit from an ex-god," he said, laughing now. "For every action, there must be a reaction." "Yeah, I learned that in school Earthside as a girl." "Exactly. Think about it. Yin and yang. Other opposites. Night and day. What is life without death? What—" He looked over at me and smiled knowingly. "Is order without chaos?" "Huh," I said, and smiled back. He had been a chaos god, after all. He would know. And it gave me something to think about. For the first time, it gave me something to listen for, to sense. The ability to look inward. I didn't notice that I closed my eyes at first, but at some point the tarp vanished from my awareness, letting the desert heat press down, sand grit against my skin. Beneath it all, there was something else, like a storm trapped under my ribs. For weeks it had made me so utterly sick, like two wild beasts clawing at each other in the same cage, horrifically wounding that cage. Fire and frost, movement and stillness. But now, with Loki's words about opposites and how they belong together echoing in my head, I listened instead of fighting it. The chaos wasn't senseless. It had rhythm, a push and pull. I could feel the currents of it, magic straining forward, anti-magic pulling back. Not enemies, not really. Just opposites keeping each other in check, like breath in and out. Breath in, breath out. Calm. No one had ever told me this, but I could sense it from within myself, from the forces unleashed inside me. I could feel the magic as the force it was, not only in me, but all around me. It was the force for change, for creation, healing, manipulation, illusions. And yet, it was nothing without its counterpart, the opposing force of change, that which was stability, neutralization, repellent, balance. The greater the magical force, the greater the counter-reaction. It was there with every spell, countering it. If it didn't, magic would become all-powerful, or vice versa. Of course, there was a trace of magic Earthside still. How could there not be? Anti-magic couldn't be all-powerful either. As the magnitude of the realization hit me, I felt the forces inside me ease, calm, and dance around each other with grace. And it took no force from me, only the understanding, the peace of it. My hands trembled, then stilled. For the first time, I wasn't drowning in it. I was holding the reins, separating the two forces, balancing them so neither crushed the other. And in that balance, the sickness eased. I felt it, felt the pain subside, my strength returning. I opened my eyes and heard only the soft flutter of the strung-up tarp in the warm breeze, heard the quiet of the desert as most living things rested in the heat. For the first time in weeks, my head didn't hurt. The lingering ache that remained after getting hydrated had simply gone. For that blessed moment, I was at peace. Chapter 5. Darkness had fallen when I awoke. I lay motionless for a while, just listening. From my surroundings came only the soft breeze that still held some heat in it. The tarp fluttered gently, and some of the nearby bushes as well. A sizzling sound came from outside, along with the crackle of a fire. I could smell cooking meat. Loki had caught something in one of the snares. Listening inward, I noticed I was hungry again now that the worst of my thirst had been quenched by that dried-out river we'd found the other night. But more importantly, I felt no headache, no nausea, no fatigue or dizziness. Only a welcome hunger and a slight thirst, and my powers at peace with one another. No longer fighting for control, for room to exist. I was sure the awareness wouldn't stay this acute over time, but right now it was such a relief to know I could manage this, that even sleep hadn't brought the pain and confusion back. "What are we having?" I asked Loki a few moments later as I approached the fire, where some meat and a plant of sorts were cooking on the flat rock we used as a griddle. "A 5-course dinner?" I added. "Lizard again, and that rodent from yesterday," Loki said, poking and turning the meat with a narrow stick. "Found some ashleaf shrub, though. Tastes a bit salty. Good for staying hydrated." "Wow, a 3-course meal. Aren't we all hoity-toity?" "The most prosperous people in this desert, at least," he agreed. Not long after, we ate in silence for a while. The ashleaf shrub was a welcome addition to our strict diet these days, as it provided some taste, slightly salty as Loki had said. "I did it," I said between 2 mouthfuls. "I managed to still the storm within." Loki nodded as he finished chewing. "I know." "You know? How?" He shrugged. "You've had a constant grimace of severe pain the last weeks, Red. It's gone now," he said, and took another bite of meat with a rich helping of the plant on top. "Huh," I said. "What you said helped, about opposite forces belonging together." I ate some more and chewed while pondering this further. "It's a bit funny since you said you couldn't help me." "Technically, I couldn't." "How so?" "You needed to figure it out for yourself. Remember when I told you I never had to, having been born a god?" "Yeah," I nodded, forgetting about the food. "That's how it is for most, to some degree. I could have told you point blank what you needed to do, but knowing and feeling it are not the same. A lot of magic is intuitive. Telling you everything would likely have made you overthink it, especially you, Red, and that would have ended up frustrating you too much to focus." "Huh," I uttered and looked down at the food. Eating it cold was worse than warm, so I started in on it again. Why was it so much easier for gods then? "We drew, still do, really, our powers straight from the realm's primordial forces. So when you said you were a chaos god, that was because I drew my powers from the primordial chaos forces of the earth, yes." "Well, that had no influence on your personality at all," I said. Loki merely chuckled. I ate some more, feeling a sense of strength return as I did. My energy wasn't spent on trying to keep myself in one piece any longer, desert notwithstanding. "Care to tell me now, then? About anti-magic?" His face made a grimace that said, "Why not?" "Magic moves the realms, Red, but anti-magic holds them together. One without the other would tear reality apart." "Yes, like you said yesterday. Some opposites don't work without each other." "Yes, every act of magic casts an anti-magical shadow. The greater the spell, the stronger the potential backlash." He reached his hand out, and his green fire manifested in a fireball hovering above his palm. "As long as I feed it my power, it stays. When I don't..." He dropped his hand, and the fireball remained a few seconds before it vanished in a puff. "Anti-magic answers by snuffing it out, my energy no longer there to feed it." "So I can stop any magic?" I asked. That sounded too good to be true. "Not any. Some? Maybe. Depends on how strong you are. Anti-magic cannot create or build. It can only respond, absorb, and undo. Some, like you, can channel this reaction directly, becoming living null points where spells unravel. But anti-magic is not infinite.
To wield it is exhausting, like holding back a tide. Pushed too far, it can collapse inward, consuming the bearer as much as the spell. It is not the absence of magic, but magic's reflection, its equal and necessary opposite, as night answers day, as death answers life. He shrugged then and ate the last piece of meat on the rock he used as a makeshift plate. Collapse inward? I repeated after a while. Is that what happened to Frigg? It drove her insane? Loki said nothing, just kept chewing. After what felt like an eternity, he swallowed. I believe so. She couldn't naturally wield it, but sought all kinds of powers to protect her son, including anti-magic. Something dawned on me at those words. Her newfound knowledge of it, that wasn't normal, was it? Even for gods? Loki smiled mirthlessly. No. But you sure seem to know a lot about it. I trailed off as something occurred to me. You said it yourself. You deal, or at least dealt, in magical artifacts up until your exile. That's what interests you, despite being the mastermind of removing it from the Earthside realm. I lowered the uneven but flat enough rock I was using as a makeshift platter, the few bites of food forgotten. You could never let it go, could you? Loki pressed his lips together a moment, but couldn't hold back the words. They murdered my children, he blurted with impressive restraint. The pain and anger in those words could have rung out over the desert, and I wouldn't have thought it an overreaction. Loki inhaled deeply, looking like he was pressing down an abundance of rage. It broke my wife's spirit, and then she was killed too. The why was pointless. The how. On the other hand, I needed to know. I nodded, unafraid of the anger on his face. I knew it wasn't directed at me. It didn't matter whether his kids had died a year ago or centuries ago. It never leaves you, does it? I asked. He didn't say anything, just looked right at me, his unnaturally green eyes still marking him. I get it, I said, and added, well, I don't truly get it. Not on an emotional knowing level. But I am human, and I can imagine and empathize. I'm really sorry that happened to you. He still said nothing, but acknowledged my words for the support they were with a curt nod. I'd never thought about it before, but I was starting to suspect why he and Arlen didn't have any kids, as far as I knew. Not that it was my business, so I didn't ask. Apparently, Dell was right when she said I should trust you with magic, I said instead. She's a talented bog witch. They understand more than most. The days went on, warm and tiring under the tarp. Our water dwindled again as we could carry so little of it. We walked steadily but slowly at night. The less water, the slower our steps. For the first few nights I tried using my magic, conjuring small lights and flames, bright red and blinding in the darkness. I had little control, though, and it mostly seemed like luck when I managed it. As I became more thirsty, I felt it straining to use the ability. I remembered how the Red Kin had drugged Loki back in the Anwin realm, thereby putting his magic out of play for a while. Seemed that if your body and mind didn't work, then neither did your magic. Or anti-magic. Sustenance did, however, do the trick for a short while. We sat under the tarp sharing the last energy bar as the sun roasted the desert. 2 sips and that's it, Loki said, handing me the metal bottle. I slowly drank them, and immediately felt it wasn't enough, the melted energy bar still coating the roof of my mouth. I handed Loki back the bottle, and he drank the last drops. We didn't talk about it. What was the point? We knew we had a couple of days at best in this heat. We hadn't seen any dried-out rivers since the last one, and that was days ago now. There wasn't even any point in trying to go back and find it. When done with the empty bottle, Loki reached out and placed it back in the backpack. His shirt snagged on it for a second, and I briefly saw the tattoo Dell had given him when she'd cast a protection spell on us. I glanced down at my own,
visible beneath my dirty and dusty skin since I'd rolled up my shirt sleeves a bit. The florals twined around each other. Loki's had a stylized dragon doing the same among the plants, biting its own tail. As Loki balled up his jacket and lay down to sleep, I remained seated, trying to look inward again. It was easier than conjuring magic anyway. I could still feel the two forces, an unquestioning part of me, twirl around each other, not unlike the pattern on my tattoo. I homed in on the tattoo then, and felt the magic embedded in it, the ink created from the shard of the sheltering stone, one of Atlantis's crown jewels, there to protect me against magical spells. But now I could feel an even greater force within me, able to do just that. I also knew, by instinct, I supposed, certainly not experience, that I could absorb the magic of the protective tattoo and erase the pattern on my forearm. There was no real need for this external spell to protect me anymore. The way to undo it hovered at the edge of my awareness. I was on the brink, and then I shook my head. It was a gift from Dell, her way of helping and protecting me when my powers had been bound. Besides, you never knew. I let the tattoo be. But the thought of external spells protecting me had me look at my sheathed daggers. The metal of them gleamed in the bright light, despite the shade the tarp provided. I couldn't sense them any longer. That ability had vanished when Antonia had unleashed my magic. I pulled both weapons from their sheaths and looked at them, tried sensing any remains of our lost connection, but there were none. Only a low thrum of something. Energy. I couldn't place it, but then I was a total newbie at this, so that didn't surprise me. Loki had said he thought my anti-magic had been locked inside the daggers, a way for the blood witches involved to harness my anti-magic, which they couldn't bind inside me, since they understood very little of the codependency of those forces. They'd even lost some of their magic trying to control it. No one but true fanatics would do that. Shaking my head, I realized I would not lose any powers doing this. One dagger in each hand, I focused on them. I missed my connection to them. That was all I wanted. As some of my anti-magic stirred and flowed out, I embedded part of it back into the metal. It was tough, but willing to my spell. In the periphery of my vision, sigils floated. I didn't know what they meant. I only felt what was happening and how it was going my way. Taking the dagger in my right hand, I made a small cut on the fleshy part of my thumb, instinctively knowing to do that. A crimson drop emerged. No more. And no more was needed. I gently lifted the blood drop off my skin with the point of the dagger and saw it melt into the metal at once. Felt my connection to the weapon restored, some anti-magic along for the ride. I then repeated the procedure for the other dagger. The blood, little as there was, felt utterly potent, like it could intensify and multiply what I was doing tenfold. Life force. When I was done, I lowered the weapons and felt weak. I had to lie down as dizziness grabbed me and wouldn't let go easily. "First blood spell?" Loki commented. I opened my eyes and saw that while he still lay as he had before, he was not sleeping anymore. "Makes me want to puke," I said. "No wonder, but it seems you did it." "Yeah, I can sense the daggers again," I said, and couldn't help a little smile. It vanished fast when I realized all it took was a drop of blood per dagger. That horrible witch Xanthi had cut large gashes in my back to do this. She'd either been stupid or needed more force to do it. I still couldn't forgive her for the torture. Some sleep made the nausea go away. Seemed I just needed rest to gain some strength. As night fell, I awoke with a sense of panic, but soon realized that I still had it under control. No more magical and anti-magical forces having it out inside me. While thirsty, that night went by fairly uneventfully. We walked, feeling our parched throats, but able to continue without too much hassle. The stars still led the way. As dawn broke, there was still nothing to see on the horizon but more flat landscape. That day, Sleep became more difficult, the heat was suffocating, and the lack of water now became a problem. We didn't catch any animals in the snares either, so food became another problem. Loki found some plants he called honey pods. The name did not advertise the taste. They were chewy and bitter, but the flesh of the pods themselves was edible, and I forced them down, spitting the seeds out as we walked. Loki claimed we'd get some fluids from the plant, but it didn't feel like it. The next day, we struggled to set the snares before retreating under the tarp. The ground was so warm, yet we had little strength for anything but to lie down and try to sleep. That day went by in slow, agonizing hours as the sun baked the landscape. The air pressed against me, almost thrumming from the energy of the heat. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because when I awoke and saw the sun setting, I noticed Loki was not there. Turning in confusion, I spotted his legs outside the tarp as he was standing up. Crawling toward him, I must have given myself away, because he bent down and put his index finger over his mouth to make sure I didn't make a sound. I eased my movements and slipped out from under the tarp to stand next to him. It was still warm, but cooling slightly. The sun colored the horizon in amazing oranges and reds, but Loki seemed uninterested in that beauty. Instead, his gaze was turned to the bushy area in front of us. I raised an eyebrow at him, and he pointed out the direction for me. It took me a moment, but then I saw what he was paying attention to. 4 large animals walking slowly through the bushy area. They were dark and hard to see, but the fur, shaggy tails, and distinctly lupine heads told me those were wolves. Not spectacularly large ones, but likely a danger nonetheless. Animals of that size, Loki suddenly whispered so low I could barely hear him. Need water to survive out here. I perked up at once. Do we follow them? I whispered back. He shook his head. We'll spook them. Too much noise no matter what we do. He looked around the campsite and then at me. You stay here and watch our things. I'll follow them. And with that, he simply shifted into his wolf form. One moment he was there, all human-looking. The next he seemed to fall forward before hitting the ground with his paws, a huge black wolf in front of me. He looked back a moment, the unnaturally green eyes identifying him, before he set off without making a sound. By all means, let's not discuss it, I whispered to myself. I soon lost sight of the small pack and then of Loki as well. All I could do was pack the camp and check the snares. Empty again. I wouldn't be surprised if those wolves had gotten to our potential dinner before us. I waited half the night, banking on him being able to find me easily enough. We were both covered in grime, sweat, and dust at this point. Easy to find via smell, I was sure. My scalp itched from dryness and my hair was more knots than anything. It was easier to keep it in the chignon than try to do something about it. Hours went by, but it was still dark when Loki returned, quiet as a ghost. One moment I was alone, the next I noticed a shadow to my right, and I jumped at the sight of an enormous wolf so close. I cried out on instinct and fell off the rock I was sitting on. A second later I was up, one dagger in my hand, before I realized that of course it was him. If wolves could roll their eyes, this one did. He shifted back to his human form and shook his head. Good grief, Chastity. I thought I taught you better than that, he said. Nope, I sheathed my dagger. You didn't, so? Any luck? He nodded and indicated the direction he'd come from with a backward jerk of his chin. They knew where there's water, all right. If we go now, we might only have some sunlight toward the end of the trek. Don't care. Water's the priority. He was right. As we walked on, still weary but with some hope in our steps, the sun rose before we reached the water. According to Loki, it was a small outcrop of rock, barely a hillock. That was where the small wolf pack had gone to drink. In daylight, though, I could see the small rise of a rocky formation in the distance. It put a spring in my tired steps. My throat was parched, my mouth actually dry in the warm and dusty climate. Are the wolves still here? I asked, apprehensive despite my acute need for water.
Doubtful, Loki said. They were drinking when I left. That was hours ago. We'll have a look around to be sure.
We did, but the rocky outcrop that rose from the sandy ground harbored no predators with teeth. I had no doubt they'd pose a threat despite being smaller. The animals likely didn't feast on large prey out here. The water trickled out from the rock, barely there before vanishing under the stones again. I was about to shove my mouth in there, but Loki got ahead of me with the bottle, sticking the narrow opening under the drops. I sighed and sat on the ground, realizing we were taking the patient and cleaner route, throwing some decorum in there as well. The water, though tepid in this heat, was delicious. Better than the other day, too, as it didn't need filtering. It was fresh and clean to the taste. We sat there for a while, refilling the bottle and taking turns drinking. I could feel my strength returning, my head clearing. Hunger, too, but water was more important right now. We strung up the tarp again, and for once had better shade as the rock provided some. Glad those wolves passed by, I said, as we settled in for yet another day trying to rest and get some sleep.
Glad they were thirsty and not hungry, Loki corrected. Well, considering your magic and mine, which works best when I'm scared half shitless, we'd have made it. Besides, that would have gotten us some dinner. Loki made a moue of disgust. I think that about amounts to cannibalism in my case.
Oh, so you have a line you won't cross? I teased, feeling my mood returning to normal.
I have many and quite moral lines.
Whose morals? A snake's? I quipped, but then thought of something. Loki's wolf form. He moved faster in it, quieter, stronger. I smiled. I told you we'd be partners.
Oh, for crying out loud, Red. What's this now again? He huffed as he rolled up his jacket and put it under his head. You could have gotten a lot farther without me in your wolf form.
Maybe even found a gateway by now.
Maybe, maybe not.
You're not very good at deflection, you know.
I'm the best at it. Maybe the best in this desert. Just admit it. I can count on you. And vice versa, of course. Oh, Chastity, you're the worst. What's the word? Oh, utterly cheesy.
I laughed at that. Yeah, but I suffer from partial arrested development from growing up in a cult. I'm excused.
I'm minded to excuse you and leave right now, he said, and not tell you about what I found.
Tell me about what? I asked naturally. We were in a desert. What was there to find beyond pebbles and dry shrubs?
I think we should change directions, Loki said, likely glad to not be bothered with us being partners at this point.
Maybe I was cheesy. I didn't care. I smiled instead. Why? I asked him. We'd already changed directions to find the watering hole, but I assumed we were changing back again. However, if he'd seen something that made him believe we should change directions, then we should. Loki sighed like getting up now was the most heavy chore, but he did.
Saw this in the dark, he said, but my eyes were a bit better then.
I nodded. As a wolf, he likely saw all kinds of details in the dark. I followed as he led me around the rocky hillock. The sun shone bright, stinging my eyes, but I looked toward the horizon as he pointed. See that?
No?
Above the horizon, barely, but it's there. I strained my eyes to see, and yes, there was something there. Something above the horizon. A line? I ventured. I couldn't discern anything else.
Yes,
Loki said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. And what does a perfectly straight line above the horizon mean? Perfectly straight? I said, and thought about it. Nothing natural, not of that size. It had to be big, considering the distance and width of it. I couldn't see where it ended. It has to be human-made. Loki grinned.
Exactly.
Chapter 6. "Hello?" I shouted for the third time, my voice at least carrying since I'd had my fill of water and we still had some left in the bottle. We'd walked toward the structure all night and then a few hours in bright daylight, since we'd seen it so clearly by then. We gazed up at the enormous feat of engineering as it rose above us, granting us some blessed shade where we stood. The aqueduct rose out of the desert like a wall of stone, a single file of arches marching toward the horizon. Built from light-colored sandstone, each span was massive, the pillars so broad they seemed hewn from the bones of mountains, their shadows falling long across the sand. Above, the sandstone channel caught the intense daylight, carrying its hidden current as steadily as a heartbeat, unperturbed by the heat and storms of the desert. The spikus, the covering over the water, saw to that. It really was an impressive piece of technology in its simplicity, bringing water from mountainous regions into Atlantis to keep the city alive, in all honesty. There were several of them, and they all led water to the edges of the canyon harboring the vast city, and the water was distributed from there. "Anyone up there?" I shouted again. We'd been walking along the aqueduct on ground level for a while, but had come across one of the floating stations, the engineers' quarters, quicker than expected. They were spread out over some distance, housing the engineers who surveyed the aqueducts, repaired the damage they could when needed, and reported everything else to be repaired. The aqueducts were a priority of the state. We all needed the massive amounts of water they provided. The so-called floating stations earned their name from the way they seemed to hang in midair. Square structures of pale stone and timber, they jutted out beneath the arches like improbable extensions of the aqueduct itself. From a distance, they looked detached from the massive pillars, suspended above the desert with nothing but empty air beneath them, as though they truly floated. "Seems kinda deserted," I said to Loki, who waited patiently, though he seemed relieved to be out of direct sunlight, as was I.
"No, they're watching us,"
he said, and shrugged like that wasn't alarming. "What? We're dying down here. Not judging by the way you're making noise."
"Ha! Ha! Hello?"
A shout sounded from above as a head popped out from a window on the side of the engineering station. 15 minutes later, we found ourselves up inside the station house with a guy in his 50s with wild gray hair, dressed in simple pants and a striped shirt, named Irving.
"Apologies for the wait,"
he said, as he swung the heavy door open just as the lift clattered to a stop. It was a cage of iron and timber, hauled up and down by a rope and pulley system anchored deep into the stone above. The counterweight still swayed with a dull thud against the wall, a reminder of how far the desert floor lay below. "Not everyone out here is a friendly visitor." "I get that," I said as we entered what was essentially a small kitchen and office combo. The engineers, usually two as far as I knew, lived here, and there were 2 doors to our left and 1 to our right. Enough room, at least, judging by my first impression. "What made you let us in?" Irving scratched several days' worth of stubble as he eyed us.
"Most desert dwellers look a bit better. No offense."
"None taken," I said and smiled.
"Really?"
Loki said, indignation bleeding from his voice. "We looked awful, though. At least I knew he did. He actually sported a beard now, which was as dusty as his hair. Minus the beard, I assumed the same of myself. We both wore sweat-stained and filthy clothes, and my skin felt as dry as his looked.
"First things first,"
Irving said and walked over to the sink.
"I assume you'd like some water?"
He turned on the tap, and I'll admit the first sight of properly running water in a couple of weeks had my eyes bulging. "Yes, please," I muttered and followed him, Loki approaching too. This was not a moment to be too proud, and the water was cold and immensely good. I felt like the wealthiest person in the realm in that moment, as I could drink and refill the glass Irving gave me at will.
"How far is the city?"
Loki asked as he refilled his glass and chugged it down.
"A day and a half of walking," Irving said. "In that direction."
He pointed toward the side of the room with only 1 door.
And there were only 2 directions, weren't there? Taking the wrong one would be immensely annoying. "We're sorry to intrude," I began. "We are?" Loki said and shook his head. "Personally, I'm glad to find a piece of civilization at this point," Irving laughed. "We are stocked well on these stations. It's not uncommon for people lost in the desert to show up. Let me guess. Bad gateway?" I snorted. "You could say that." "About 2 weeks' walk in that direction," Loki added and pointed toward the window Irving had looked out of earlier. "Ah, yes. That's a lot of days without food or water. But you must have found some. You actually don't look half as weak as many who show up here." That was thanks to Loki's survival skills, and I knew how lucky I'd been to be stranded with him. If I'd been alone, I'd likely not be standing where I currently was. "Anyway," Irving went on, "and again, no offense, but there's a shower if you'd like it." He made a little subconscious twitch to his nose. "There's a shower?" I blurted, surprised at the luxury. "Well, yes." Irving grinned at me. "If there's one thing we have here, it's water." He pointed at the lone door. I laughed as I put my glass down on the small kitchen counter. "I'm first," I told Loki, and ran over there before he could protest. There was plenty of water, all right, coming from the channel above us. It was cold, but I didn't care at this point. Nor did I care that the bottle of soap was likely Irving's. I washed days of dirt, grime, and sweat off myself, and then grabbed my clothes and rinsed the worst out of them too under the spray. Redressing in wet clothes was uncomfortable, but better than putting on completely filthy ones. It wasn't like I could get them spotless under the shower. My hair was still tangled but free of dust. I wound it back up into a chignon and walked over to the mirror, seeing that I wasn't sunburned. That wasn't a surprise. We'd kept out of direct sunlight as much as possible, and Loki was not sunburned either. And I'd been right. Like his, my face was dry, and extra dry now that I'd been in the shower. No matter, I'd lather my skin with lotion when back home. As I entered the kitchen again, I found Loki eating toasted bread with jam, and my mouth watered for the first time since eating Idune's apple. Our desert diet had kept us fed, but had not been tasty in the least. I munched down a few slices myself, not caring for decorum. The sweet taste of the jam felt so much stronger than I remembered. As Loki hit the shower, I followed Irving's instruction upon my request to see the top of the aqueduct and climbed a ladder from near the elevator's entrance that led me up to the spikas, the roof covering the flowing water and protecting it from sandstorms. I emerged through an opening in the stonework and climbed farther up, using steps carved into the stone. As I reached the top and stood at least 60 meters above the ground, I felt the wind, warm but forceful, as the sun shone bright up there. At this point, though, I didn't see it as a danger anymore since I could retreat at will at any time. I looked around. The desert ran in long, pale swells, thorny shrubs stippling the flats. Heat haze made the horizon wobble. Dust devils stitched thin columns here and there, and the aqueduct drew a ruler straight line through it all, marching toward a city I still couldn't see. I peered in the direction I now knew Atlantis to be. Not seeing it yet was all right. I knew we'd make it now. I felt relieved. No more sickness, no more magical war inside me. I'd survived. Loki'd survived. And home was close by. I lay down on the spikas then, heard the thrum of the water passing by right beneath me, and let the sun dry my clothes, a simple feat out there. Chapter 7. As I walked out of my bathroom, newly showered and wearing clean clothes, the world felt right. I pulled my fingers through my hair, not a knot hindering them for the first time in weeks. Copious amounts of shampoo and conditioner had done the trick. I hear the desert is supposed to give people a nice tan. I whirled around at the voice, only to find Corey in the now open doorway to my room, leaning against the frame. Tall and lean,
with blonde hair a little tousled, handsome and grinning like he knew it. "Well," I said, feeling my pulse spike a bit, "I thought you knew we gingers shun the sun like vampires." I couldn't help the smile that broke out on my lips as I ran to him and jumped the guy, arms and legs clinging around him as he took a step back, laughing and embracing me. "You had me worried there for a sec, Em," he said next to my ear. "Nothing to worry about," I said, and pulled back from the embrace, Corey still holding my clinging frame up. I looked into his familiar blue eyes and saw the warmth for me there. It made me smile. "I'm fit as a fiddle now." I leaned in again and kissed him. I had missed him so much. Had missed this. This intimate way of being I'd never experienced with anyone else before, because this wasn't based solely on attraction and having the same convictions. The kiss was as I remembered, and still knew. It made something flutter inside me. "I hope you're not just stopping by on your way to a job or something," I said, as I pulled back a bit. Corey's eyes snagged over my shoulder to the bed. "Wouldn't dream of it," he said, and winked at me. We laughed and kissed again, and he got one step inside the bedroom as someone cleared their throat. We broke the kiss, and both noticed Walworth down the hall as Corey half turned around with me in his arms. "Oh, Worthy," I said, and jumped down from Corey. Can we help with something?" Walworth, the older, slender, and always dark-clad butler, looked professional as ever, as if there was nothing awkward going on. "There's a visitor, miss," he said. "Is it important?" I asked, hoping it was someone I could blow off. I had better plans than visitors at the moment. I slid my hand into Corey's. "It's Alan Sierran, miss." That stopped me short. I stared at Walworth. "Uncle Alan?" "Yes." I blinked. "Here?" "Yes." "On purpose?" "Yes, miss." The last time my uncle had been in this house was because Loki and I had seeded some suspicions in his head about the Red Kin and their whereabouts. He had no reason to come here now. No friendly ones, at least. "All right," I said, and squared my shoulders, holding on to Corey's warm and comforting hand. "Let's see what he wants." I was still holding on to Corey's hand by the time Walworth had shown us all into the parlor. As far as I knew, Loki was somewhere in the house. He'd likely show up if he felt compelled. Uncle Alan looked much the same as ever with his dark hair already touched by a few strands of gray, his blue eyes sharp and steady. The resemblance to my mother seemed extra poignant after what had happened in the Anwen realm. For a second, we all just looked at each other, neither of us sure where to start. Then Uncle Alan nodded toward Corey and me, still holding hands. "I suppose you spoke the truth when you said there was nothing between you and that questionable roommate of yours." Corey was a little too late in stifling a laugh, clearly thinking questionable was a mild word. I guessed Corey was less questionable than Loki, though. I shrugged at the thought. At this point in life, it was people's character that meant most to me. Not what they believed and if it was aligned with my beliefs, but what they had given me. Freedom to be me, regardless of how I stepped right into stupid messes sometimes. I smiled at my uncle. "This is Corey, Uncle. And yeah, he's not my roommate." I asked Uncle Alan to sit as they shook hands, and to my surprise, he did. He sat on one of the padded green chairs next to a small table, and Corey and I took 2 other ones opposite him. "I came a few days ago," Uncle said. "But Walworth said you weren't here, that you were sick. Is that still the case?" "Oh, yeah," I said, as he was looking at my face, and I suddenly realized that I hadn't put on my face cream, my skin feeling dry after the shower. It probably showed, but would soon go away as I could now stay hydrated and treat it. "I was sick. I'm better now, though. Just a remnant," I said, and subconsciously touched my cheek. "What happened?" he asked. It seemed like a simple question, but from him it wasn't. There was a lot of bad blood. mostly from me and my parents' side. Clearly, he saw my hesitancy in answering, for he changed the subject.
Never mind. I suppose you're wondering why I came here today.
Just a bit, I said, eyeing him carefully. Corey kept quiet, leaving this to us, but staying for support. I appreciated that so much more than I think he realized. I was just getting used to such gestures.
It's been a few weeks now since you and your roommate came to my home asking about the Red Kin and their whereabouts.
Yes, thanks for the information you provided in that regard, by the way. Turned out you were right. Uncle was about to say something, but paused as he looked at me. For once, his eyes weren't bleeding with disdain. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he looked puzzled.
Have you read any of today's papers? He asked suddenly.
I shook my head and looked at Corey, who gave a small smile. He clearly had. But I had returned from the desert after spending the last day and a half walking on top of the aqueduct, staying the last night in a floating station closer to the city. It was the first time I'd actually slept soundly since leaving Idun's garden and ending up in the Atlantis desert. When Loki and I had reached the city this morning, we'd hurried back here, not stopping to read any papers.
It was reported today that Kerwin Bowden is dead. It was slightly graphic, but they even published photos of his dead body.
Wow, I uttered. That was unusual. Maybe there was a need to prevent anyone from thinking this was a lie. It was important that any remnant fanatical kin on the loose saw that proof.
There have been rumors for some days, though, Uncle continued.
He sat seemingly relaxed in the chair.
It's been flying through the constabulary that the bastard had been killed.
Oh, was all I could think to say to that.
And somehow that happened not long after you and your friend came asking about where the Red Kin were being imprisoned. Imagine that. Usually Uncle was so easy to read, this poorly restrained anger bleeding off him, but now I was struggling to see where he was going with this.
I uttered. Do you miss him or something?
The words just fell out of me.
Silly me for not thinking before speaking, but situations like this always made me do it. Uncle Alan, though, surprised me in a way I didn't expect. He started laughing, a rumbling laughter that struck my memories at once. I haven't heard you laugh like that since you visited us Earthside and played with me in the garden, kicking a ball around. I shut up immediately. I hadn't meant to say that, but the sound of his laughter awoke the memory so fast. I'd loved it when he visited us. My uncle from a magical world as Atlantis seemed to me back then. Uncle stopped laughing, but his face looked all different. The bite in his voice was gone. The hardness in his eyes softened.
I'm sure you went there, he said. Why else ask me where the kin were? Something happened in the Anwen realm, but what I came here for, truly, is to hear the news about your parents.
I swallowed hard at that. My parents? I glanced at Corey, who could only give me a look of, say what you want.
From what I hear,
Uncle said, drawing my attention back to him,
Kerwin Bowden was killed, and there's some large secrecy going on in the Anwen realm now. A few constables have been recruited to help sort the mess, as many people are needed there. They're sworn to secrecy, so naturally all we know is that the kin are trapped somehow.
Oh, I said to that. Then I realized this was my chance. Uncle was reaching out here, giving me a chance. I looked at Corey, who nodded encouragingly, apparently reading my mind, and decided to leave a few things out. My uncle, the inspector, did not need to know everything about the four of us who'd gone to the Anwen realm. But some things? Well, I figured he had a right to know some of them.
Mom, I began. She's dead.
Uncle Alan drew a deep breath and released it before he nodded.
How?
He asked then. It wasn't pretty, I told him. She was yelling at me for not living up to what she wanted, what she'd created me for. I had to pause and clear my throat for that soul-wrenching fact. Then she was shot by one of the kin, who was likely aiming at me, but might not have been an expert at using a rifle. There was a pause. "Rifle?" Uncle finally said. "I guess you still need powerful weapons if you won't use magic." Uncle looked surprised at this. Am I wrong in thinking they were planning a new coup if they had gotten their hands on firearms? "We believe so," Corey said. "They had an entire arsenal." The thought of what would have happened here in Atlantis was evident on my uncle's shocked face. "Please, tell me what happened," he said then, and that please meant a lot to me. I didn't have much family, and now with my mother dead, I had even less. If I could do anything to gain some modicum of trust between us, I would. So I told him. Told him about our going there, about what we found and experienced. Left out some important tidbits about Corey and Arlen, but left most of it in there. Uncle Alan had been at odds with my parents for years, not knowing the full extent of their life among the kin, or the lengths they'd truly go to. Uncle sat listening in silence, the sudden mirth that had appeared on his face gone, replaced by a stony one that at least wasn't as marked by anger as usual. When I came to the part about my mother's death, he still didn't say anything. Not until I was done. "So, you have some magic in your veins?" he commented first. "Yup. Did you know about the magic that used to run in our family?" For once, he didn't react to my pointing out the fact that we were in the same family. That had irked him immensely. "Not when I was a boy," he told me. "Morgan was actually the one who told me when I was older." Would have thought she'd want to keep that secret, given her involvement with the kin, Corey commented, and I nodded. It was sort of a forgotten truth in the family, but Morgan found out. Honestly, I think it bothered her that she didn't inherit it. "What?" I blurted. I shook my head and indicated that he should continue. "I know. Seems rather ironic. But I believe that's it." She was interested in the beginning, seeming disappointed the magic wasn't inherited anymore. Then Kerwin Bowden entered her life, and I think that was easier on her, you know? Kind of like someone withdrawing and isolating before anyone has the chance to reject them. Hating magic was easier than desperately wanting it. I let out a huff of air at this information but said nothing, not wanting to stop him now that he was willing to talk to me. "Then she met your father. I'm not at all sure of how it happened, but he ran his family's import business to Atlantis from Earthside. They hired people on a temporary basis to help haul the merchandise on this side of the veil with no cars. Your mother was one of them. But with what you're telling me now, I believe that may have been staged, especially if Bowden had targeted him in the beginning. It's strange, you know. They were young, and as far as I knew, my sister didn't want children that young. She had many dreams of travel and education, but they got married fast, and not because of a pregnancy either. You were born a couple of years later. They moved here first and lived here until she was pregnant with you and well on her way." "Wait, what?" I made a grimace of confusion. "They lived Earthside since they got married," I pointed out, and then shook my head. "Sorry, apparently they lied to me. Again." Uncle nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, seems like it. From what you just told me, they lived here, where your father's magical side could be ignited. It always struck me as inconvenient, as he needed to run the business from Earthside, where the canned goods actually come from. He was back and forth a lot in those days." I nodded. That actually made sense. If the point had been to have a kid with the power of both bloodlines, then living in the magicless Earthside realm wouldn't have helped. "Then, things changed for the worse when they came back. Your father seemed to care little for the business, which wasn't like him. My sister was as she always was, devoted to her hatred of magic, very strict in her parenting now. She told me on many occasions how the Earthside realm was a bad influence on you, How you would question things, choose your friends, and so on. I was a teenager. Just so. Quite normal, but she was adamant you needed to come here. She berated your father for being too lax, like family life was supposed to be a job or a performance. Uncle shook his head at the sadness. Sometimes, I think he wanted out, but he never said anything. Really? I said. I remember my father, part of the fire circle, devoted to the kin's beliefs like no one else. In the end, he went down with them. Uncle pursed his lips in thought for a moment. Yeah, a sad fate all in all. I guess blind faith is a worse prison than the real deal sometimes. You sound like you feel sorry for him, Uncle. I thought you hated us all. He nodded. My relationship with your parents unraveled the more they got involved with the kin. I saw that group for what they were from the beginning. They were exactly like my sister, hating what they couldn't have and therefore setting out to destroy it. When the kin staged their coup and took over, I, like many others in the constabulary, had to take action. We mostly went underground. I was told to stay put as my so-called connections could be used if needed. I hated that. Understandable. We ruined your career. You think I cared about that? He said, surprise on his face. Yeah. Isn't that why you hated us so much? He shook his head. I hated the kin. Many of my friends and colleagues disappeared during those 6 years. I didn't hate you, but I did not trust any of you, nor was I particularly impressed by your choices. Fair enough, I muttered, because he was so right. I would have turned him in a heartbeat if given a good reason. You were an adult by this time, and though I realize you were born into this, a bit more on purpose than I initially realized, he added, and I winced at the knowledge of how I came to be born. But, he continued, you didn't leave of your own accord. No, I said, and looked at Corey, smiling. I needed some uncomfortable truths pushed upon me. He smiled back at that, remembering the day we'd met for the first time. Some planted seeds from him about how the world outside wasn't as bad as I'd been told, and some bitter truths from illustrious Guide's mouth that day had begun to shake the foundations of the mental fortress keeping all beliefs in the kin in the center of my mind. I think I needed to go down with everyone else, too. I learned some truths the day the kin fell that could grow in my mind as I was taken away from all that and isolated for a while. No one was there to tell me how to think. I shrugged. Yeah, Uncle Allen said. I think I see that now. You do? I couldn't hide the hope in my voice at that. I heard the doorbell ring out in the foyer, but didn't care. Walworth would handle it. For the first time, my uncle was talking to me in a civilized manner, and he had no reason to. I was not wasting this chance. I thought giving you, and many others like you, only 2 years in exile was a huge mistake on the court's part, but maybe what most of you needed was time away from the kin. Time to learn to think for yourselves. It seems, judging by the rumors coming from the Anwin realm and the things you have told me now, that keeping them together in a prison camp only stokes the fire. In the dungeons, they had separate cells or shared 1, 2, or 3 together. But in that camp, with Bowden there... He paused and shook his head. With that pit nipple there, it was bound to end up in the sewers. That last statement was so Lantian it made me smile. Why did the state even allow it? Corey asked. Uncle shrugged. Best guess? It was cheaper and easier to avoid anyone ever seeing a kin member ever again, to stop them from spreading their anti-magic beliefs. I think you're right, I told Uncle. There are many in that prison camp who will never admit to any wrongdoing. The belief is too strong in them. I don't think they can even fathom a life after realizing they were wrong. Mom was one of them, I think. But there are those who, if given the chance, might change their ways. Uncle nodded again. Takes hard work and courage to do that. And determination, Corey added, smiling at me. For a second, I didn't know what to say as they looked at me. It meant so much to me for them to see I was no longer that person. She'd begun to crumble the day her illustrious guide had admitted the truth about the beloved 10, when he also revealed he was willing to let the children in the pyramid starve. That had been the beginning of the end of my beliefs, and I was suddenly so grateful for my exile as punishment. I had been so scared back then, still afraid of being cut off from the kin. Turned out that was one of the best things that had ever happened to me, and I told my uncle as much, as he was now seated in front of me, offering an olive branch, finally willing to listen. Chapter 8. As it turned out, Uncle Alan wasn't the only one listening. "Why hasn't Walworth come in here?" Corey suddenly asked. "Huh?" I said, and then remembered the doorbell. "Something wrong?" He pressed his lips together for a moment, as he clearly listened to something. "What's wrong?" I asked, knowing that Corey's hearing far surpassed mine. "I don't know. Probably nothing, but someone's waiting for something out in the foyer." "Huh," I said, and looked at the door. Waiting for what? If it were me, then Walworth would have come here. "You can hear that all the way in here, huh?" Uncle Alan said, eyeing Corey, though not with any visible suspicion in his eyes. He merely looked and sounded curious. How strange. How nice. "Half-elven ears," I said and got up. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Uncle smiling at that fact. "Elf? You surely have moved on then, Em." His use of my nickname for the first time in years had me beaming at him. I wasn't foolish enough to think everything was suddenly just fine, but I was sure he finally believed I had changed my ways. That was a start, and I couldn't ask for more. Still, Corey's observation had me curious, and I moved over to the door, which was thankfully of the sliding kind. I eased it open an inch to see who it was out there, just as Loki came walking into the foyer, a bottle of beer in his hand. So, he'd been raiding the kitchen after our return. That was next on my plan, too. While we'd gotten some actual food in the floating stations, finding something other than chewy lizards, big rodents, and bitter plants to eat was a blessing in itself. "Raldo Hunter," Loki said. It's not really a surprise, is it?" I couldn't see the hunter, but felt my pulse spike in an agitated way, quite the opposite of how Corey had affected me when he had shown up earlier. "A few weeks ago you told me Ms. Morgan would be well again." "What can I say?" Loki drawled and took a swig of the bottle. "Her sickness is resistant to treatment. She's quite incapacitated." "So ill she could flee to another realm with you?" Raldo asked. I saw Loki grin in a mirthless kind of way as I noticed both Corey and my uncle came up beside me to witness this, likely because I didn't go through to participate myself. But then, since Loki was claiming I was still sick, that would be a bad idea. I was sure he had his reasons for sticking to that story. "Tried getting her some help," Loki said. "Didn't lead to anything." Was what Raldo had to say to that. "How are the pardons coming along?" Loki asked before drinking more of his beer. A scoff escaped Raldo. I assumed him to be near the door, but couldn't be sure. But if Walworth had left him alone there while getting Loki, we needed to search for more signal trackers. There was no need to repeat the mistake of having hunters following us again. "Pardons?" Uncle whispered. I could only smile in response. He didn't need an explanation for that. "Last time I came here, I told you Ms. Theano had a job for you. I remember. Ms. Morgan is needed to remove the magical dome currently entrapping the Redkin in the Anwin realm." "She's still sick," Loki said. "You know, some cooperation might go a long way in ensuring those pardons come through, Mr. Loft." Loki merely shrugged. "Law-abiding and pardoned citizens can also easily be persuaded to do the right thing and help. Tell me, is the Primus aware that you're stalling this process on his behalf?" Unable to see the hunter's face, I could only assume he was smiling viciously at that because an uncaring smile appeared on Loki's face.
I will need to see Ms. Morgan. If she was able to travel to the Asgard realm, she is surely able to go to the Onwin realm again and fix her own mess.
I drew a breath at that, but I shouldn't be surprised. As far as I knew, sound traveled through that dome. The inmates had likely told the authorities what had happened.
You can't take it down?
Uncle whispered, and I shook my head. It's not that easy. I know I shouldn't ask you to trust me, but if I knew how, I'd take it down at once. His brows knitted somewhat in thought, but at least there was no disdain to trace in his eyes. I knew so well how that looked.
Quite sick,
Loki said out there.
At this point, I am insisting,
Raldo went on, clearly not caring if I was at death's door.
I'm sure you are, and I don't really care much about what you want. Listen, Mr. Loft,
the hunter uttered in stilted, hard words that told me he was barely bothering to keep civil.
I am going to go up there and see.
He broke off.
What?
Loki said, seemingly innocent. That word didn't really go well with him in general.
The
hunter uttered, quite unlike him to lose his composure.
He suddenly said, sounding more alert. A fae. Your glamour will have no effect on me.
What are you talking about? Came Arlen's voice. She must have been upstairs, likely in Loki's room, and now attempted her glamour on Raldo. No, hunters likely had protections against such magic. Raldo scoffed again.
Spare me. And who exactly are you?
Loki seemed unperturbed by her appearance, and it suddenly dawned on me. They were playing for time. Raldo had obviously been here when I was sick and then sent packing. He wasn't giving up that easily this time. I turned. I need to get upstairs, I whispered urgently to Corey, who nodded and turned, heading for the door that led out onto the patio behind the house. I glanced at my uncle. Please don't get hung up on this. I hope we can talk some more again, I added hopefully. He nodded, eyes narrowed, but more in a confused way than anything. He came along as I went after Corey. Out on the patio, the sun was shining, and for a second I did not feel ready to be outside after the desert, but it couldn't be helped. I glanced up the wall and saw the window to my room was open, though just a crack, but that would do. Don't tell Loki this, I told Corey, but give me a boost up to the overhang. It'll save me a few seconds. Corey nodded and bent, cupping his hands, fingers laced, for me to step into. He then gave me the boost, lifting me up as I halfway jumped via his hands. Grabbing onto the narrow decorative overhang, I took it from there. I'd practiced scaling this house so many times with Loki that it wasn't hard anymore. Soon the window to my bedroom came within reach. I opened it and climbed through. Only half a thought went to how much of a shame it was that Uncle was here to see this behavior, now that he was finally talking to me. But it couldn't be helped. Loki had to know we were in the parlor. Walworth would have told him, which meant he wanted me up here. Why else stall Raldo that way? When inside, I hastened to pull the window almost shut, as it had been before, making a beeline for the bed. There, I wrenched my jeans and socks off, kicking them under the bed and then diving for the covers wearing my t-shirt and panties. I purposefully used my hands to shake my hair so it looked disheveled. It had dried enough downstairs while talking to my uncle for the treatment to have an effect. Then I lay down and curled up under the covers, back to the door. Not 2 seconds later, the door opened. "This is very unseemly," I heard Arlen protest as she and Loki were likely following Raldo inside.
"It's necessary,"
Raldo's sharp voice came.
"Ms. Morgan,"
he added, his bedside manner horrible, considering I was supposed to be sick. He repeated my name again, this time closer to my head, likely bending down to peer at me. "What?" I mumbled as the covers were jerked off me. There was no need to pretend now as I instinctively curled up more at that action. An unforgiving hand grabbed my chin and forced my face up from the pillow. I merely squinted, refusing to focus on the bastard.
"What's with her skin?" Raldo barked.
"Dehydrated. Poor thing cannot keep anything down," Arlen said.
"Humph," he said, and let go. "She's pale and skinny. What a douche."
But that was what a diet of lizards and desert plants for several days would do. "As I told you," Arlen said with a dramatic sigh. "I'm gonna barf," I muttered, hoping to sell the act.
"And this is due to magic?"
"It was bound," Loki said from somewhere nearby. "She reacted badly to it." Which wasn't a lie at all. "Perv," I muttered to Raldo, who didn't seem to care, as I reached a shaking hand toward the covers and tried pulling them back over myself. "Here, dearie," Arlen said, and a shadow fell over me. "Let me help you." I felt the covers being pulled properly over me, which made it easier to hide that I was faking it.
"She needs to heal from this," Raldo grumbled.
"I believe she is trying, Hunter," Arlen said.
"She needs to take down that shield sooner rather than later, you understand?"
"Why not find a blood witch to do it?" Loki asked.
"Can't find one strong enough,"
Raldo said. Well, damn. I hadn't expected that. It made things more complicated, as I had no clue how to do it. I had no clue how I'd created it in the first place.
"How long has she got?"
The hunter went on. No bedside manner at all.
"She was dying," Loki said. "If we move her now, we're back to that."
There was a long pause as the three likely stared at each other. I lay still, curled up and covered. Then I heard them all move.
"I'll be back in 3 days,"
I heard Raldo say as his voice faded due to going through the door.
"And I'm taking her with me regardless of her condition."
"Understood," Loki drawled.
"Saving the red kin must be at the top of the hunter's list."
Risking a glance toward the door, I couldn't hear Raldo's no doubt insulted response, but I didn't miss Loki's quick wink my way before he left the room behind Arlen. Sinking back, I exhaled hard. If our pardons were now in Raldo's hands, I needed to figure out that dome real quick. Chapter 9. 2 blissful days went by where I'm pretty sure I only ate tasty food, drank whatever I wanted and when, felt my skin return to normal, and generally just spent time with Corey. I had to sneak in and out of the house, though, so my spying neighbors didn't report my sudden recovery to Raldo and his cohorts. I genuinely did not know how to fix the mess I'd created in the Anwen realm, but I was sure the kin inside the prison camp weren't starving, as there had been plenty of food in there. Now that Kerwin wasn't alive to hoard it for himself, they could divide it between them. My magic was a problem I'd postponed, though. I knew that, but the others had let it be these couple of days. Maybe it was the thought that I needed to do something that kept magic at the forefront of my mind as I climbed the fence to the garden and began walking up to the house. The garden breathed cool night air. Jasmine and night-blooming flowers threaded the dark with sweetness. As I stepped onto the patio, I felt something stir at the edge of my mind, something unseen tugging. I winced at the sensation and looked properly at the house. Some lights were on. Nothing unusual there, and yet somehow it felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I drew one of my daggers anyway. The weapon felt comforting in my hand as I reached out and touched the sliding door with my free hand. A small spark of magic reared up and then died at my touch. While I had no control over my own magic, I was certain I hadn't done that. I still felt a sense of elation at the equilibrium inside me, the forces not battling it out anymore. I touched the door again, this time focusing and trying to sense something about the magic embedded there. I couldn't decipher it. Of course I couldn't. But I recognized something, the power behind it. It gave me a subdued version of the power I'd felt when using my own blood to work my magic. The raw and pure power from the blood had been utterly transcendent. Was someone using blood magic around? Or had I gone mad and done this myself? Judging by the last few weeks, I wouldn't put it past me. Still, I reached out again, felt the same sensation fade at my touch, and opened the door. It was quiet inside. That wasn't unusual. We were 3 people in the current household, and even Loki didn't make noise all day long. Yet something felt off, even more so inside. I checked the nearest rooms, but found no one. My pulse spiked as I stood in the foyer, looking at the stairs. No, best to check downstairs first. I turned and walked toward the library and kitchen beyond. I didn't get to the kitchen, though. As I pushed open the door to the library, I raised my dagger at the sight that awaited me. A dark-haired woman was seated at the end of the large table in there, seemingly normal, and yet not. "Hello, Emery," she said, her voice steady and soft at the same time. Yeah. Who are you, and what's going on here?" I said, making no move to lower my dagger. The woman merely smiled, revealing a few laugh lines at the edges of her dark eyes. She looked to be around 40, maybe, though you could never really be certain in Atlantis. She had striking brown eyes, though she gave the distinct impression of someone exhausted. I was aware enough not to be fooled, though. This woman had cast some spell on my home, a spell of blood magic. "Where is everyone?" I added as she opened her mouth to say something, though I doubted it was to answer my previous questions. The ex-god is who knows where, and the old man was overcome with a sudden compulsion to go out and enjoy life a little. I stared at her, not quite knowing what to do. So she'd sent Walworth away with her magic. And yes, Loki was seldom one to just sit at home at night if nothing was going on. "You're a blood witch?" I asked instead, hoping what she said was true. She nodded. "I am, and I think you and I should have a chat. It's about time. I merely wanted us to be alone for it." I didn't bother hiding the suspicion on my face. She smiled and indicated a chair beside her. "Please sit, Emery." I scoffed at that. It was unnerving, her knowing my name. I sat, but chose the chair opposite her on the other end of the table, placing my dagger in front of me. The other dagger stayed in its sheath, ready to be drawn if needed. "Thank you," she said, smiling as she glanced at the dagger, likely thinking it was no threat. Then again, with its anti-magic restored as well as my connection to it, I felt better with it. Besides, I'd gotten out of a few magical jams with it before. "Do you prefer English or Lantian?" she suddenly asked. I blinked. Odd question. It meant she knew of my upbringing Earthside, though, and she knew my name. The woman wanted something. I noticed her clothes were akin to a businesswoman Earthside, a blue silk blouse with a form-fitted black blazer over it. "When in Atlantis," I told her. She nodded again. "It's an older language, but even Lantian has modernized during the last century." She sighed like this was a travesty. I had no patience for linguistics. "It doesn't seem fair that you know my name and not the other way around," I said, adding a blunt. "Who are you?" "My name is Claudia, and since we are, as you said, in Atlantis, I suppose my name would be Claudia Livia." Both names rang a bell. Claudia? Loki had told how he'd met a blood witch named Claudia the day he'd met Arlen. But that was centuries ago. And Livia? How could I forget Loki's tale of the blood witch who'd helped him rid the Earthside realm, and thereby the gods of old, of magic? I eyed the witch seated across from me. "Your mom's name was Livia? And you're a blood witch?" "I am. I take it you've heard of my mother." It wasn't really a question. I exhaled and shook my head slowly at the realization. "Yes, I have. She was the greatest blood witch to roam the Earthside realm, or so I've been told." So Claudia was Livia's daughter? I didn't think Loki was aware of that. "Few know that nowadays," Claudia said. "But I suppose you do have access to one of the original sources, so to speak." Who you clearly don't want in the house right now, I pointed out. Claudia smiled again. All in good time. But no, right now I want to talk to you. I hear your powers have finally been unbound. I couldn't help narrowing my eyes as I looked at her. She sat utterly relaxed, not threatened or scared in any way. Then again, if she'd inherited her mother's powers, she had little to fear. Thanks to a fanatic witch who never bothered to ask if I wanted them, I said. Turned out she wasn't a kinswoman after all. She said she belonged to something called the Silent Heralds. Claudia didn't even blink at that. My guess is you're connected to one of those groups, coming here, talking about my magic, and casting a curse over my home. Not a curse. A spell. It will come down soon enough. And no, I am not a kinswoman either, though I've had dealings with them over the years. They have been useful fools, I'm sorry to say. I am connected to the Silent Heralds, though. That much is true. They were my mother's doing. Your mom? Yes. As time passed, she regretted her actions. I trust you've heard of what she did since you know who she was? I nodded. Yeah. She helped Loki end magic in the Earthside realm. Claudia sighed. She did. She was grief-stricken at the time, having lost my sister. But the cruelty of the gods telling her she could have her back was too much. She went along with the insane plan. Insane? Kind of worked, though. Claudia shrugged. She had me a couple of centuries later. It took her that long to get to a point where she could have a new try at life. Slowly, she began to regret the spell. She was the only witch of any kind, the only one who could wield magic in the Earthside realm. Clever witch, I said and smiled. Livia would have been the only one to weave her spell that way. Does that apply to you as well? Yes, her descendants can wield magic Earthside. It is as good as dead and gone there, but not quite. That would be impossible. Because of anti-magic? Yeah, I've learned that the hard way, I said, full of resignation at this point. I sense that in you, Claudia said. You have some control over your powers, that's good. It's good for staying alive and sane. What else it's good for, I don't know. But I'm sure you didn't break into my home and cast a spell over it to repel unwanted listeners just to have a chat about your mom? While an important piece to explain all this mess, my mother is not all I'm here for now. Then maybe you should get to the point? Because while your spell doesn't seem to affect me, I'm of a mind to leave here anyway. While I didn't doubt who this woman was, I had no idea what she was up to, and her coming here like this surely didn't bode well. My mother created the Silent Heralds. She came to the conclusion that what she'd helped create, a magicless world, was wrong. As she said, they had no right to make that choice. I believe all involved were mad with grief, but that does not take away from what the Earthside realm could have been today. So the Silent Heralds are... Claudia drew a breath and exhaled. They strive to return magic to the Earthside realm. I leaned back in the chair at that, letting those words hover a moment. So, let me get this straight. You guys are trying to return magic, while the Red Kin tried to do the opposite? Then what in the realms is the connection between the two? The answer to that is quite a simple one, Emery, Claudia said and leaned forward a bit, a small smile on her lips, yet she looked almost sad. It suddenly felt warm in the library, like what she said next already weighed heavily on me. The connection between us is you, of course. Me? I said, shaking my head at the warmth. Not like in the desert, but a pressure around me. Of course. The Red Kin and their... well, leader. She didn't even try to hide her disdain at the mention of Kerwin Bowden. They would never have thought of how to bring someone like you to life on their own. She sighed like patience with the kin was a great burden to bear. The bookcases towering along the walls of the library suddenly felt closer, like they were closing in somehow. "How?" I uttered. "It's simple, Emery," Claudia told me. "We gave them the idea and knowledge needed, so they could, in their madness, create you." I barely registered her sad smile as I realized she was doing something to me. Abruptly, I stood, the chair toppling over behind me in a crash to the floor. When I reached for my dagger, I somehow managed to knock it farther onto the table surface instead. "What the? I wheezed, stumbling into the damn table. Steps sounded somewhere near then, as I understood Claudia had now turned her spell, or another one, on me. My anti-magic no help. At least, not when I didn't know how to use it. Hands grabbed onto me and I lashed out, lost my balance and fell. I saw several people hovering above me, one face standing out as familiar. The face of Antonia, the blood witch, looked worried for some reason. I wanted to scream curses at her, but whatever Claudia was doing to me took over and forced my eyes closed, rendering me unconscious. Chapter 10. I woke on a bed, a comfortable one, too. It's always unsettling to wake up and wonder where you are, and that was the case this time as well. Only this time I didn't realize I was at home and safe after a few seconds. I turned around abruptly, but no one else was there. The room was windowless, but meant to feel welcoming. Soft amber electric sconces washed the walls, a woven rug covered the floor, a low dresser sat beneath an oval mirror, and a dark wood wardrobe stood in the corner. A hush of air drifted from a ceiling vent, the only hint that time was passing somewhere beyond these walls. I had no idea if it was night or day, and I knew my sleep hadn't been natural. I got up then and took stock of my situation. I was wearing the clothes I'd had on when returning home and finding Claudia there. Jeans, t-shirt, sneakers, and a short jacket. Both my daggers were gone, only the sheaths remaining strapped to my thigh. I remembered one of them being on the dining table in the library. They must have taken the other one off me before moving me. I sighed and closed my eyes, tapping into the connection I'd restored myself with my daggers. My blood was embedded in them, and since they were also infused with anti-magic, I was the only one who could sense the spell. I felt the pull of them immediately, that old familiar feeling of being separated from them. They were far away. I was fairly certain I was still in Atlantis, though, likely across the city, judging by the distance I felt. No matter. I had to make do without them. I scanned the room I was in and settled for a hefty silver candlestick. The metal was softer than I was used to, but it would do the trick in a pinch. I checked the door, which turned out to be open. What kind of imprisonment was this? I stepped into a narrow hallway, also with no windows, which gave me little chance to figure out where I was. I turned left and walked toward a door that was locked with some kind of magical force protecting it. I felt it as I touched it, saw a shimmering red magic flit across it before vanishing. Nothing to do but turn around and walk back. Dark red walls surrounded me, making the already narrow hallway feel more enclosed. I passed the door to the bedroom I'd woken in and saw another one, close to it. It led into a bathroom, still no windows. It was small enough not to have a tub, but big enough to contain a shower. I closed that door and soon came to another one at the end of the hall. This one opened on the first try. Strange. Still, I had no other option than to go through. I hefted the candlestick and did exactly that, soon finding myself in a bedroom-living room combo. To the right stood a large bed covered with a quilt and stacked pillows. Near the wall, a writing desk sat under a brass lamp, its surface neat but lived in with a few open notebooks and a pen and pencil set. A dining table for 6 occupied the middle, plain chairs tucked in, a bowl of polished stones at its center. Shelves held glass jars, books, and folded linens. A patterned carpet softened the floor. No windows here either. only lamplight and the soft whisper of ventilation. Another door waited across the room, fitted with a sturdy lock. A woman sat by the desk. Claudia. "I hope we haven't unsettled you too much, Emery," she said, finished writing something, and then turned in the chair and looked at me standing there, ready to bash her in with the candlestick. "Of course not. I'm used to people doing things to me against my will at this point." Apparently, she noticed the sarcasm bleeding from my voice, because she stood and canted her head a bit as she looked at me. "I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. I'm sure you've experienced quite the emotional turmoil lately." "No kidding." Claudia quieted and then indicated the table. "Please have a seat. We need to talk." "Really? We couldn't just have done that in my house, where we were however many hours ago?" "I apologize. We would have been interrupted sooner rather than later, but we need to talk. I think we have some things in common, you and I." "Yeah, the blood magic?" I shook my head. "That's not enough for me to trust you. You've basically abducted me from my home. How do I know you haven't done anything to Walworth or Loki?" "Walworth? The elder gentleman? He's fine, I told you. My spell only made him want to go out and do something nice." Hopefully he'd gone out with Carleen. That was the best I could hope for. But I couldn't just believe her, could I? "And Loki?" I asked. Claudia merely scoffed a short laugh. "Does the ex-god not always do things that please him?" "No," I said, because that might be mostly true, but not completely. "Please sit," Claudia repeated. When I took a step toward her instead, the candlestick in my hands, a red shield of energy appeared between us. I didn't even see her make a move to create it. Through the bright red energy, I glared at her unmoving silhouette, then shook my head before heading over to the table. I had nothing against her magic. She was the daughter of the world's greatest blood witch, after all, likely as powerful as her mom had been. I eyed the door behind her as she took a seat, this time next to me. She seemingly ignored the candlestick, which I set on the table, though out of her reach. It was a feeble weapon against her, but I wasn't giving up. "So, what could we possibly have in common?" I asked. "I'm sure you have something up your sleeve to manipulate me with. Mind you, I'm tired of being manipulated. I've had a lifetime of it." Claudia nodded. She was wearing the same outfit as before, the blue silk blouse and dark pants minus the blazer, which suggested I hadn't been out cold for very long. "I know you have. A few things went awry with our plan regarding your fate." I merely raised my eyebrows at that. I wasn't kidding. I was tired of all the manipulation and secrecy regarding myself. Apparently, Claudia had lived long enough to be able to read people. "Tell you what, Emery. I'll tell you everything as I have learned or experienced it. Then we can talk honestly. How about that?" I shrugged. "How about you let me out of here, and then we go about our lives?" Claudia smiled and shook her head. "Too much at stake, I'm afraid." "Sure then. Go ahead," I told her. As I told you before, when I was born, my mother had finally come to a point where life didn't seem so bleak anymore. Say what you will about prolonged lives, but it allows for grief to live longer as well. Always an agonizing part of you. At least the first thing she told me wasn't a lie. I knew that, given that Loki had lived with his grief all this time. I know this myself, as I too had a child, a son. He died as well, and now I live with that pain. It just never goes away. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said, annoyed with myself for the sympathy, but I couldn't help it. She could be lying, of course, but I didn't think so. Her eyes revealed the truth of her words. Besides, it wasn't a common ground for us to bond over. "Anyway," Claudia went on, "I was born and a new life started for my mother. She taught me everything she knew about life and magic, and I soon came to realize we were the only ones who had magic. We never met anyone else who wielded it. It is a beautiful gift, but we found ourselves hiding the fact that we had it more and more. The world changed. Magic was less and less believed in. People could become dangerous, and we sort of faded into obscurity. All that remains of my mother are legends, really, from long before she died. How did she die? I asked. Old age. We witches do in the end succumb to that like anyone else, she told me with a playful smile. But toward the end of her life, my mother regretted her choice to eradicate magic from the Earthside realm. She missed it as part of life, the life of people, of the world itself, the beauty of it. Make no mistake, as there are dangers as well. But she realized it was never her choice to make. She'd been mad with grief and wanted to exact her revenge on the cruel gods who toyed with her grief. She did that. But was it worth it? Claudia shrugged at her own question. Hard to say. I don't disagree that the gods had it coming, not only for acting upon their cruelty against my mother. Many people had succumbed to that. Regardless of the gods, though, I agreed with her, and still do, to be frank. Magic was not hers or anyone else's to remove. The Earthside changed drastically from it. Yeah, like modern medicine, technology, how awful, I said. I know what you mean, Claudia said, ignoring my tone of voice. But still there are many with gifts of magic in that realm, whose powers have been quenched. They don't even know it. Okay, I conceded, because that was a bit sad. What's your role in all this? Trying to do what your mom couldn't? Claudia nodded sideways a few times. In a sense. My mother spent the last centuries of her life trying to figure out how to undo everything. Undo her incredibly powerful and impenetrable spell? I blurted, remembering that was what Loki had called it. It had to be voluntary, so it could be exactly that, impenetrable. There was no weakness in that spell as far as I understood Loki. I hear the ex-god has been filling you in on things, Claudia said, voice dry. You don't like him much, do you? Is that because he broke your nose? Claudia was about to say something, but stopped and stared at me. She looked like she was trying to remember something. Then it dawned on her. I remember. That was a long time ago. He was as wily then as he is now. I'm surprised he remembers that. We haven't met before or since. I don't think he knows who you are, but he met someone important to him that day, so it was memorable to him. Yes, well, Claudia said to that, and then said nothing more of it. I've been working on finishing my mother's unfinished business, yes. She couldn't let it go. I resented her for it. Why couldn't we just live normal lives? As normal as witches can, mind you. But no, she needed to make amends, to fix it. And when she died, I took up her mantle, so to speak, because she was right. It was a mistake to rid an entire realm of its magic. Claudia quieted a moment and pressed her lips together, looking like she was thinking of whether to reveal this next part. In the end, she decided to do so. I think my mother had me to ease her own grief as much as she wanted a child. I was supposed to make up for her lost daughter. I honestly still don't know. And I believe you are one of the very few people who can understand that, Emery. I scoffed. So this is your manipulation tactic? I said with disdain. Because my parents had me only to produce a weird combo of magical powers? Not manipulation, but I realize why you might think that, given your past and current circumstances. Being kidnapped, you mean? Claudia looked genuinely uncomfortable at that truth. I think our situations aren't that different. As I understand it, your mother, especially, wasn't easy on you, even in her last moments. I was sorry to hear that. It can't be easy. It's what happens in cults, I said, instead of acknowledging the truth in her words. People, families, friends, are torn apart for nothing. Nothing but a faith they put above the people who actually matter.
Our final estrangement was just a bit more abrupt than most. I was relieved I could keep a straight face when saying that. It was true, but I felt a lump in my throat nonetheless. So, I went on, forcing any emotion from my voice, you told me you created me. How? Created might be a bit of an overstatement, Claudia admitted. But we played a part. I'll admit that. She was interrupted as the door across the room opened and a woman strode in like she owned the place. I felt the urge to roar at her to get the hell out, as someone was finally about to tell me something important, but stopped myself as I looked at her. She was a striking figure, wearing a long, form-fitted black coat over shimmering, dusty lavender silk skirts that showed under the hem of the coat. Shiny brown hair was gathered into an intricate updo, and light brown eyes, full of mirth, took in the scene before her as she entered. But there was something about her I had a hard time putting a finger on. I felt it, like a presence of power? It reminded me of something I'd felt before, but then my magic was unstable and uncooperative. Ate? Claudia blurted as she turned at the interruption. What are you doing here? I was wondering the same, as I then realized the power I was sensing was the same kind of power I could now sense in Loki. Before me stood an ex-goddess. Chapter 11. Ah, Claudia, Ate said with a grin. Miss me? You've been gone only a couple of hours, Claudia said. I couldn't see her face as she'd turned to the door, but her voice sounded strained. And wasn't it supposed to take longer? All's good on my end, Ate said, and then her eyes snagged on me. Well, look at this. The little kinswoman. I'm as much a kinswoman as you're a goddess, I told her, and immediately regretted it. Ate glanced at Claudia, one eyebrow raised. Do you know her, Emery? Claudia asked, turning back to me. I realized they had no idea I'd heard of her. She'd been nothing more than a footnote to Loki, a minor hindrance in his grand scheme. No, I lied, fully aware I was bad at it. But adding a sliver of truth sometimes helped. I sense your supranormal essence. They both nodded quietly at this. They knew my magic was unbound now. I was supposed to sense these things, and I did, though not on purpose. Of course you do, Ate chirped. A smile reappeared on her beautiful face as she walked farther into the room. I noticed a rip at the bottom of her dress, a few threads hanging loose. As she turned and perused the desk Claudia had sat at when I entered, I spotted one tiny braid in her intricate updo hanging looser than the others, breaking the symmetry. The ex-goddess had been doing something physical before coming here. So, she said nonchalantly, picking up things from Claudia's desk and inspecting them. Claudia's expression barely shifted, but there was almost hidden resignation there. At least I'd learned one thing from my time with Loki, how to really pay attention. How is our girl here doing? I grimaced and didn't bother to hide it. We were talking about her upbringing, Claudia said, attempting to focus on me again. Interesting dynamics. So, she's one of the Silent Heralds too? I asked, nodding toward Ate. The question earned a chuckle from the ex-goddess. Claudia nodded carefully. There are many of us, and yes, Ate is one of us. Ate is indeed, the ex-goddess chimed in, still rifling through Claudia's things. Okay, I said. She was clearly trying to needle Claudia, but the witch kept her composure. So, you were about to tell me about this whole ordeal with tricking the Red Kin. Claudia nodded. Yes, tricking isn't the right word. I'll admit manipulation is more correct in this instance. She sighed, glanced over her shoulder at Ate, then focused on me again. The Red Kin came into our sight early on. We've had a base in Atlantis for a long time. This is where Earthsiders with innate magical gifts can come and learn what they truly master.
Really? How would they even know they have magic if they're born and raised Earthside? The thing about living long lives, child, Ate broke in, is being able to trace bloodlines. Claudia nodded. We usually have a good grasp of which family's magic lies dormant, but, and I'm sorry to say this, many bloodlines have escaped us. Many things have been forgotten over time. Can't keep track of them all, Ate muttered. She moved through the room with a casual air, focused on Claudia's belongings, but I had the distinct feeling of a predator circling. What had Loki said about her? She brought nothing but discord and strife wherever she went. The same could be said about him, but out of the two, he didn't care about being a god, and she very much did. She had tried to stop Livia's spell, after all. Most magically inclined beings would have, except Loki and Atlas. The fact that she was now here, part of a shadowy group tied to the kin, made me instantly distrust her. The problem with having your magic awakened here, Claudia went on, thankfully unaware of my thoughts, is that they must make a choice, whether to leave everything and everyone they hold dear at home in order to have magic here. It's a hard choice, she finished, while Ate merely uttered, It's not right, and my mother came to see that. In the end, Ate muttered. Claudia sighed, and I noticed the faintest curl of a smile on Ate's lips. We came to the conclusion that the spell must be undone. Break the spell? I blurted. The spell that removed magic from the Earthside realm? Yes. The greatest spell ever created? Yes. I was about to repeat a new version of the same question, but stopped myself. You're mad. Both of you. Okay, so I almost managed to stop myself from blurting foolish things. Thankfully, neither of them seemed inclined to hurt me for bruising their egos. How can it be done anyway, with Livia being dead and all? That is the question, Claudia said. We've been grappling with it for centuries, to be honest. Oh, please be honest, I snapped. Claudia raised her hands, palms out in a placating gesture. There has been a lot of trial and error. Quite a lot of it, Ate said, as she slung herself across the bed, shoes and all. My mother was old and frail when she came around. She didn't even remember exactly how she cast the spell. But there are certain factors that need to be in place to do anything about it. The blood of a god, the blood of a titan, Ate chimed in, counting on her fingers. A blood witch, the city of Atlantis. You mean you need to recreate it? I asked. Not quite. We tried that. I stared between them. You tried it? When? Doesn't matter, Ate answered with a smile. It was difficult, Claudia said, but there are still both gods and titans about. She indicated Ate with a curt nod. Oh, I said as the realization hit me. Ex-gods and ex-titans. Your blood's not potent enough anymore. Ate huffed in response. That explained Antonia's need to keep Loki alive in the Anwin realm when Kerwin had wanted to kill him. You need the original sources, don't you? I couldn't help a small, mean smile. Loki would never go for it, and who knew where the Titan was? Nothing they'd said so far suggested they had him stashed in a neighboring room. That is one thing, but we also need a blood witch, Claudia went on. Well, aren't you the daughter of the world's greatest blood witch? What does that make you? Second best? Something like that, Ate drawled. That should be enough, shouldn't it? I added. It's not that easy, Claudia admitted. A blood witch is needed, the right place, the right participants, but this isn't about creating such a spell. I don't quite know how to explain to you the magnitude of what my mother did, removing magic from an entire realm. It's almost unheard of. I'd have thought it was impossible if I didn't know for a fact what she did. But we seek to unravel that spell, and to do that we need something else entirely. She stopped and smiled at me. It just made me more suspicious. I glanced at Ate, who, despite her relaxed pose on the bed, was paying rapt attention. Judging by the way you're both staring, this is going to be my problem, isn't it? I hope not. At least, not a problem, Claudia said. I told you about the bloodlines, how we track them, how some Earthsiders come here and have their powers awakened. This is especially effective in the Atlantis realm, because the city itself hails from the Earthside realm. Some of the magic is still embedded here. Everything ties back to this city. My mother made sure of it. I believe it was the only way to seal her spell. Something had to be sacrificed from the Earthside realm, and that was this city. But what holds her spell together? A spell of such great power is... She tilted her head, looking almost sympathetic. Anti-magic. I didn't know what to say to that. I barely knew what to think about what she was implying, but Loki had said as much out in the desert. Magic couldn't be performed without anti-magic countering it. What Claudia said actually made sense, even to a magical newbie like me. "Oh, look at that, Claudia," Ate said with laughter in her voice. "She's beginning to understand now." I ignored her and focused on the person actually telling me things. "You said you helped create me." I shook my head at the absurdity. "You need to tell me everything now." "Yes, you deserve that," she conceded. It took a long time for us to come to this conclusion. It must have been a century or so ago that we tried breaking the spell. It didn't work, but we did learn a few things, mainly that anti-magic lies around the spell like a shield, keeping it together. And anti-magic of that magnitude is beyond us. "Beyond you," Ate pointed out. "Beyond us all," Claudia snapped back before smoothing her tone again. I glanced at Ate, who didn't seem bothered by the outburst. I spent quite some time studying it, but in the end could only conclude that it is too unstable for anyone born without it to control. We needed another way to break the spell. And that's where I'm supposed to come in? It sure sounded like it. It also sounded completely insane. Yes, by now you've experienced both forces at play within you, and I sense the calm in you now. You've learned to control it. This isn't by happenstance, you see. As I said, we've been tracing bloodlines Earthside, but after our failed attempt at breaking the curse ourselves, we began searching for bloodlines of anti-magic. It took some time, but we found two, and then spent far too long failing to have any of them produce children with dual abilities. Yes, Ate joined in. Humans these days want love and careers, few children and so on. This took too much time. You mean you couldn't just get people to fall in love and have lots of babies? Unfortunately, yes, Claudia said. Earthsiders today, at least among the bloodlines we could find, are fickle creatures. She pressed her lips together, clearly not thrilled with what she was about to admit, but pushing on anyway. The red kin were beginning to stir at this point, and we saw a means to a faster result. It's amazing what people are willing to do, especially if they feel chosen for it, like their lives have special meaning. We let Kerwin Bowden know of the bloodlines. He was a cunning man, but so willing to believe a child of magic and anti-magic could indeed end the magic in Atlantis. We showed him my mother's spell. Strangely enough, for a cult leader, he was one who needed to see to believe. That's because he believed the poison he was spewing, I said, my voice hard. He just wanted power, and magic wasn't available to him. Claudia nodded and continued. One bloodline was simple, as your mother had already been drawn to the kin. That bloodline was settled, though there were others on this side of the veil. Your father was more of a challenge. A young man, suitable in age for your mother, but he needed to be swayed, and the red kin were exactly what was needed for that. They wanted a child of this mix of powers more than they wanted each other, I believe. She shrugged, as if that wasn't deeply disturbing. You were born, and thanks to our connection with Kerwin, we gained access to you when you were a little girl. It happened once during your family's visit here in Atlantis. I sensed it then, that you had the dual powers. So we've met before? I asked. Yes, you were around 5. You wouldn't remember it. I shook my head. I didn't. The plan was for you to grow. Children cannot handle such powers. We decided to let you stay with your parents. Oh, you decided that, huh? I cut in. Yes, I know that sounds crass, but then how did your life with them turn out? Screw you, I told her, even though she was currently my captor. Anyway, this turned out to be a mistake. We underestimated Kerwin's hold on his followers, you and your parents included. By the time you were old enough, you were mostly secluded in the pyramid. And then you were sent into exile. We didn't manage to intercept you. You seemed to be moving too much. That was what rootlessness did. I'd traveled extensively during my 2 years Earthside. So, when did you catch up with me? I asked. When you walked into Antonia's hotel room looking for information about the Anwin prison camp. That long, huh? We assumed you'd show up at some point, but were more busy looking for Loki Laufeyson. When we found out where he lived, he was gone. Exiled, I said. Yes, Claudia nodded. But he didn't return home after his allotted time. Imagine Antonia's surprise, finding you both entering her hotel room, working together. It was almost too good to be true. Or it was fate, Ate said. Whose? I countered, staring at her. She only smiled back, apparently genuinely amused. So, your mom did a great thing and regretted it, and now you want to fix it for her? By manufacturing children to do your dirty work. Well, the plan only resulted in one such child, Ate pointed out dryly. So your insane plan is to have me break Livia's spell? Yes, Claudia said, softly, but matter of fact. It stunned me for a heartbeat. Do you know how insane you sound? To you? Yes. That's understandable. But you're new at this, Emery. I will help you, of course. Help me return magic to the Earthside realm? Can you even fathom the consequences? There were consequences when magic disappeared, too. I blinked. I was pretty sure there would be more chaos this time around. This is batshit crazy, I said. And you're assuming way too much of me. As you said, I learned to control the chaos within, but I haven't learned to wield it. You're both insane if you think I can do this. Chapter 12. Typical human, Ate said, lounging on the bed like she had not a care in the world. When a great challenge presents itself, and the obstacles seem insurmountable, it must be madness to want to proceed. I glared at her. At least humans understand they can go mad. That awareness seems to be missing in gods, X or otherwise. It's a weakness. Ate huffed and was about to retort, but Claudia got ahead of her. This doesn't matter. I know it seems impossible, Emery, but it's not. Listen to me, I told her. I don't know how to use my powers, and you want me to break the greatest spell ever cast? Can't you hear how insane that sounds? It's not, it's... A sharp rap on the door cut her off. Come! Ate shouted. The door opened and 5 people entered, suddenly making the room feel crowded. 3 women and 2 men, anywhere from their 30s to late 40s. I noticed one thing at once. Like Ate, they bore signs of a recent scuffle. Small rips in their clothing, a few nicks on hands and faces. They all looked at me not with suspicion, but with apprehension and careful friendliness. Then a 6th person stepped in, a dark-haired woman I'd rather never see again. Antonia. Before anyone had the time or wherewithal to say anything, I snatched the candlestick from the table and hurled it at her. It whizzed past Claudia, who didn't have time to react and block it because she was facing the newcomers, and it struck Antonia on the side of the head. I was vaguely aware of shouts starting as I followed quickly on the candlestick's heels, so to speak. I lunged and reached the Blood Witch before anyone stopped me, swinging a fist for Antonia's head, not caring if I hurt my hand. She twisted at the last second, eyes wide as she saw me coming too late, and I missed and punched her in the throat instead. A choked sound escaped her, and she fell back with me following, my hand fisting in her left sleeve, ready to pummel her as we both hit the floor. An absolute rage I'd never felt before completely steamrolled any rational thought I might have had about being outnumbered, but the sight of the person who'd basically tortured me when unbinding my magic, then left me to nearly die from the fallout, had me seeing red. I heard her cry out as she hit the floor with me on top of her, heard other voices nearby, and didn't think about anything other than smashing her face in. I'd never felt such focused rage toward another person. I think I landed another punch or two before my right arm was caught by someone behind me. Others piled in, and I felt myself being grabbed and hauled off Antonia. I fought them at first, wanting to finish the job. Then I just fought them on principle, wanting to get out of their grips. It took Claudia shouting my name several times to get me to see the futility of it and calm down. I was breathing hard when the old Blood Witch came into view, some of the newcomers holding my hands behind my back in iron grips. "I understand your anger," Claudia shouted, trying to get me to focus. "The hells she did." "Don't you understand what she did to me?" I yelled back. I heard laughter then. Someone was amused. Ate, of course. "I'm not quite sure you understand," Claudia persisted. "None of us has sacrificed more than Antonia." "Oh, because she lost some of her damn magic while torturing me?" I shouted, and then would have head-butted Claudia if that bloody ex-goddess hadn't chosen that exact moment to get up from the bed and pull the witch out of my reach. "Take her out and have her cool off a bit," Ate told the people holding me. I was instantly dragged back out of the room into the hallway I'd come from, and shoved into the bedroom where I'd woken up earlier. It took a few stumbling backward steps to kill the momentum of the push, and by the time I regained my balance, the door banged shut, the faceless goons on the other side. For a second, I wanted to scream and pound on the door. Then I somehow thought better of it. I didn't want to humiliate myself that way. What was the point anyway? I was trapped here with people who wanted to use me. Just like the kin. Just like Kerwin. Just like my parents. I huffed at the air in anger, then forced myself to calm down. This wasn't helping at all. I paced the room, confused, angry, and frustrated thoughts coursing through me. Insane witches, insane ex-goddess, insane people, all of them. Screw what Ate said. They were all insane if this was their plan. I wanted no part of it. Certainly not on their terms. I stopped and stared at the woven rug on the floor, blind to the crisscrossing pattern. They may have created me, as in, set things in motion to make sure a kid with my magic was born, but that did not mean they got to control me. My heart rate slowed, my breathing evened out. Then I turned my head and looked at the door. I hadn't heard a click. They hadn't locked it. Why would they? I was trapped here thanks to the spell on the only door that didn't lead straight back into the manipulating Claudia's room. I went and sat on the bed, still staring at the door. The worst of the adrenaline spike from seeing Antonia faded as I cooled down and started making plans instead of attacking blindly. Loki would likely have tutted at me for that outburst, and probably laughed at Antonia's punishment, had he been here to see it. I didn't regret my reaction. Punching her had felt good, despite the scrapes on my knuckles. But that wasn't the way to get out of this mess, and I needed to get out. Who knew what they'd try to force me to do if I didn't? After what felt like 10 minutes, I went and tried the door, carefully easing it open. I peeked into the narrow corridor. Nothing. No one. I looked to my right. The door to Claudia's room was closed. Whether locked after my attack, I had no idea, I didn't want to go there anyway. I looked to my left and saw the other door at the end of the corridor. That bloody spell was stopping me there. What did that leave me? I looked right again and saw the bathroom door. That room was probably one reason they hadn't bothered locking the bedroom they'd put me in. I walked over, not with much hope, since I was sure I hadn't seen a window earlier. I remembered correctly. Still, I went inside to see if anything else was of interest, but the narrow pipes of the plumbing would not help me unless I wanted to flush down my pinky. The hum of the ventilation was the only sound besides my own movements. I glanced up, but saw nothing like in the movies. No conveniently oversized duct I could crawl into. There was a certain arrhythmic noise coming from the vent, though, something breaking the regular hum meant to carry air around. Strange. With nothing better to do, I stepped onto the toilet to check it out. As my ear came closer, I could hear that erratic sound better, almost like another rhythm entirely. It took me a moment to realize I was hearing voices, not the in-your-head kind, but actual ones. It was hard to make out what they were saying, but with only 2 rooms on either side of the bathroom, I guessed they were coming from Claudia's. There was currently no one in the other one. Missing my daggers once again, I used my fingers to pry the cover off the vent in the ceiling, carefully bending to place it on top of the cistern so I didn't clang it and draw attention. With the vent cover off, the sound improved, but I still had to stand on my toes to get my ear close to the opening, my neck at a weird angle. I could now hear the voices, not fully clear through the constant hum of the system, but good enough. "Rushing it," a woman said in English. "I don't care," another woman answered in the same language. I realized it had to be Claudia and Ate, so they preferred an Earthside language when talking together? Interesting. "She's right when she says she doesn't know what she's doing, Ate," the first speaker, Claudia, I assumed, said. It was hard to differentiate voices over the noise. "Did you not understand me the first time? I don't care. But do you know how long I have waited? How long the world has waited? And all because of your mother's choice to take it all from us." "Your mother's choice?" I noted silently. Livia again. I know," Claudia said. "Well then, don't question it. We need her for a small thing. You can do the rest." I could hear the ex-goddess's anger despite the distortion of the vent. But more than that, Claudia's words told me something else. She was not the one leading the Silent Heralds, was she? "Yes. I just think that she's been through a lot lately. Remember, she has to be willing. It won't work otherwise." "Believe me, she will cooperate freely. Humans are easily swayed." Are we? I thought, then reconsidered. Yes, we were. Me included. My past was proof enough. "But what does it matter if we wait a few days? Let her begin to trust us. Tell her..." "Tell her what? Everything you've already told her?" "Listen to me, Claudia. Livia made me a promise, a dying promise, may I remind you. Are you going to go back on that now?" "Of course not. I stepped down from the toilet then and left the bathroom. I'd heard enough. These people were as insane as the Red Kin. Back in the corridor, I considered my options. There weren't any good ones. I now knew the true leader of the Silent Heralds was Ate, not Claudia. Judging by the part of their conversation I'd overheard, Ate must have taken control after Livia's death. Claudia had told me the group was her mother's doing, as a way to start making amends, maybe? And now Ate was running the show, Claudia tagging along. Well, I would not go along with this madness, but thinking that and actually avoiding being used weren't the same thing. I was still trapped here wherever this place was. I looked left again. The door with the spell on it looked so innocuous. Well, damn. Wasn't I a witch? Albeit with some weird-ass magic, but still. I shook my head. What did I have to lose? My alternative was to stay put and let a new cult use me. They certainly gave off that vibe. I stopped in front of the warded door and looked back. Still no one. I touched the door again with one fingertip. The red energy flared, skimming across the surface before fading. It reminded me of magic I'd seen before. Magical alarms. Unfortunately, I didn't have a ward devourer on me. What I had was innate anti-magic, which only seemed to work when it felt like it, not when I asked. I inhaled, smelling the faintly shut-in scent of the corridor. How was I supposed to do this when the only times my magic had manifested were when my emotions ran the show, like fearing death in a sandstorm? I huffed in frustration. That wasn't entirely true, was it? I had deliberately performed one spell, rebinding my daggers to myself through my anti-magic. The thought of them brought their absence back to the forefront of my mind, still where I'd last sensed them, I thought. They weren't moving. Still far away, likely across the city. "Okay," I whispered, squaring my shoulders, trying to shake off the dull fury simmering in me. "Look within." That's what Dell had said. So I did. I reached out and laid my palm flat on the door. Red magic lit up instantly, spreading across the wood and over my skin. Bathed in that glow, I tried to focus on one of the two forces within me. The ward devourers usually floated out and ate magic. But what I felt inside now was a different force reaching outward. I felt it rise, almost like a swift, dangerous fever. It wanted out, and I let it, pushing it forward with my will, and watched as the red magic was shoved aside, not swallowed like the ward devourers did, but simply eradicated. "Wow," I breathed, eyes wide. "I did it." I shook my head, still smiling. Great, now I only needed to... The door to Claudia's room banged open behind me. "She opened it!" Claudia shouted, still in English. "Come on!" "Come on what?" flashed through my mind as I turned. The men and women who'd been in there with her were already heading for the corridor, pushing past Claudia and making for me. "Hells no," I said, grabbing the handle of the newly unwarded door. I yanked it open. It was, thankfully, not locked. "Wait! Stop!" someone shouted behind me. They sounded genuinely surprised, like they hadn't expected me to actually open it. Idiots. I bolted through, already pulling the door shut behind me, and stepped straight into something that pushed back. Something invisible, a force. It felt like walking into molasses. "Oh, crap," I whispered as panic rose. "Another spell." Chapter 13. I could feel the magic wash over me like I never had before. Felt the raw power of it strike and then intertwine, grab hold, forcing itself onto me, doing what it was instructed to do. Disorient me. It interfered with my vision, my hearing, all my senses. A strong floral perfume flooded my nose. The corridor had smelled shut-in before, I was sure of it. The spell put on the other side of the door was meant to keep me there, but the sound of people pouring out behind me, coming after me, drove me on regardless. If I hadn't already been closing the door as the spell hit, I wouldn't have been able to. As it was, it shut with a firm bang behind me, and I stumbled forward, one hand slapping against the wall opposite, my shoulder hitting it as well. I gasped for air, trying to make sense of my surroundings. I was in another corridor, this one dark red as well. It went both ways. I had no idea which direction I took. I just left, around a corner, then another. The door opened somewhere behind me. People shouted words I couldn't decipher, though I understood enough to know they were after me. My steps were hurried yet unstable. I found myself reaching for the walls more than once to stay upright, the dizziness strong. I couldn't see clearly and had no clue where I was going or whether my choices were good ones. The corridors seemed never-ending. One led into another, which led to another, and so on. I passed doors and tried a few. Most were locked. When they opened, startled people inside cried out, and I slammed the doors shut again, not having actually seen them through the haze. All I knew was that I had to get out. The smell of sulfur reached me next. I gagged and walked straight into the wall. Then the smell shifted to something drier, like trees in a forest. Better, at least, though I knew I wasn't in one. I staggered on, dragging my feet at times, trying to see, but everything looked the same. I passed a few startled people who were nothing but shadows in the corner of my vision. If not for their shocked outcries, I wouldn't have been sure I'd seen them at all. I was in so much trouble. That thought was the most coherent one I had. I couldn't make sense of the layout of the building, just corridor after corridor. Was I walking in circles? Another door appeared beside me, and I opened it. No one shouted. No one questioned me. I stepped inside and let the door shut, feeling my way around. It was dark. After some fumbling along the walls, I found a switch. The ensuing light didn't really help. All I saw was blurry furniture while a high-frequency whine drilled in my ears. What was happening? I was so lost. The spell, I whispered to myself. It's the spell. That second of stillness gave me at least that much. I was under a spell, confused, nearly blinded, halfway knocked sideways by vertigo. Just check the room, I told myself. I found the nearest wall and followed it, stumbling into a couple of chairs and a bed, but in the end I came back around to the door. Still no window. Only a door back out into the everlasting corridor. I had no choice. I opened it and stepped outside, only to immediately have my shoulder grabbed. "Stop! You need to come with me," a man said. I might have looked and moved like a drunk, but I wasn't. I was aware beneath the confusion and reacted at once, not by attacking. I wasn't fast enough for that. Instead, I stumbled toward the owner of the hand and the voice. "I feel sick," I said, not needing to fake the slur in my words. "Here," the man said, and I felt another hand on my other shoulder as he tried to turn me toward him. Come with me. You'll feel better as soon as Claudia can help you." "Okay," I said, and took a step toward him, then another, and I fell forward. Not a hard act, really. I grabbed his shoulders and went limp fast so he couldn't stop my weight, dragging him down with me. "No, wait," he uttered as he hit the floor. Something thudded. His head, maybe. "Ouch!" he blurted. Probably not that hard, then, I thought as I landed on top of him. "Sorry," I slurred, trying to sound convincing as I made a show of trying to get up, planting my knee squarely in his crotch. The man yelped and instantly devoted his attention to pushing at my leg. "Oh, sorry, I repeated, then set my hand on his chest and punched him with my right hand, straight in the nose judging by the crack. He cried out, and I scurried backward, fingers scraping along his waist until I felt a sheathed knife. I snatched it and scrambled to my feet, unsteady, before turning and running, stumbling, away. I heard him shouting something but didn't stop to listen. Lightning bolts shot through my fist from the punch, but I didn't care. Another corner, and I was back to it again. Voices echoed from every direction. They'd corner me soon enough unless I got out. Was I in a labyrinth? Or just running in circles? I had no way of telling. I checked the knife as I moved. It wasn't either of my daggers, smaller and lighter, but the blade was sharp enough. It would do. Light spilled from an opening to my left. A shadow moved. "Hey, miss," someone said, hesitation in their voice. "No time!" I yelled and staggered on. They didn't follow. The high-frequency sound in my ears shifted to a deep, low thrum, muffling everything, but whoever it was didn't come after me. Not one of my pursuers, then. Unfortunately, the next one was. Emery? Even through the haze of distorted hearing and vision, I knew that voice. Would likely never forget it. I whirled and lashed out with the knife, then swung a blind fist. There was no way to make a calculated attack. Luck made my fist connect. My knuckles still ached from breaking the man's nose, and pain shot up my forearm on impact. I didn't care. "Ah!" Antonia cried, and I saw her, just a shadow, fall to the floor. I turned away instantly. "Emery, please!" she shouted after me. "If you come near me again, I swear I'll kill you," I said, turning back long enough to wave the knife like a maniac. I meant it. In that moment, I was dead serious, and she could likely see it. "It doesn't matter if you run, Emery. Please listen to me. We'll make you come back to us anyway." The hell they would. "Antonia!" someone else shouted in shock. I didn't stay to watch them rush to her. I ran, bouncing off walls, turning corners, barreling past the occasional bystander who clearly wasn't there to drag me back to Claudia and Ate. The knife was all I had. My magic was good for nothing. I made a few feeble attempts as I moved, breathing hard, peering around like a crazy person while I stumbled through corridor after corridor, probably the same ones again and again. But the unfamiliar knife and my useless power lit a different fire in my mind. I wanted my daggers. I was in danger, and my daggers had always felt useful, safe, familiar. And the only part of my unwanted magic that did work was the bond I'd reforged with them. I rounded a corner and stopped, trying to listen through the mess in my ears for any sign of someone nearby. A dry, sharp smell assaulted me, but no one came. My daggers. I forced myself to draw a steady breath, to not let the uneven noise and smeared vision drag me under. Easier said than done. But I persisted, forced myself to concentrate, knowing I had little time before someone found Antonia and raised the alarm properly. My daggers were a true focal point. The sense of them lit up at once, tugging along that inner thread, a beacon in the chaos of the spell I had been entrapped in. I looked both ways. I took one step and felt that pull weaken, just slightly. 2 steps back and it strengthened, just as faintly. That was it. Follow the pull. From that point, I let nothing else steal my focus. I followed the growing sensation of heading toward the daggers. Still, it wasn't straight. I took new corners, opened new doors, took wrong turns to get to the right ones, backtracked, sidestepped the odd person again who noticed me. Clearly I didn't belong there, but they weren't alarmed, just surprised at the stumbling woman in their corridors. That told me that once you were inside wherever this was, you probably had some kind of business there. I most certainly didn't, not with Ate and her cohorts. I must have been running in spell-addled circles for another 10 minutes before I finally felt a change. I opened a door, and the air shifted. Cooler, rawer, as if the ventilation system wasn't running the show anymore. "Password or proof of rite of passage," a man said. His voice was deep and didn't sound close, though the high-frequency shriek in my ears made it hard to tell. A word floated my way, muted and unintelligible, then a loud metallic click. I looked ahead. It was darker now, but a line of lights led upward? I bent and felt around. Stairs. Nothing to it. I slid the knife into the empty, too large sheath still strapped to my thigh and started climbing. I didn't want to seem like a threat, not that I was much of one in this state. The tug toward my daggers grew a little stronger with each step. I sensed, more than saw, a shadow coming down past me. Whoever it was said nothing, but I felt their eyes on me. I kept going and wasn't stopped, not until I reached the top, and the surface leveled out beneath my feet. "Hey," the deep voice said. "Haven't seen you before." I stopped, forced a smile, and leaned into the drunk act. "Haven't seen you before either," I retorted, "but I'm in need of wine, so—" I really wasn't a good liar, but right now my spell-blurred state did most of the work for me. The man said. "Seems like you've had enough." "Never," I said with a laugh, and the metallic click sounded again. Heavier now, a door opening. "Well," the man asked, "changed your mind?" After some careful noodling, I say no, I told him, and walked unsteadily toward the lighter square in front of me that had to be the door. He didn't stop me. Apparently you only needed a password to go in, not out. Moments later, as I staggered into another room, the air fresher but still trapped indoors, I heard the door click shut and let out a shaky breath of relief. Then I was focused on my daggers again, the tug guiding me on. Another set of stairs. Then I crashed into things. Boxes? Crates? In what I later decided had to be a storage room. Yet another flight of stairs. And then I shoved through a door and a cacophony of voices hit me. Noise everywhere. The scrape of chairs, laughter bursting and breaking over the constant low rumble of conversation, the sharp clink of glassware, the faint hiss of beer being poured. Someone shouted for another round while a piano dropped a few uneven notes in the corner. It was loud, warm, and chaotic. It had to be a bar or something close to it. I couldn't help bumping into people and getting the odd insult thrown my way, but no one stopped me. The pull guided me slowly out of that place, and I finally felt open air on my face as I stepped onto a street. I slid the knife free again and kept it hidden against the inside of my forearm, careful not to cut myself. I still didn't know where I was or who might be around. It had to be night, but streetlights showed me the lines of the streets as I moved. The city swam around me, streets twisting in and out of focus as the spell fractured the world into shapes and colors that refused to stay still. The smells of smoke, baked goods, and urine were everywhere, so at least I could conclude I was still in Atlantis. Hooves clattered somewhere to my right, followed by the rattle of carriage wheels, and I stumbled back just in time to avoid being hit. A woman's laughter echoed from an alleyway. Somewhere, a drunk shouted a song. Every sound hit unevenly, too loud, then muffled, like the city was breathing in and out of sync with me. I kept walking, one unsteady step after another. The sense of my daggers grew stronger the closer to home I got. Soon I recognized the feel of Trenton Place, the district where my house was. I walked with marginally steadier steps, still stumbling here and there, misjudging a curb or walking into a post, but at least I didn't fall flat. The walk across town had taken much longer than normal. I'd heard the clocks strike hour after hour while I went. Still, finally the magical pull felt less like far away, and more like almost there. I knew I was on my own street. Also, I was in no shape to scale the fence and sneak in the back. Screw my spying neighbors, especially Gregor with his view of the front of the house. I had to use the front door, Raldo be damned. He'd likely be alerted to my recovery as soon as someone saw me walking inside, but it couldn't be helped. It was quiet as I neared the house. The small sounds of the street were drowned out by the spell anyway, but no one was talking nearby. No carriages passed. Still, my surroundings swam as I staggered and swayed. If any of my neighbors were watching, it didn't look good, but I needed to get home, to get help and then figure out this thing with Ate and Claudia. The blurry silhouette of the Morgan mansion soon loomed to my left. Lights were on, piercing bright to my too sensitive eyes. A lot of them. And was that? I stopped and stared, narrowed my eyes and tried to focus. Was the front door wide open? There was something off about the wall around it, too. The realization hit like a punch to the chest. I wasn't seeing things. Something was wrong, and I couldn't make out what. That was the problem. This infernal spell of Claudia's. Something was deeply wrong inside, and I tried to run, only to be overtaken by a dizzy spell and have to catch myself on the fence to my left. I huffed in frustrated anger, smacking my palm against it. A cold, sinking dread pooled in my gut. What if someone was hurt? If they were fine, why was the door still open? Someone was hurt. I pushed off the fence and felt a fire ignite inside me. I didn't need to take a moment to analyze it, to look within. It burned, and it grew, and as I stepped forward, it felt like walking through a wall of flames. It blazed through me, not hurting, but hot and searing nonetheless, lighting me up in a strong orange glow. For a second, I feared I'd literally set myself on fire. I wouldn't have put it past my uncontrollable magic at this point. But then I felt the disorientation peel away, burned out and cleansed as the foreign spell succumbed to my anti-magic. I didn't stop to think about it. Relief flashed through me, sharp and quick, and then I was free to run toward the front door, seeing now that the damage on the wall looked like weird burn marks. I should have been more careful, made sure I wasn't running straight into a trap, but I was too worried to care. I rushed into the foyer and found it in utter disarray. Furniture overturned, scorch marks clawing their way up the walls, the stair banister shattered into splinters. The coat closet next to the door stood open, the jackets and coats inside burned or fallen in a heap, and on the floor behind the farthest door from the entrance lay a man. "Oh no," I muttered, and ran the few steps over, shoving the closet door aside so it banged into the wall. I dropped to my knees, brushing splintered wood and shoes off an unconscious Walworth, his long frame utterly unresponsive. I glanced at the wall above him and saw a blood stain there, likely from where his head had hit it. Chapter 14. I sat stiff as a board on the chair, watching Walworth's long and thin frame on the bed. On the other side sat Carleen. She had a friendly face, lightly graying blonde hair, and she was dressed in black. She was holding his hand, stroking it absent-mindedly. The worry and relief on her face were painful to bear. Walworth wasn't to blame for any of this. "You don't have to worry, miss. The doctor said I'll be fine," Walworth said, his voice less formal than usual. Softer, somehow. Not weaker. "How can I not?" I said. "This wouldn't have happened if you lived somewhere else." "Perhaps," he conceded, turning his head a fraction and smiling at Carleen. "But then life would sadly have turned out otherwise." Carleen smiled back at him. "Besides," she said, "Mrs. Amarilla wouldn't have gotten another stern talking to." "Oh, God," I muttered, and leaned forward, elbows on my knees, head in my hands. "You talked to her?" Walworth said. "On purpose?" I nodded and then straightened up again. "She has a phone. I needed to get the doctor for you." "Oh," the older man said to that. "Oh, come on," Carleen said to me with a twinkle in her eye. I was sure of it. "Tell him what you did. I'm certain it would do wonders for his recovering health." Now they both looked imploringly at me, though Carleen knew very well what I'd done, since she'd been on her way to the house, passing by Amarilla when I'd run inside there to use the phone. Well, her butler, Mr. Frey, opened the door and was about to let me in when Amarilla herself appeared and began chastising him for doing so, and I just got so angry because it was an emergency, you know? She said the phone wasn't for the likes of me, which, fine. She can be all snooty with me if it makes her feel better, but then I remembered the neighbors pay attention to what we're doing, right? So I snapped and yelled at her that if she didn't let me use the phone, I'd report her to the authorities for refusing to help someone in medical need. Her exact words, Carleen broke in, were, "If you don't let me use the damn phone, I'll alert the Primus of your impudence. How would you like to be dragged out of your house by soldiers and interrogated in the pyramid?" Walworth took all this in and then gave me an amused look. "Impudence, miss?" "I know. It's like Loki is contagious, but that's the kind of talk she understands. And she knows, like all the neighbors, that the Primus has been here without arresting us twice now, so I figured I had nothing to lose. Who else would she respect?" "I see," Walworth said, a small smile on his lips. His face looked pale and tired, but according to the doctor, he would be fine with some rest after the entire ordeal. "And what happened to him?" he added. "To the Primus?" "No, miss. To Loki." I shook my head. "I don't know. He's not here. I called Arlen, too. She and Corey are downstairs trying to make sense of things." "Then you'd best get down there and help, miss." Soon after, I walked down the stairs, past the stubs that remained of the banister. The foyer was in utter chaos, and in the middle of it, I saw Arlen walking slowly back and forth, eyeing the traces of what had to be a magical fight, or at the very least, someone throwing firebombs around. But the house hadn't burned down, so that couldn't have been the case. Arlen was wearing dark pants and fairly flat shoes. Over this was a long, form-fitted dark coat that reached her mid-calf, with slits in the side allowing for movement, and a dark silk blouse visible behind the collar of the coat. Her hair was braided away from her face in an intricate manner that made me think she and Corey had either been planning on going on a job or had just gotten back from one when I called. While still elegant, she looked unusual in these clothes. Her dark eyes scanned the walls, as she must have done several times by now. The door leading to the hallway, and from there to the library and kitchen, opened and Corey appeared. He was dressed in dark pants, simple boots, and a long beige coat that was not him at all. As he entered, he shrugged it off and laid it over an overturned table, leaving him in a dark shirt. His light, short hair was neatly combed down and didn't have the usual lift, despite its short length. Usually, I'd be curious about what they'd been up to, but now I only wanted to figure out what had gone down right here. "No traces of anything happening in the other rooms, or on the patio," Corey told Arlen, and then looked up, noticing me. "How's Walworth?" "He'll be fine," I told them. "But he shouldn't have ended up in this position at all." "He is lucky," Arlen commented at that. What happened here was sudden and powerful. "Do you know what happened?" I asked as I reached the bottom of the stairs and walked over to them. There was a faint smell of ozone in the air, a stinging, metallic scent. It didn't seem like normal fire had been involved at all, despite the burn marks all over the walls. Something had gone off in utter chaos here. "Magic," Arlen said. "I can still sense the residue of it, and I do not like it." "What did Walworth say?" Corey asked as he came over to me and put an arm around my shoulders, giving me a gentle squeeze in the process. I leaned my head against him for a moment. "He said he opened the door. No one actually rang the doorbell, but he was passing through the foyer when he heard some strange, scraping noises." "Likely someone out to pick the lock," Corey said, "to enter quietly." "Well, that plan went awry real quick," I went on, "because he opened the door and found several people there. He wasn't sure how many, maybe 6 or 7 men and women. Then he saw a bright light and was thrown backward. He hit his head on the wall and wasn't really conscious for the rest of it. But he thinks Loki walked in on the scene shortly thereafter because there was some shouting, and his is the only voice Walworth recognized." Arlen uttered at that and turned to look at me. "These marks on the wall," she said, her natural accent thick as ever, "are not solely my husband's doing." "They're not?" "See those rounded ones?" she told me, pointing at an example. "That is likely him trying not to burn down the house in the process of defending himself. Foolish." The last word came out hard, her face set in serious folds, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes, no matter how logical she was. "So, what's everything else?" I asked. There were erratic traces of something else striking the walls, like something had swung back and forth at tremendous speed, leaving marks everywhere. Even some of the knocked down or broken things bore traces of it. "I do not know," Arlen admitted, "and that worries me. Tell me," she added, not one to pause for sentimentalities. "What happened to you? You said on the phone that you were taken by someone?" "The Silent Heralds," I confirmed and nodded. Then I told them about everything that had happened to me after I found Claudia in the library and up to returning home again. As I talked, the other two said nothing. They just listened patiently, not wasting time on interruptions. "Ate?" Arlen said when I was done. "Ex-goddess? You are certain this was her?" I nodded. I know I have no control over my magic, but I felt it. She's the real deal, all right.
Is she important?
Corey asked Arlen. She shrugged. I did not think so. Neither did Loki. I have heard of her, but only in passing. Me too, I said. She was there when... I glanced at Corey. He didn't know this, but what the hell? Now was not the time to keep secrets. And besides, Arlen made no move to stop me. When magic was erased from the Earthside realm, she tried stopping it. Corey merely raised an eyebrow at this.
Let me guess, he said, voice calm too. Goodness, he had learned from the best. Loki was part of that.
Arlen tilted her head a little and then huffed. Somewhat. She really was the best, I concluded from the lack of drama. Had I not been sick to the point of near death when he told me, I'd likely have been shouting in surprise. We'll fill you in, I promise, I said, figuring now was the time to lay all cards on the table. But right now, I fear this was them. These Silent Heralds? Arlen asked. Yeah. When Ate and her minions came in, they all had some signs of being in a fight. Cuts, torn clothes, stuff like that. Probably bruises too, but they weren't showing yet. My guess is they came straight from here to Claudia's room. And there's another thing I didn't mention. The second time I punched Antonia.
Excellent,
Arlen broke in. She yelled at me that running away from them was pointless because they'd get me back anyway.
Because they have Loki,
Corey concluded. I nodded emphatically. Exactly. But how in the hells did they get him? Arlen shook her head slowly. I do not know, but this must have been Ate's doing, judging by what you heard.
Yeah, Corey said. I'd wager money she's the one running the show.
You should not bet money anymore, Arlen suddenly chided him. It is not good for your constitution, and the Baroness of Solon never got her composure back. I gave him a quizzical look and got a sheepish smile in return. But I agree, Arlen went on, unperturbed. Ate likely took over this little group. Cult, I corrected her. That was what they seemed to me. How else to explain the fanaticism of Antonia? Either way, Arlen said, it is unlikely that an ex-deity would follow any human leader. It is not in their nature. Uh-huh, I said, and joined Corey in not commenting further. Arlen was married to one of them. She would know.
What does she want with him, though? Corey asked.
His knowledge, Arlen said, and blood.
Doesn't sound ominous at all, Corey muttered.
It is very ominous, Arlen went on. Very much so. Lives are at stake. But I am currently more preoccupied with my husband. I am sure it matters to you, though, dearie, she told me. Lives? Corey looked to me for answers. They want to undo the spell that erased magic from the Earthside realm core. I believe many will die, here and Earthside. There didn't seem to be any doubt in Corey's mind about what to do. We need to figure out where to go then. I nodded, so relieved for the we part of that sentence. Unless something was part of Kerwin Bowden's plan, that would not have been a given in my previous life. You spoke of where they kept you. A basement? Arlen said. Yeah, I think so, but a big one. The spell disoriented me to the point where I couldn't tell you where it is. I kept running around in circles, and then when I finally sensed my daggers, I found the way out. I walked upward, and then I think I entered a bar or tavern or something like that. But that doesn't really narrow anything down in this city. Arlen and Corey merely looked at each other for a moment. Then silently they seemed to settle on Corey asking the follow-up questions. Lots of corridors? Yeah? Windows? I shook my head. None that I noticed before I lost my senses, at least.
Ventilation system?
He persisted. I looked at Arlen, whose face revealed nothing. There was one. That's how I overheard Ate and Claudia, through the ventilation. How does that help in figuring out which bar? I know it's not that common in Atlantis, but a few surely have them because of the crowds they draw each night. The air has to become dead inside those places if not. I stopped myself when the two of them looked at each other in silence again. Do you guys know where I was? What else were they having wordless conversations about? Not exactly, dearie, but we suspect we know the general area, so to speak. Arlen indicated my thigh with a nod. Fetch your daggers. We need to pay the Thieves' Guild a visit. The fact that Corey and Arlen took me to Bayside Row told me they weren't kidding about wanting to see the Thieves' Guild. Unfortunately for my curiosity, our trip over to that shady part of the city was spent giving Corey the gist of what was happening. By the time we were in Bayside Row, any attempt by me to ask questions about the Thieves' Guild was met with hushes from the other two. Apparently, you didn't talk openly, or even in hushed tones, about the Thieves' Guild in their own neighborhood. Come on, guys, I said after we entered a quiet street. It looked oddly familiar. Can you at least tell me how far? Not long now, Corey assured me. I sighed and trudged along. With my daggers strapped to my thigh again, the weight of them in the twin sheaths was familiar and comforting. Peering at the houses lining the street, I kept walking. They were simple two-story ones, built of stone, with slates on the roofs. Only a few had any lights on in the dark. I had a strong sense of déjà vu as we walked there, and a couple of minutes later I understood why, as we took a left, walked past a few more houses, and then stopped next to a quiet-looking building that still looked quite different from its neighbors. It was a temple, and one I'd seen before. Its stone walls were still a dull color in the dark, with thick patches of moss clinging to them. The garden behind the low, broken-down fence was overgrown, though most of it could only be guessed at from where we stood. I knew what it looked like, though, with tangles of long grass, a few hanging willow branches, and flashes of color where orchids had spread. The shutters still hung crooked on their hinges, and one door leaned half open as if caught mid-movement years ago. Oh yes, the old ruin of a temple attributed to the goddess Ate looked exactly as ramshackle as the last time I'd laid eyes on it. So this is an entrance to the Thieves' Guild, I muttered to myself. In the quiet of the area, the other two heard me, of course. You know about this place? Corey asked. Of course I do, I told him and smiled. Chased a thief here once. Caught him too, I added, and winked at him before crossing the street. I heard Arlen chuckling as they followed me. Inside, the air was dry and heavy with dust. A circular building opened beneath a dome, its once smooth floor scattered with broken wood and fallen plaster. Ate's statue still stood at the center, missing her head and left hand, balanced on the shapes of human heads carved into the stone beneath her feet. The real deal was, unfortunately, not as incapacitated as her effigy. Around the statue, thick columns formed a ring toward the outer wall, where remnants of old benches and tables still lay in heaps. Above where the attic had once been, birds nested in the exposed beams. I had chased a thief here, and ended up saving his life, and I had briefly entertained the idea then that this place could hold a secret entrance to the Thieves' Guild. Famously, no one knew exactly where the guild kept its base. I wasn't in a basement, was I? I asked the others. No, Arlen said as she walked toward the statue. They have a network of facilities below ground. All over the city, Corey added as we followed her. You probably weren't running around in circles. Odds are you ran quite far, actually, before you found an exit. Arlen bent behind the statue and pressed down hard on a piece of the pedestal there, below the skulls under Ate's feet. Then, the piece of the pedestal sank into darkness on some kind of mechanism. The lack of sound indicated someone was oiling it now and then. The gap, a rectangular, narrow opening, didn't look all that inviting. And we're going down there why? I asked. Because it is the only lead we have on the people who took my husband. Oh, I muttered. That's why. Fine. The other place had a guy asking for passwords. I shouldn't be surprised the two of you know it. We do not, Arlen said, and then shifted her stance before lowering herself into the darkness. You don't? I looked at Corey in confusion. This is an entrance used by only a handful of them. No password needed. But we are getting caught shortly, Arlen added, popping her head back up. Oh, great, I said, finding a few hairpins and twisting my hair up into a chignon before heading down into that spider-infested hole. Chapter 15. As I lowered myself into the narrow gap behind the statue, I noticed a small slit in the stone in front of me. What's that? I asked. A shimmering light emerged above and behind me as Arlen came closer. It lit up the slit. That is for removing sacrifices left at the exalted goddess's feet, dearie, she said, then stepped back. I lowered myself all the way down and stepped aside so Corey could do the same. The shimmering light came from Arlen. She'd called forth her innate magic, the manifestation of its source. It hovered like a silvery sphere above her left hand as she looked around while waiting. We were in a tight, dry-smelling chamber, worn down by centuries of dust and filth, no doubt. So this is like a forgotten entrance? I asked her. Not as such. Forgotten by most, not all. I walked over to her and saw what she was now looking at, a dark square cut into the wall, the way onward. So, I began as Corey was busy closing the opening behind us, what's with this gambling and weeping princess? I knew Corey could hear me perfectly well in such close quarters with his elven hearing. Arlen huffed. Baroness, she clarified, then spoke louder. The problem with Corey's gambling is that he is too good at it. Makes it unfair for anyone else, she said, and then bent her head and walked through the opening. No wonder the poor Baroness was so distressed, I muttered to myself, and followed, hearing him chuckle behind me. We entered a new corridor, but this one was different from the ones I'd been in. I may have been disoriented to the point of near blindness before, but those had been more modern, cleaner, easier to breathe in due to proper ventilation, with painted walls. Now we walked through tunnels cut straight into the earth. There were mostly stone walls, with sections of packed dirt held up by thick wooden beams here and there. So, why's the plan to get captured? I asked after a while, keeping my voice low in case someone was nearby. Because we need to talk to the Grey Broker, Corey said behind me. The Grey Broker? I blurted a little too loud, making Arlen hush me where she led the way, her magical light allowing me to see. The Grey Broker? I repeated in a whisper. The leader of the Thieves' Guild? Yes, if we want answers, and we do, then he's the one to talk to. This network of tunnels, Arlen said, hides many secrets, and while we can usually figure them out ourselves, I fear we have little time. So we need quick answers. You usually figure things out yourselves? Down here? I asked, suddenly wanting to be a fly on the wall on one of their jobs. Said Corey behind me. That's not really important right now. What's important is that the Grey Broker knows everything that goes on down here. If an ex-goddess has set up shop in his tunnels, odds are he knows about it, maybe even sanctioned it. So, Arlen took over. Talk to him we will. Talking to the leader of the Thieves' Guild was apparently easier said than done. We kept walking for what felt like hours in these same older-looking tunnels. It could have been 5 minutes or 5 hours. Down here it was hard to tell. I was pretty sure neither Arlen nor Corey actually needed the magical light she provided. Their eyes worked better in the dark than my human ones, and I appreciated the favor. Why do you think we have little time? I asked her. I don't think they want Loki dead. No, but they took the two of you at the same time. That means they are ready. Ready? You know what for, dearie. What you were bred for. You, I blurted. Can't you say born instead? Of course. It does not change the fact, though. Yeah, well, I mumbled, trudging along. It sounds less creepy. No need to let it define you, dearie. Both Corey and I are children of love matches. Okay. I looked over my shoulder and saw Corey's amused smile at this, then faced forward again. Well, maybe she was right. It wasn't a given that one's parents' choices would direct an entire life, was it? It would be a hard fate to shake, though. We walked on for at least half an hour before our surroundings changed. At least it felt like half an hour. Finally, we reached the end of the last corridor, and Arlen let her magic fade as she used both hands to ease open a hatch in the wall before us. We stepped through into a more modern-looking room, furnished but seemingly unused, as white sheets covered all the furniture. The walls were painted a light yellow, and I could hear the soft vibration of the ventilation system again. Arlen crossed the room and found a light switch. When I turned to see Corey enter, I noticed we had come out through a panel connected to what had to be a fake fireplace. No way was that thing in use down here below the city. "Won't be long now," Corey said, and gave my shoulder a squeeze before he passed me and went for the door. I simply let the two of them run the show. This was their world, sort of. As far as I knew from having lived years in the city by now, not all thieves were members of the Thieves' Guild, but all members of that guild were thieves. It seemed, though, that Corey and Arlen had dealings with them from time to time. We exited the room and found ourselves in a dark red corridor. "Oh, crap," I whispered. I was back where I'd escaped from. We walked on, making no attempt to hide. The first person we came across made no move to stop us, likely thinking we belonged there, because we were there at all. This was probably what had allowed me to find a way out earlier. It was harder getting in than out. I supposed it made sense that the thieves' abode would be the opposite of a prison, but if this had been my hideout, I'd have been a little less lax about people coming and going, even those already inside. We passed a second guy, then a third. In the end, Arlen stopped and exhaled before pressing her lips together. "We do not have time for this." As the fourth guy neared us, she simply sidled up to him, smiling. That smile was one I'd be leery of, but the guy merely smiled back, clearly taken in by her appearance alone. "Tell me," she said, her voice like honey now. "What's your name?" I sensed something in the air at once, a power, magical, yes, but different from my own. I'd felt it before, when she'd tried this trick on me. "Oridon," the man said, fully focused on her, not on the dagger at his belt, as he probably should have been. "Oridon," Arlen repeated, and I could have sworn his name sounded melodic coming from her. "We're in a bind, brave Oridon," she went on, pouring her glamour over the helpless man. He didn't stand a chance. "We're looking for Cade Darren." "The Grey Broker?" Oridon said, still smiling and staring, a little dead-eyed yet utterly fascinated by her. "Yes. Can you help us?" "Of course, nothing would make me happier," he said, and did exactly that, guided us through ever more corridors to his leader, without a thought for who we were or how we'd gotten down here at all. "Wow," I whispered to Corey. "That's both badass and scary as hell." "Yep," he said with a smile. Oridon, now fully under Arlen's glamour, led us exactly where he'd promised. Straight to the Grey Broker. I didn't know what I had expected. A throne room, maybe? Or a dungeon with chains and skulls? Something spooky or powerful, at least. What I did not expect was what looked like a big office. The room was lavishly furnished, all dark wood and deep colors. A massive mahogany desk dominated the space, its surface scattered with maps, ledgers, and a half-empty glass of amber liquor. A guard just inside the door noticed at once that we didn't belong, because the moment we stepped through, he yelled, "Strangers in the room!" I jumped, reaching for one of my daggers and barely stopping myself as I realized he wasn't shouting a warning to attack us. Instead, all the people in the office pulled their hoods up, Some even yanked scarves over the lower parts of their faces to hide their identities from us. Fair enough. Oridon led us through the crowd of about 12 or 13 people, all dressed in dark clothing and armed to the teeth with knives, daggers, and the odd sword, to a man who stood bent over a map on a table. That man, tall and powerful, with a mane of graying hair, did not bother to hide his face. Instead, he turned as a hooded woman next to him indicated we were behind him. For a fraction of a second, I saw his eyes widen slightly at the sight of Arlen right behind him. I'm sure her smile did nothing to put the man at ease. "Arlen Saoirse," he blurted, and then seemed utterly in charge again. He looked to Oridon, who stood beside her, smiling like an idiot. "Oridon? You brought her here?" "Yes. It is very important that she speaks with you." Cade, because who else could he be but the gray broker, shook his head in obvious resignation, not caring who saw. "So, to what do we owe the pleasure of your company, Arlen? I see you brought the elven's sidekick again. And a human. Chambermaid or something?" "Again?" I thought, but felt no real surprise with these two. Arlen stepped forward, and I saw the man struggle not to step back. This guy was at the very least leery of her, maybe downright afraid. "She is a far-off duchess in my employ for the moment. Do not worry about her. She does as I command." "I don't doubt it," Cade said, and I noticed his reaction to Arlen made everyone around us alert. I was pretty sure he feared her glamour, but maybe also something more? Was she a true contender for his position? The tension in the room was palpable. "What do you want, Arlen?" Cade said bluntly. "Information, of course. What else?" "What else indeed?" he said, and rolled his hand to get her to go on. "You have an ex-goddess roaming your facilities, Cade," Arlen said. "Do I now?" "Oh, yes. And I have business with her." "The ex-gods tend to hover around the royal families, I've heard," the leader of the Thieves' Guild said. I used the exchange to subtly look around the room. The thieves present looked the part, all of them, dressed in dark attire to blend into the city's abundant darkness. I would guess most of them were cat burglars. Mere pickpockets did not become members of the guild, and con artists didn't dress like this. It was too obvious. "Most of them, yes," Arlen agreed. "The royals provide the best nourishment for such creatures." That was true. Loki was the only one, or one of a select few, who wasn't beholden to the royals for their ambrosia. I wondered for a moment if Ate was, but it didn't matter. Whether she was or not, she was free to roam and lead a group of fanatics to do her bidding. I noticed one of the thieves turn away a little. He, judging by build, stood at the back of the group and clearly didn't want to be seen. I moved my gaze on, but I paid attention without looking directly. There was something familiar about him. I just couldn't place him without seeing his face. "See, if I have an ex-goddess as a guest down here, that's really none of your business, now is it?" Cade persisted. "I would owe you a favor for once," Arlen said, though there was a slight tightening to her voice. Owing this guy anything was the last thing she wanted. Earlier, she'd seemed so calm and in control after showing up at my house, but the sight of her now, bargaining with someone when she didn't hold all the cards, told me more than wailing and screaming ever could. She was seriously worried about Loki. Otherwise, she wouldn't be doing this at all. "Tempting as that is," Cade told her, "I'd rather not deal with you at all." Arlen merely looked at Oridon. He threw himself down before his leader in a display of shouting that would be deeply embarrassing later. "You must listen to her. She is the most important—" The woman next to Cade simply drew her dagger, turned the weapon in one fluent motion, and struck Oridon on the backswing. The guy dropped to the floor in a half-daze. Arlen merely tutted at Cade. "That is harsh, is it not, Cade?" There was a certain inflection she used for his name. Then I felt it again, the power of her glamour as she drew from it, focusing it on her next target,
Maybe you're right, the gray broker said, and then his mouth, previously flat, widened into a smile. Quite an alert smile at that, not at all like Oridan's sheepish one. Crap, I whispered under my breath and reached for my daggers, but before I could draw them, I felt cold steel against my throat. I froze. One bad move and I'd bleed like a waterfall. Best not to overreact, don't you think? Cade said. I could barely see him due to the angle my head was held at, but I saw how Arlen and Corey had frozen in similar positions. I felt my daggers being taken from me, then a prick in my back as the blade at my throat was removed. We've invested in some protection since last we met, Cade said, his attention on Arlen as he pulled a golden medallion on a thin chain from under his shirt. When he opened his hand behind it, I saw what it truly was, the same kind that hung around every Lantian guardian's neck to protect them against sorcery and spells. We were so screwed. I waited for the blade poking into my back to be pushed forward. You are certain you want to be doing this? Arlen asked, her voice so calm it impressed me. Cade had the audacity to laugh. I would not have, had I seen her face. It was the lack of emotion that would have made me think twice. I was seeing why Corey had wanted to learn from her. Cool as a cucumber didn't even cover it. I am certain it's time you learned not to rely on your glamour, Faye. You have nothing else, do you? I refused to believe that the man who'd risen to become the Grey Broker was that stupid. Maybe the victorious moment was too tempting. As far as I'd experienced, Arlen rarely used her glamour unless truly necessary. I also know you're married. When we figure out to whom, I'm sure we can talk of a nice ransom. He nodded at someone behind me. Put them somewhere they won't make trouble. At least you have some honor still, Arlen remarked as she was shoved from the side and made to move toward the door. And maybe the Duchess here will fetch a few coins too, he added with a smirk directed at me. The insolence, I uttered, going for my best Loki impression to sell the part of stuck-up, hubris-laden highborn, before I, too, was shoved and made to move. Chapter 16. I take it this was also part of your plan to find Ate? I asked as I sat on a table in the room the thieves had shoved us into. By the realms, no, Corey said as he sank down on a sheet-covered chair. We were in an unused room again, with covered furniture that seemed more like it had been dumped in storage than arranged to furnish the room. Dark green walls surrounded us, and I wondered why they chose such heavy colors in an already cramped, claustrophobic space. I shall handle the Grey Broker, Arlen said, her voice like ice. It made me very glad not to be Cade Darren. By now, I knew her glamour wasn't the most dangerous thing about her. But as for now, she went on, focusing on what mattered, we must get out of here. If that rat will not provide me with the information I seek, I have no time to sit here and wait for his ransom plan. Good thing, I thought, considering his plan was to identify Loki and demand the ransom from him. Loki was quite indisposed at the moment, judging by the fight that had happened in my foyer. Right, Corey said. I clocked 3 guards outside. Have heard nothing since to change that number. Neither have I, Arlen said. The door is locked with a triple bolt lock. I assume this room functions as both storage and as a cell for the occasional prisoner. Occasional? I asked. Rarely are the ones already given access to this place taken prisoner, Arlen explained. The Thieves' Guild runs on loyalty. Okay, I said, highly doubting that. But what did I know about this literal underworld of Atlantis? All right, Corey went on. 3 guards, triple lock. Anything else? More thieves down the line if we manage to break out, Arlen pointed out. I had nothing to contribute. While I'd gotten fairly decent at picking locks, I could see that this heavy lock was way out of my league. The thieves had also relieved me of my kit, which I'd found on the dining table in the library next to my daggers. My daggers, though. I could sense them nearby. They were still in the tunnels with us,
but they hadn't moved since I was separated from them. They likely remained with Corey and Arlen's knives in Cade Darren's office, or whatever that had been. Being separated from them again made me antsy. I might have this magic, anti-magic, too, but the only things I truly knew how to handle, to defend myself with, were my daggers. I sighed and half-listened as the other two weighed our options. Maybe this was a good time to try the trick Arlen had done in the tunnels farther back. Call upon my innate magic, see the source of it, or that was how I interpreted it. Maybe I should start with not calling it a trick, I thought, and rested my hands in my lap, palms up, trying to look inward. "We could pull the traveling minstrel," Arlen said. "Pretend to faint and—" "We don't have the elixir," Corey pointed out. "Nor do I think any of them would fall for us suddenly being in the minstrel business." "Right. Next?" Corey shrugged. "What about the whispering chalice, but as a ghost?" "That needs an actual chalice," Arlen said, "or the appearance of an apparition, and someone willing to whisper for an hour." Corey pressed his lips together a moment. "So, no. The Quicksilver switch? We would need mercury and a cage, and less self-respect." I couldn't help but chuckle at that, which lost me my focus. I tried again. "Fine," Corey said. "Then what about the prophet's debt?" "That one only works if one of us can appear holy." "That is a no," I told them. "The glass serpent?" Corey tried, neither of them offended by my comment. They looked more like they agreed. Arlen shook her head. "Needs glass. And a serpent." Corey exhaled heavily. "And luck. Seems we are out of all three." I looked down at my hands in excitement. Their chatter about escape routes was having a weirdly relaxing effect on me, because I could sense, maybe dip into was the right word, the magical side of me. The anti-magic always seemed easier, but now I felt this surge of raw force, powerful, full of possibilities. "I don't know," Corey went on. "Pretend one of us is dying and call for help?" I focused on my hands, hoping to make an orb of innate magic appear there. I had to admit, despite this nearly killing me, despite it being forced on me without warning, I kind of wanted to see it now, like Loki, Arlen, and Del could. How would it manifest for me? "While I do not value the members of this guild all that highly, I doubt they will be fooled that easily," Arlen said. I lifted my hands a bit as something red and orange sparked between them. Then it was gone. "Buy them off?" Corey suggested. "Tricky when there's more than one, though." "It is," Arlen said. I tuned them out and focused more intently on that sense of power, staring daggers at the open space between my palms. Then it came again. Bright red, flares of orange. It sparked, once, twice, and then seemed to ignite, growing between my hands. I grinned, eyes wide. I was actually doing it. Doing something on purpose, even though it was growing a bit larger than I'd seen anyone else manage. I cocked my head and looked at it, still feeding it, willing it to remain, afraid I'd lose it. But it didn't look like the spheres of pure energy the others could conjure. It looked more fiery. And then, like a true fire, it grew and expanded, the magic between my hands an actual freaking fireball. I instinctively tried backing away, but the thing was stuck between my hands. I jumped off the table, barely noticing the other two turn toward me at the sudden movement and bright light. "What in the hells do I do?" I shouted, and without waiting for an answer, I moved my hands and threw the thing forward, still without touching it, or seeing exactly where I was sending it. It flew through the room, straight for the door, where it hit in a blaze of flames. Fire roared up, something cracked, and I was sure I'd doomed us all, setting the damn underground room on fire. Then it died down somewhat, revealing burned-off wood around the area where the keyhole had been. The lock now lay as a molten piece of glowing metal on the floor. "What the hell did I do?" I blurted. "Who cares?" Arlen remarked, with such a dry and calm demeanor that I was shaken out of my panic. She had a smile on her face before she looked to Corey. "Now," she told him. They didn't waste any time, unlike me, who stood staring at the damage I'd done. Corey and Arlen went for the door, and before I could think to follow, I heard shouts and the noise of fighting from outside. "Oh, crap," I uttered, and then ran after them. In the couple of seconds they'd been ahead of me, one guy now lay on the floor. Arlen grabbed a knife out of one man's hand and struck him over the head with the handle in the same motion. The third guy had frozen for a second, but seemed to wake up as he took a step forward. I had no idea which of them he was going for, but I bent and yanked a knife from the belt of the fallen guy nearest me, Corey's victim, and threw it without thinking. It wasn't my usual weapon. Well balanced, but not for me. The knife struck, but not where I'd aimed. Instead, it buried itself in the guy's upper right arm. It unsettled him, and he never had time to react verbally as Corey went for him, taking advantage of his stumble. The man went down fast after that. "What just happened?" I asked, breathing hard, heart pounding. "You tell us," Arlen said, calm and in control. Did her pulse even spike? "You are the one who broke down the door. A warning would have been nice, but..." She shrugged. "I didn't. I mean, I did, but I was trying to summon that sphere of innate magic like you did." "Oh, that is not how you do that, dearie," she said and smiled at me. "No kidding," I said in stressed-out exasperation and looked to Corey for help, but he was trying hard not to laugh out loud. "We must not dawdle," Arlen added, and they both went to work, stripping the knives off the thieves on the floor. "Someone will have heard that." "Yeah," I said, noticing as she spoke that my daggers were on the move, and they were coming this way. I quickly told the other two. "Here," Corey said as he yanked the knife I'd thrown out of the guy's arm. The movement, and the pain that followed, made the man groan where he lay, probably waking him up. Corey handed me the knife, and then we were off, Arlen leading the way. "Do you guys know where we're going?" I asked. "Meh," was Arlen's answer. "Great." I huffed and glanced back over my shoulder. "Really great." We ran hard through dark red corridors, the paint scuffed and dull in the lamplight. Doorways flashed by, storerooms, meeting nooks, but we didn't slow to look inside. Somewhere behind us came the steady call and answer of pursuers, splitting and regrouping, voices carrying through cross tunnels. We cut left, then right, then down a narrow passage where pipes rattled overhead, squeezing past crates and shuttered grates, the walls closing in until our shoulders brushed them. All the while, I could still sense my daggers on the move, sometimes coming straight for us, sometimes veering off, moving in odd directions away from us. With these winding tunnels and us turning left and right all the time, it made sense. But the persistence of whoever held them, whoever was following, was worrisome. The shouts grew louder, the same group that had followed us from the room we'd busted out of. I was so preoccupied with them that I ran right into Corey as he stopped abruptly at the sudden appearance of a thief coming toward us. The thief half managed to halt his steps in front of Arlen, shouting, "Crap! You?" and never seeing the fist she already had in motion. Her knuckles struck his throat without mercy. His eyes bulged and he sank to his knees, trying to pull his dagger, draw breath, and clutch at his throat at the same time. "Interesting people you guys know," I said dryly, peeking around Corey. "We're very sociable people," he insisted as we hurried after Arlen, who simply ran past the man on the floor. Obviously. The momentary stop, brief as it was, had let our pursuers draw closer. Their voices were louder now, not angry or panicked at us trying to get away. They sounded too calm and organized for that, like they were communicating from different parts of the tunnel, like they'd split up. That thought barely registered before 5 thieves were on us, 3 at the front, 2 from behind. They came out of side tunnels fast as snakes, all wearing their hoods up to hide their faces. Corey and I were cut off from Arlen, who faced 3 alone. I acted on instinct and trusted Corey to do the same. I ducked the first blow heading my way, slashed at the thief's leg, and grazed his knee. He hissed, but it didn't slow him much. I didn't need to see his fist coming down over me. I would have done the same. Rolling to the side and forward, I took 2 steps as I came up, feeling the air move where he struck, right where I'd just been. I whirled and threw my knife, taking a chance, and it struck him in the side. He cried out in surprise, more than anything, as he'd been moving toward me and now fell, a whooshing sound escaping him on the way down. I had no idea how badly I'd hurt him, but given that he'd been waving his own knife at me, what choice had I had? To my left, I saw Corey duck an impressively fast swing before punching his opponent in the side, taking a knee to the stomach in return. It knocked the hooded man back, and as he stumbled, Corey moved fast and kicked him so he hit the wall behind him, head first. That gave me space to move toward Arlen. One of the 3 thieves near her was already down, groaning in pain, a knife in his thigh, blood pouring from his nose, but the other 2 had learned to work together. One managed to grab her arm as Corey and I ran forward, but before we could reach her, she twisted and turned so her back was to the 2 men, surprising them with this apparent vulnerability. She actually allowed the other one to grab her free arm, then kicked off from the floor and twisted in a sort of grounded somersault. She landed behind them, free of their startled grips, and grabbed a leg in each hand. Corey stopped, and if he hadn't grabbed my shoulder to hold me back, I'd have run straight into what turned out to be her glamour. Her eyes turned completely silver in a flash, silvery energy bursting outward in a wave of magic, and the thieves just stopped. Arlen canted her head, loosened her hold on the men, and then stood. "Your names," she demanded, her voice dripping with honey while her face burned like fire to the ice in her eyes. "Quentin," one said. "Park," the other joined in. "Do you know where Ate is?" "No," they both said. "Don't know who she is," Park added. Arlen blinked and her eyes turned back to their normal dark color. "Lead us out of here," she commanded, and they obeyed without question. I stared at Corey, eyebrows somewhere near my hairline, as Arlen turned and followed them, with us on her heels. "What in the hell's just happened?" I whispered to Corey, knowing she could hear me too. It didn't really matter. "That's the full force of her glamour." "No kidding. Really? Why didn't you use that on Cade Darren?" I asked her. "It lasts a few years," she said over her shoulder, walking fast behind her 2 new servants. What else were they now? "Years?" I repeated like a simpleton. And now I wish I had used it on that rat. I thought I could persuade him. We have use of him from time to time, but today he has hindered me. I do not like that. "Okay," I said, still happy I wasn't the gray broker. If we got out of this, he had a bad time coming. I was sure of it. As sure as I was that finding Loki was all that mattered to Arlen right now. "Nearest exit," she told the enthralled thieves, who obeyed without question. "Are they mindless?" I asked Corey, who gave a wobbly, maybe not sort of nod. We all stopped a second, noticing voices somewhere behind us again. Then they went silent. "Crap," I whispered. There were more of them coming. "Faster," Arlen told our guides, and they sped up, just as I had the wherewithal to sense my daggers again. During the fighting, the sense of their whereabouts had slipped from me, but now they came fast from the left, diagonally toward us. I stopped and stared, even though I should have run. There was no tunnel where my daggers felt like they were, almost next to me, only solid wall. Come on," Corey said, motioning toward Arlen up ahead. I nodded and followed, but couldn't shake it. It felt like my daggers passed me somewhere to my left. The total silence of the voices behind us was more worrying. I ran after the others and then, out of nowhere, or
Out of the wall, to be more precise, an opening appeared. 1 second, there was only the dark red of the wall. The next, a rectangular gap yawning there, darkness beyond. "Attack!" Arlen ordered Quentin and Park. "Wait!" she snapped a heartbeat later, as a person appeared in the opening, leaning out a bit, making no move to harm us before he pulled his hood back, revealing one of my daggers in that hand. I stopped alongside Corey and stared for a second. Then I recognized him. "Damien?" Chapter 17. "Do you know him?" Arlen asked. "Well, yeah," I said, still staring like an idiot. "There's no time for this. Do you want help or not?" Damien said, indicating the secret tunnel inside the secret tunnel with a sideways nod. Yes, we did. I slipped past him into the dark, Corey and Arlen following. Damien came after us and closed the door or panel, I couldn't see which. "The people after you now won't make a sound," Damien whispered in the dark. "Follow me." Corey found my hand and took it, guiding me along as I was essentially blind. Damien led the way, and this tunnel was more of a cramped crawl space than the ones we'd just left. It was colder too, raw, damp. The walls were dirt or bare rock. My free hand brushed condensation when I reached out for balance. How Damien navigated this, I had no idea. He was human, like me. Maybe he just knew the way by heart. So that was who I'd thought I'd recognized back in Cade's office. I hadn't seen Damien Deckel since the ordeal with the House of the Learned and the Reflective, but I was immensely glad to do so now. It was because of him I'd first suspected the ruined Temple of Ate hid an entrance to the Thieves' Guild. He'd been trying to save his father and brother then, and in the end he'd helped me. Seemed there were thieves walking both sides of the moral line. I gave Corey's hand a gentle squeeze at that thought. I'd come a long way, hadn't I? And besides, when things went to hell, who kept stepping up to help? Not the so-called upright, law-abiding citizens of Atlantis. I'd learned early how to judge people. Thankfully, those days were, well, not far behind me, but behind me at least. "Here," Damien said. I heard a match rasp against a box before a bead of flame bloomed, throwing jittery light across the cramped tunnel, licking over damp walls and our faces. I blinked hard and saw a kerosene lamp hanging from a rusty nail. "Never mind that," Arlen said, calling forth her innate magic again. The silvery sphere hovered effortlessly above her left palm. "How do you do that so easily?" I asked as we followed Damien, keeping my voice low. "It is simple," she told me. "It is like," she considered, "like blowing up a balloon the first time you try. It is very difficult. Then you get the hang of it." "A balloon? You mean it's like riding a bike?" "No, it is not like riding a bike at all." She shook her head emphatically. "It is like blowing up a balloon." I sighed. "For crying out loud, there's 2 of you." "What?" "Here," Damien interjected, stopping in front of a seemingly innocuous wall. The walls here were no longer bare stone. They were clad in wood and painted, dark blue by the looks of it. "This is as far as I can take you." He glanced at Quentin and Park, who loomed on each side of Arlen like bodyguards, which, I guessed, they kind of were. "Do not worry about my friends here," Arlen told him. The 2 ensorcelled thieves almost bristled at being called friends. "They will not tell a soul about you helping us, will you?" she added to them. "We do as you command," Park said, Quentin nodding. If they hadn't been trying to kill us a few minutes ago, I'd have found it a lot creepier. "All right, then," Damien said, doubt clear in his voice, but he also seemed to accept that these 2 weren't exactly themselves. "I'm beginning to see why the Grey Broker is wary of you." Arlen merely smirked. "And where exactly have you brought us?" "You were looking for Ate, were you not?" "Yes. And you will tell us because?" "We can trust him," I told her.
"And you know him how, dearie?" she asked. "I told you I chased a thief. Caught him, too. Didn't you believe me?"
"You didn't actually catch me," Damien pointed out.
"Stabbed you in the ass, too," I reminded him.
"It was more like the upper thigh," he said with a small huff. "And you didn't stab me as much as send one of these flying." He lifted one of my daggers, then stepped forward and handed both back to me. "Thank you," I said, relief flooding me as I sheathed them. Coming back down here later to retrieve them had not been on my to-do list. "I snatched them from Cade in the chaos when you blew up the door," Damien added. "How did you do that, by the way? You were searched. You had no explosives." "I was trying to blow up a balloon," I muttered as Corey did a poor job of not chuckling. Damien looked between Arlen and me and shook his head. "Anyway, my father and brother are alive thanks to you, Emery, so I had little choice but to help." "Thanks," I told him, smiling. "Very well," Arlen said, assessing me and apparently deciding that was enough to trust Damien. "About Ate? Do you know something?" Damien glanced at Quentin and Park again, but settled on them being firmly under her sway. "Ate is an occasional fixture down here. She's an ex-goddess, you know." "We're aware," Corey said. Damien nodded. "Ate is connected to the guild, and far back. She goes back to the beginning of it as far as I know. Some say she even started it." "Why in the realms would she do that?" I asked. Damien shrugged. "I don't know. I don't even know if it's true. But she shows up here now and then. Years pass between visits. The Grey Broker always lets her stay, no matter who holds that title." Arlen laughed softly. "What do you provide for her?" "I've never been sent to do anything for her. I've barely seen her up close. She has her own area in the tunnels. At least that part I knew for sure after my earlier abduction." "What I've heard, though, is that Quentin was on one of those jobs," Damien said, nodding toward the ensorcelled thief. "Is this true?" Arlen immediately asked. Quentin nodded, and I realized it was Park who'd said earlier that he didn't know who she was. Apparently you needed to be very specific with ensorcelled people. "And what did you fetch for the ex-goddess, pray tell?" "Ambrosia," he said, "from one of the royal families." Arlen smiled. "This explains many things. About the guild, and Ate's independence from said families." "It certainly did. If she'd formed the Thieves' Guild to procure ambrosia, then she'd bought herself freedom. Loki had told me how the royals kept ambrosia over the old gods' heads to control them. I'd seen it in practice with Hercules, safely tucked into a royal household. Ate had done what Loki had with Idun's apples, found another way. Neither of them danced on royal strings. "Can you take us to Ate?" I asked Damien. "Are we close?" "No. Or maybe yes." He hesitated. "This is what Cade doesn't want you to know. Ate is useful to the guild. Her magic is strong. She's useful, and while not the leader exactly, she is one to a certain degree. I don't know much more. I'm not high enough in the chain for that. It was just luck I was even in there when you were brought before him." "Not much more?" Corey said. "Yes," Arlen added. "By your choice of words, it sounds like you know somewhat more." "Only this," Damien said. "Some of the guys were on a job for Cade earlier. I saw them coming back down from the city maybe 6 hours ago." Which was probably around the time I'd been taken, give or take the spell blur. "I saw them hauling something through the tunnels. There were a lot of them working it." "And that something was?" Arlen asked. "Chains." "Chains?" I repeated. He nodded. "Golden chains of some sort. They kind of flickered. I don't think it was just the lamps. That wasn't the strangest part either. They were long. Incredibly long. And I saw a lot of the people pulling them faint every so often. It was strange. I had to retreat when I saw her, Ate coming. I was already seeing something I wasn't supposed to be involved in.
And where were they hauling these chains? Arlen asked, a hardness in her voice now.
Here,
Damien said.
in this direction. This tunnel is part of the oldest network. Nobody uses it anymore, but it leads the same way. That's why I knew it would get you close.
But you use them? I asked.
I'm very interested in our history, he said with a small smile.
I nodded, but then shook my head. No, he wasn't. But I knew he was willing to step outside the guild's rules when necessary. He'd done it for his family, after all. Why not learn all the hidey holes in this place?
And where are we going if we keep to this direction? Corey asked. If you leave through this panel, Damien said, indicating a plain stretch of wall. It looked like any other, but if he said there was a panel, I believed him. He put his hand flat on it and pushed. The section of wall fell forward on a hidden hinge. He caught it before it hit the floor. Through the opening, the tunnel beyond was dark, but not completely. Arlen's silvery magic still flickered in her palm, throwing soft light into the gloom. You need to go left 6 times and then right the last one, Damien said. There's a way out there, similar to this one. He pulled the panel all the way inside and set it aside.
And where exactly will that lead us? Arlen asked.
I don't know why they went this way. That exit, or entrance, depending on how you see it, isn't really in use. It's too dangerous, too easy to be caught and have a whole host of problems rain down on us. So be sure to cover your tracks. That's all I ask for doing this, he said, looking at me. This was his way of repaying me for his family. I nodded, hoping I looked sincere. Apparently it was enough, because he told us, on the other side of that last panel, you'll find the pyramid. Damien was right, of course. We followed his instructions through those last cramped parts of the tunnel system, found the final hidden panel, and stepped into another world. A world I didn't like to remember. The dungeons. I could hardly believe there was a connection between the guild tunnels and the dungeons. How did more prisoners not escape? Then again, maybe that wasn't in the guild's interest. Maybe only in special cases. I'd never heard of a prison break. But like moving the Red Kin off-world, maybe it wasn't in the state's interest to reveal such things. We wound our way through cold, dark corridors past cell after cell. Just because the Thieves' Guild had a way in and out didn't mean breaking someone free would be easy. There were usually plenty of guards down here. I knew that from experience. You okay? Corey asked, catching whatever was on my face. No, but I'll be fine, I told him. The months I'd spent here awaiting trial had been terrifying. Alone, scared, shut into a cramped cell with nothing and no one for company. The only blessing, something I could admit only in hindsight, was the solitude. Time to sleep, to think, to not have someone pouring so-called truths into my ear. Something's not quite right, though, I added. It's unusually quiet. I didn't remember my wing of the dungeons as particularly noisy. I'd been surrounded by other kin members then, people with time to think or fume. But whenever I was moved, I'd heard shouting, screaming, guards talking, keys rattling, doors opening and closing. Now? Nothing. It is, Arlen agreed, a few steps ahead, Quentin and Park still flanking her like it was their life's work. Yeah, Corey said. Where are the guards? We all stopped in the middle of the corridor and listened. No footsteps, no voices. Just one thin, papery rasping sound farther ahead. Soft, unending. Not voices, not chains. Fingernails, dozens of them. A steady scrape on metal and wood, as if every person inside was clawing at their doors. Are they? I began, shaking my head, looking around. The noise was incessant and utterly eerie. Are they trying to get out? I think so, Corey said,
worry in his eyes. "Something is more disturbing than usual down here," Arlen said, and motioned us onward. No guards appeared to stop us. It was unnerving. In my memory, the guards had been everywhere, policing every inch of our lack of freedom. The scraping persisted behind the cell doors until we found the way up, toward the lower floors of the pyramid. I actually shivered as we stepped into the open reception area on the ground floor, almost able to shake the dungeon off my skin. There were several exits around the massive space, but this was the exact way I'd come up on the last day of my trial, before exile. I'd never expected to see it again, and the relief of being out of the dungeons was almost physical. But even here, something was wrong. "Where is everyone?" Arlen asked. The front desk, long enough to seat 20 receptionists, was empty. Not a single person in sight. We stood a moment, just looking. The pyramid was the power hub of Atlantis. It didn't sleep. There was always something happening, day or night. Corey started toward the main doors, and I followed while Arlen and her new bodyguards waited. He tried one of the big double doors. "Not locked," he murmured as it opened. Shouldn't it have been, if no one was inside? He pushed it wider and peered out. I joined him. Not a soul in sight. The broad open space outside the pyramid was utterly empty. The last time I'd been here with Loki and something had been wrong, there had still been people, running, screaming, doing something. This time, nothing. "It's like they all just up and left," Corey said, frowning. "Left?" I echoed, and his words clicked something into place. "Oh, she is strong." "Who?" "Claudia," I said. "She's just like her mom, Livia. We told you about her, remember?" He nodded. "Yes?" "This is what she did at my house earlier. Cast a spell that made people, Walworth in that case, feel an incessant need to leave the area her spell covered. My house, then." "You mean," he said, gesturing up at the gigantic building above us. "She did the same here? To the entire pyramid?" I nodded. "What else could have happened? She emptied the pyramid of people, Corey." Arlen came closer, drawn by my realization. "They must have brought Loki here too," I added. "This is where everything went down the first time around." Arlen looked up, though she saw nothing but the ceiling like us. "Then this is what the Norn spoke of to Loki," she said. "This is the second end." Chapter 18. The trek up to the upper levels of the pyramid went by in silence, mostly because it was an insanely steep and long one. We took the interior stairs and didn't meet a single soul coming up or down. It was eerie. The last time I'd been this far up was when Agaton Groth had taken the pyramid in his coup de grace, and people had been running the opposite way then. When we reached the first of the top 10 floors, we searched each of them. Someone had to be here somewhere. I thought about Arlen's ominous words downstairs as we swept through empty room after empty room. We moved quietly, treading lightly on the stone floors, opening doors slowly so they didn't creak. Still, we saw no one, heard nothing. In the Atlas halls, a series of interconnected rooms, we found no one either. Wherever Ate and Claudia were, and who else could it be? They had to have withdrawn to the very top. I walked slowly toward the entrance to the small outside terrace as the other two fanned out behind me. I knew these halls. I'd walked them for 6 years. As I reached the doors to the outside, I paused. The last time I'd stood in this exact spot, Kerwin had sent me out to gauge the crowd of Lanteans below, an angered mass ready to storm the pyramid. The memory made me shiver despite the usual heat of Atlantis. I'd walked out there in blind faith then. Scared? Sure. Terrified at the sight below. A part of me had known, even then, that the entire city of 1 million Lanteans hated us. Not many hours after that, I'd again stood here, waiting for the stampede of Lanteans coming up to end us. And yet here I stood now, alive and well, so to speak.
"You okay?"
Came Corey's voice behind me before he put a comforting hand on my shoulder. I smiled and laid my own over his. "It's funny," I told him. "The last time I stood here was right after meeting your annoying ass for the first time."
"I think you mean charming and gallant," he said with a chuckle.
"Nope, I don't. But I will admit that after meeting you, I stood here waiting for the oncoming mob with just a smidgen of hope that maybe you were right. Maybe they weren't going to kill us in a rage."
"And here you are now," he said, his voice soft.
"I guess you were right about that," I told him, then let go of his hand and moved toward the door. It was unlocked. I pushed it open and walked outside onto the terrace for the first time since that day. The wind so far up made itself known at once, pulling at my hair and clothes, but it was a calm day. I'd experienced much worse up here. I heard Corey following me out. "There were a million Lantians down there last time I was up here," I told him. "Not so much anger today."
"No,"
he said, squinting. "See anything?" He tilted his head as he kept watching, the bright sun making his hair seem golden.
"I think so,"
he finally said, and pointed. Far down, so far I could barely discern them, were figures clad in tan clothes and armor, circling the perimeter of the pyramid.
"Hunters?" I said.
"Yeah," Corey confirmed.
"See how they're seemingly strolling around casually?"
"I'm going to have to trust your elven sight on that particular detail, but I don't think hunters stroll casually. They're more the type to stalk menacingly."
"Agreed. I think they know something's wrong here."
"Someone was bound to find out. Everyone just left."
"They did. Like you said, Walworth did. Left with a sudden urge to be elsewhere. Wonder how long that will last. Oh, look," he blurted, pointing at a hunter who calmly walked inside the fence to check one of the guard booths at an entrance.
"They aren't affected by the magic?" I said.
"Interesting." "They likely have all kinds of wards against that," Corey said. "Kind of like the Guardians. I bet it won't be long before they're here, too."
"Romantic as the view might be," Arlen's voice suddenly intruded. "We must move. There is no one on this floor." We turned to find her standing in the doorway, Quentin and Park right behind her like looming shadows. We left the terrace and told her what Corey had spotted on the ground. "This does not surprise me," was her comment. "The spell must give at some point, and then all hell will rain down on this place. We must hurry." Hard to argue with that. This was the second time in a short while that someone had taken control of the pyramid. The current powers that be wouldn't take kindly to that. We went back to the stairs and up to the royal apartments. A spacious landing greeted us, narrow windows letting in sunlight. There was a lot more natural light on the upper floors of the pyramid, but the place still hadn't been built for electricity. Wires along the outside of the walls were as common here as on the lower levels. The massive stone didn't lend itself to hiding them. "Here," I said, pointing at the nearest and largest of the 4 doors. "In here, and we'll find the Chrysia parlors." A muted thud sounded, followed by a groan. I stared at the door a second too long, then turned and saw, like the others, Park down on one knee, hand to the back of his head. A knife clattered to the floor. It must have hit him with the hilt, or there'd be a lot more blood. "What?" I managed before turning fully, and saw a man bounding up the stairs, sword in one hand, knife in the other. Dressed in tan, it still took a second for me to realize that Raldo was actually sprinting up, ready to kill by the looks of him. All of us, even Park in his pain, turned as one to face him. While he'd almost always worn an antagonistic sneer every time I'd seen him, he was out to murder now, judging by the determined focus, set jaw, and rage-filled eyes. "No, wait!" I shouted as Corey and Arlen went forward to meet him. "You got it all wrong! We didn't do this!" Our being here, especially me, with the pyramid again under attack, did not look good. Trying to reason with him didn't help. Corey and Arlen met him head-on with the knives they'd nicked from the thieves in the tunnels, parrying his first swings. They moved so well together when fighting, always knowing where the other was as they spun around him. But Quentin and Park weren't part of that unspoken plan. Enraged that someone was threatening Arlen, they threw themselves into the fray, ruining the rhythm. Raldo moved quickly, parrying an attempt from Corey as Arlen got close. Quentin cut across her path, and Raldo dropped low in a smooth move, kicking out and striking her hip, shoving her back. Quentin yelled something in anger and swung his sword so wide he nearly took off Corey's head, had Corey not ducked. That forced him to step back and circle Raldo. While all this happened, I snuck around the opposite way, daggers ready, but the constant attacks from the others made it too risky to throw them. I could easily hit one of ours. I was amazed at the hunter's speed and resilience. We were 5 against 1, and he held his own, swinging his blades like uneven fights were something he did before breakfast. There, finally, I spotted an opening. Behind him, his right leg. I ducked in, but at the same time Park came from my right, drawing Raldo's attention. He parried Park's blade above me, the clang of steel loud in my ears. A heartbeat later, his knuckles connected with the side of my head, sending me reeling and knocking me on my ass. I blinked hard, still clinging to my daggers, pain flaring sharp and hot. For a moment, the others were just unclear shapes whirling in front of me, blades flashing. "Up!" Arlen yelled. I forced myself to focus. She reached an arm out and I grabbed it, the hilt of my dagger pressed between our hands as she hauled me to my unsteady feet. "Thanks," I managed through the throbbing ache. He'd clearly not used the hilt of his knife, or I'd be out cold. "Come," Arlen said, starting toward the melee again. "We must get Quentin and Park to—" She didn't get any farther, either with words or movement, as a wall of red magic suddenly burned through the room, cutting us off from the other 4. It rose in an instant, a shimmering vertical sheet of crimson energy stretching from floor to ceiling. It pulsed faintly, translucent enough to show distorted shapes beyond. "No!" I cried out, running forward and slapping my hand against the magical barrier. "Corey!" I yelled, banging on it. It felt cool to the touch, impenetrable. "Corey!" I saw him through the haze, fighting Raldo alongside the 2 thieves, the hunter not letting up. "Corey!" I yelled again, banging harder, trying in my fear to use my anti-magic, pressing my palm flat to the barrier, but nothing happened. Corey jumped back, barely dodging Raldo's sword as the blade cut through the air so fast it seemed to defy the laws of nature. Then again, so did Corey's backward roll as Raldo came at him again, before Park took the hunter's attention. "Come, dearie," Arlen said somewhere beside me. She grabbed my arm, but I twisted free. I drew both daggers and stabbed at the wall, but the blades slid, never quite making contact. The lethally sharp tip simply skated aside as if repelled. I stared in disbelief. That had never happened before. "This is Claudia's doing," I shouted at Arlen. "I know. Now come on," Arlen pressed, grabbing my arm again. "No! Corey's in there!" "I know, dearie. We can't do anything for him now." "No!" I shouted again, running along the wall to get a better view of him fighting for his life. The hunter was a different kind of fighter altogether. He'd held his own against 5 opponents there for a full minute. I saw Corey, Quentin, and Park finally begin to adjust to each other, no longer crossing into each other's attacks. Even so, a slice from Raldo's blade hit home, and Corey stumbled back, nearly into the magical barrier behind him. "Corey!" I screamed. He clutched his side, then seemed to realize it was just a scratch. Hearing me, he looked back and waved me off. I shook my head. No, I was not leaving him. Then he looked at Arlen, clearly signaling he wanted us gone. He waved us away before ducking as the hunter came too close again. "Now, Emery!" Arlen shouted in my ear. "You are distracting him!" This time I let her pull me towards the door, hesitating, looking back, knowing the odds were stacked against Corey despite their numbers. "Arlen," I begged, as she opened the door and dragged me through. Corey can take care of himself, she said, her voice hard but truthful. We have to help him. We are going to kill that witch, she said, marching down the wide corridor. I blinked away tears as the door closed behind us, then turned so I wasn't walking backward anymore. Okay, I said, forcing steel into my own voice. Let's find her fast, then. Just as I said those words, a door opened farther ahead, revealing that someone else was here. But it wasn't Claudia who stepped out. It was Ate, looking out as if to see what all the fuss was about. When her dark eyes landed on us, her face split into a grin. What took you so long, Emery? Chapter 19. What took me so long? I repeated, my voice annoyingly shrill. What the hell is wrong with you? I yelled at the ex-goddess, where she stood half-hidden behind the door. Anger coursed through me, fed by my fear for Corey's life. Without thinking, I threw the dagger in my right hand. It never struck the ex-goddess. Instead, it was smacked aside, clattering across the floor as she called forth her magic. Orange light flashed, the force slamming into me too, knocking me back. I crashed to the unforgiving stone, dazed and raging with fear and indignation all at once. Now, Ate said somewhere above me as I groaned. You'll waste your energy if you keep at it like this, she tutted. I hated her in that moment. She showed no concern for the people fighting for their lives on the other side of the door behind us. Where's Claudia? I hissed. Claudia is a bit preoccupied at the moment. Nothing for you to worry about yet, Ate said. With the sounds of the fight muted, I heard her shoes click against the floor as she came closer. The feeling of a predator nearing gave me enough strength to sit up properly and pay attention. She looked almost harmless in a long, sleeveless green dress, half her hair coiled up on top of her head, the rest falling in ringlets. I knew better, if nothing else from the painful energy she wielded the way Loki wielded his fire. And who have you brought here? Ate said, laying her eyes on Arlen. There was no recognition in her gaze as she met Arlen's dark eyes. A fae? How quaint. She pursed her lips and canted her head, studying Arlen like she was the cutest little thing ever. Seems you've managed to put your kin ways behind you, Emery, when you keep friends like this. That's good. You have some important choices to make today. Screw you, I said, pushing myself to my feet. I still had one dagger in hand, the other lying on the floor. Neither that nor the knife in Arlen's hand seemed to worry Ate. She merely chuckled. An impudent little thing, that's what you are. She shrugged, like it didn't matter. But that kind of tenacity will serve you well today, I think. You think so, huh? I couldn't hide the anger in my voice. The only thing I have to do at the moment is kill Claudia. Ate looked at me with that bloody, condescending smile. I think you will change your mind on that, child. She suddenly looked to Arlen. Reel in your glamour, Faye, she told her. It won't work on me. If it didn't work on Loki, I doubted it worked on any of the old gods, but I got why she'd tried. The look on Arlen's face confirmed it as she simply shrugged and slipped her knife into a pocket in her coat. Not the safest way to carry a blade, but she wasn't giving it up unless someone pried it from her. Neither was I. I strode over to my fallen dagger, picked it up, and sheathed them both before turning back to Ate. Good, she exclaimed. You finally see some reason. Come, let me show you what you came for. She turned and walked back through the door without checking if we'd follow. Of course we did. What choice did we have? We followed her into a large chamber with padded benches along the walls and elaborate drapery hanging heavy above them. I remembered this room. Kin members and the occasional visitor had used it to make deals while waiting to see the more important people higher up in the cult. Ate strode straight through the room, her steps light, almost giddy. I shared a look with Arlen, who arched an eyebrow. Everything was going Ate's way, whatever that way was. She led us farther in, past the throne room. I was honestly glad. Too many bad things had happened there last time I was here. Instead, she brought us to a large chamber, an office by the looks of the expensive furniture and paintings, a place for someone used to seeing other important people. Not Ate, nor what she showed us now. As we entered, Ate held the door for us, face lit with joy, like she was deigning to extend a courtesy only because of what she'd accomplished today. The elegant office faded into background noise the moment I took it in. The somewhat 20 people scattered in small groups, talking quietly and then falling silent at our entrance, became unimportant too. Because in the middle of the room, floating in the air, was what looked like the flat top of a large oak desk, its legs removed. It hovered about a meter above the floor. On it, tied down and wrapped in a long golden chain, lay Loki, tethered. I could see the strain on his face as the chain harmed him. It was as thick as a wine bottle and glinted under the overhead lamps. There were mild scrapes on his face, likely from the fight in my house. I'd seen the traces of that. It had been massive. It was a miracle the place hadn't burned down. Those minor scrapes should have healed by now. It had been hours, and yet they were still there. I glanced at Arlen as we walked closer. Her expression was blank, hiding any emotion, so I tried to do the same. When he saw us approach, he rolled his eyes, but said nothing, though I could guess the commentary, considering we were both mentioned in the prophecy he hated. The silence was troubling, but not as troubling as the chains that kept him docile. Those chains quenched my anger for a beat. Standing on either side of him with Arlen, I remembered him telling me about the last time he'd been trapped like this, helpless as his son and wife died. And here he was again. Something didn't add up, though. Loki had said those chains were destroyed by his son and had taken that son with them. These chains. The ends were nowhere to be seen. They bound Loki, only leaving his head free, but they also coiled over him and spilled over the side where I stood and down by his feet. Yet, as I watched, I saw them disappear into thin air, as if only the part in use was visible. "Tartarian chains," Ate explained as she caught me staring. "Made from adamantine. Once used to tether Atlas to this place. I found them after this serpent killed us all." The pause that followed made me look at Loki, who still didn't speak, then at Arlen. Something was off. He didn't even bite back at Ate's insult. Arlen stepped closer, peering at his face. "A spell," she concluded. "Ugh." Ate huffed like a child. "He talks too much. Claudia did us a favor." Loki merely rolled his eyes again. "Afraid he'd talk your acolytes out of doing your bidding?" I asked, noting how quiet the people around us were, standing near the walls, watching. I bent to study the desk surface. Unlike Arlen, who picked up these things like it was nothing, it took me a moment to separate the sensation from the raw power radiating off the chains. Blood magic. I could feel the surge of it, maybe because it mirrored what lay inside me. "You do seem to need that witch to do a lot for you," Arlen said, her voice impressively cool considering her husband lay utterly trapped in front of her. It wouldn't help us to reveal who she was. The Silent Heralds had spent centuries searching for Loki, even figuring out where he lived, but hadn't figured this out. He'd been off their radar. Her magic had hidden him. "Claudia knows what needs to be done," Ate said to Arlen, her eyes still on me. Her stare was unnerving, too intent, too bright. "I'm glad someone does," I said dryly. "What's with the chains, though? Seems a bit like overkill. Neither of you are gods anymore." Loki narrowed his eyes at me. "Dude, it's true. Sedating you would have been enough." "Nothing is enough when it comes to Loki Laufeyson," Ate snarled, her giddiness gone in an instant. "Oh, boo-hoo," I said, deliberately needling her. Whether that was smart was another question. I haven't known you long, but somehow I don't see you as someone who's never dished out some revenge. Loki smiled faintly at that, pleased with the insolence on his behalf. He seemed weakened, but his mind was still there, which was what I'd needed to know. Ate visibly reined herself in, her expression shifting fast. She drew a long breath, then pasted her smile back on. She wanted me docile and pliable, too. Tough luck. Especially with my friend chained like this and Corey. I swallowed hard. I didn't even know if he was alive. I forced myself to do the same thing she was doing. Pull it together. Exploding wouldn't help anyone. I thought I knew where this was all headed now. Maybe Claudia was behind most of the magic, but Ate was the one pulling the strings. "How did you trap him like this?" I asked, trying to get her talking and diffuse some of the tension. My guess was that everyone in this room could wield magic in one way or another. If they were Earthsiders, then wanting to use that magic back home was motive enough. "I told you, child. Tartarian chains." "Well, let's pretend I don't know that much about Tartarian chains." "Tartarian chains," Arlen said, meeting Loki's eyes in a silent exchange I couldn't read. "They used such chains to bind the Titans in Tartarus after they lost the war against the gods." "Exactly," Ate chirped, bright again. "How in the realms did you get something like that here?" I asked. "I told you, they were already here. This was once the prison of the Titan Atlas. You've lived here for years, child. I'm sure you've heard of Atlantis's first king?" "Yeah," I said, leaving out what Loki had already told me. "He was chained here, doomed by my father to sit for eons and stare at sky and sea. Then this snake comes and proposes a way out of even those chains. It wasn't supposed to be possible." "Last I checked, we have a queen," I said, "so I guess it was possible." "All it takes is a dagger," Arlen said, seemingly offhand, but I knew those words. Evening, the odds meant you didn't need cataclysmic weapons. A god could kill a god with a dagger. A mortal could kill a mortal. Simple as that. Severing magic from the Earthside realm was effective, Ate went on. But it didn't remove all magic. The chains, strong as they were, strong enough to hold Titans, lost much of their power too, but not all. Like us gods. Ex-gods, I cut in. She glanced at me with a flicker of uncertainty before continuing. It had to be hard letting someone be rude to her. Poor thing. And only because she needed me. We became mortal, doomed to live like the wretched humans and other creatures. Her gaze flicked briefly to Arlen before returning to me. It's degrading. A disgrace. It is simply wrong. This is not the order of things, not the way it should be. Look at my friends here. She gestured to the room, careful to use that word. Somehow I doubted Ate had a single real friend in any realm. We shall all return to the way it was, and thereby reclaim our rightful places. With you at the top, I presume, Arlen said. Her tone didn't bother to pretend it was a question. It was, and still is, the natural order of things, Ate said, smiling without shame. And you've just been plotting this forever? Arlen asked. Since I lost my birthright. Were you not, if I remember the legends correctly, thrown out of Olympus for deceit and treachery? Ate huffed, her smile turning into a smirk. I merely showed that even gods can be fools. Your father, you mean? He was a fool, announcing his next-born would be king when he sired children everywhere like a common whore. I cut in. Who was your dad? Zeus, Arlen said with a shrug. Zeus was an utter fool, Ate persisted. Fool enough to announce this, when, perhaps, helped a bit along the way. Good grief, she managed to look innocent while saying that. And then Hera beat him to it. making sure someone other than his beloved Hercules was born first, and somehow I was thrown out. To live among filth. She almost spat the last word, and I glanced at our audience, but they stood quiet, listening, no sign of offense. Of course not. The filth she meant was humans, just not these humans. I was sure she'd told them that story many times. They were special. Everyone else was beneath her, straight out of Kerwin's playbook. So, after many centuries, I made my way here, to this city, when it floated like the wonder it was in the ocean. Despite being Atlas's prison, it was still a wonder. Then this deleterious snake shows up. One conversation, that was it. Can you believe it? One conversation and the Titan was convinced. I could, actually. I'd gotten to know Loki pretty well by now. Arlen didn't look surprised either, though she was keeping her emotions locked down. Just listening, calculating, I was sure. They tore the very fabric of our world asunder that day. Killed us. I mean that. Are we alive? Many of us. Not all. Many succumbed to being mortal. We still have powers, certainly, but nothing compared to what it was. When I woke up after the severing, I knew everything had changed. Livia sent me through a gateway, but I found my way back quickly. I needed answers. I roamed this building feeling nothing but confusion, like I'd lost my limbs. And I stumbled upon this chain. Atlas was gone, but it remained, weakened yet potent. You have no idea how many people it took to gather it and hide it. You mean people died, don't you? I said. Damien had said he'd seen people faint, dragging it through the tunnels. It was the price to pay, Ate said, like those lives meant nothing. Chaos broke out after the severing. People panicked, and those who were no fools vied for power. I managed to hide the chains in the dungeons, sealing off a section of them. The beginning of the tunnels, and the Thieves' Guild, if I had to guess. Probably why she'd tied herself to them, to control her secret weapon and have a supply line for ambrosia. I spent so long searching for answers, searching for the Blood Witch. I found her eventually and could piece together what had happened. It took a long time before she began seeing my side of it, how wrong it had been to deprive us of what we were given at birth. I wasn't convinced. I believed Livia had changed her mind, but not because Ate whined about her birthright. More likely Claudia, and Livia's conscience, had done that work. Meanwhile, I searched far and wide for a way to handle the chains without collapsing like our poor fiend here. She made a mock sad face at Loki before laughing at his situation. If people fainted, or worse, from handling them too long, no wonder he was completely incapacitated. I found it too, she went on, walking over to a cluster of chairs in the corner to her right. There, she picked up something I hadn't noticed. Of course, your friend, floating in the air while trapped in chains, would do that to your attention span. At first it looked like kitchen mitts. Then I saw metal catching the light. It was metal. Plates of various sizes sewn inside thick textile gloves. Atron, the ex-goddess explained as she came back. The only metal utterly devoid of any influence from adamantine. The same metal my daggers were made from. She proved it by catching hold of the portion of the chain that spilled toward the floor and vanished. As she lifted it, more of it became visible, like she was hauling it back from somewhere else. I wondered just how long it was. Looks like you had to barter, Arlen observed, noting the patchwork pieces inside the gloves. Those recalcitrant dwarves are not friendly folk, especially to the gods. Ex-gods, I said again. I didn't care that I was antagonizing her. I was burning with anger and fear, for Corey, for Loki. We were wasting time here. No matter, she said, though a twitch jumped in her left eye. Being insulted mattered to her. She was just swallowing it now because she needed me. I've had nothing but time to figure it all out, to plot and plan. and now the chains obey my commands. I hid them here, right under the pyramid, until today," she finished with a terrifying grin, eyes on Loki. "You seriously waited centuries to use them on him?" She was truly committed to her revenge. Then again, so had Loki been once. His reasons had been different from wanting his powers back, though. Him, I could understand. Her? Not so much. Would I have done the same in either of their shoes? Probably not. I would wait centuries more if I had to, but thanks to you, Emery, I don't have to. Her manic grin softened into what she probably thought was a friendly smile. I couldn't unsee the mask she'd worn a moment ago, though. Because of you finally being ready to do your duty, it will all change today. It will it? Thanks to Antonia's hard work, you are now ready. I know it seems daunting, but this is your destiny. Is it? I said, meeting Loki's unnaturally green eyes at that word. I could see the frustration there, at the pain and grief that belief, but also disbelief in destiny caused. It's what you were born for, what we made you for. I pursed my lips, nodding slowly before looking back at her. Well, if it's destiny, then I have to abide, don't I? I guess no one knows more about that than a former goddess? Chapter 20. You think you are being clever, child, Ate said, smiling at me. I see the duplicity in you, but you will see that what we're doing here today is for the best. Truly, I said. You're not doing yourself any favors so far in this grand explanation. The door opened with a quick rap, like the person could barely be bothered to announce themselves. It was Antonia. The bruises on her face gave me little satisfaction, as she was simply here. I felt dread squeezing inside my chest at the sight of her. She'd changed since I'd last struck at her, now in a blue long-sleeved dress that reached her mid-calf, slim lace-up boots, brown hair hanging loose. If not for the bruises, growing darker by the minute, she'd have looked entirely ordinary. It's time? Ate asked, her voice full of anticipation. Antonia nodded, not looking at me. Claudia's ready for her. Then you better get going, Ate told me. I glanced at Loki and Arlen, but found no answers there. Your friend will have to wait, Ate said. Arlen gave me the barest nod, almost imperceptible, but I saw it. She'd stay with Loki. I followed Antonia out, immediately turning right as the door closed behind me. Wait, where are you going? It's this way, she said, boots scuffing hesitantly on the floor. I have other plans, I told her. Where is she? I know this place better than you anyway. I'll find her when it's time. I rolled my eyes. Well? The top. I sighed and hurried away from her. Fine, I said, heading back through the door Arlen and I had come through. The red wall of magic shimmered before me, and on the other side, someone lay on the floor. No! I gasped and ran the last few steps. It was impossible to see clearly through the wall. Everything came in a red haze. But the figure wasn't Corey. It was Quentin, dead by the looks of him, a wide stain of blood seeping out from under his body. At the top of the stairs lay what had to be Park, his neck at an ugly angle. My eyes snagged on the stairs farther down, a movement catching my attention. A sword raised, the back of Raldo's head. Someone, little more than a shadow, jumping down, avoiding the strike, judging by the hunter's quick backswing. I banged on the wall and it didn't budge. Corey! I yelled, knowing it was useless. I'd only distract him. I pressed my hand to the wall again, but nothing stirred in my magic to help me. Or if it did, Claudia outmatched me. I drew breath in hard, out harder. Then I looked up, as if I could see the blood witch through all the stone between us. Fine, I hissed to myself, then turned to find the way up. It wasn't far. We were already nearly there. I ran out through a door in the Atlas halls and took the exterior stairs. The top of the pyramid was a flat expanse the size of a 3-bedroom apartment, though the pyramid still looked pointy from a distance. The wind was blessedly weak up here, which only meant it tugged at clothes and hair instead of trying to fling you off the edge. I'd been here many times over the years this had been my home. The view of Atlantis, shacks on the outskirts, larger stone buildings closer to the pyramid, spread out until the city reached the canyon walls and then the merciless desert beyond. On the canyon rims, the massive aqueducts rose, carrying the life-saving water toward us. In the rock, mine openings pocked the walls at several levels, some glowing with silvery green shimmer where veil gateways still flickered. It was all so familiar. My home, even though its citizens had hated me for a long while, kind of still did, but I loved it, and them. This was where I belonged. What didn't belong was the bright red half-dome hovering above the pyramid's roof. As I stared up, I saw signs etched in it. Sigils, I supposed, glowing in a brighter red. I simply stared, stunned. Was this what I thought it was? "Emery," Claudia's voice came. She stood dead center on the plateau, back to me, head tipped up. If she'd separated me from Corey without being in the room, I was sure she was seeing more than with just her physical eyes. She still wore the dark pants and silken blue blouse from earlier, hair twisted into a knot at the nape of her neck. "I take it this is the spell?" I said, walking toward her. Nearby, I spotted Antonia, gawking up at the marvel like an idiot, or a spell-struck devotee. I had to admit, at least, that it was a marvel. "It is," Claudia said, turning slightly and smiling. Her eyes were nothing but red light. It was unnerving, but less so than it should have been. I'd seen too much magic, as a former kinswoman, to be easily shocked now. "Come, I'll show you. I'm not doing anything as long as she's here." I flicked my chin toward Antonia. Claudia said nothing at first, then smiled wider and turned back to the spell. "Antonia, please leave us." "What?" Disappointment was clear in her voice. "Please," Claudia repeated in a firmer voice. "She's armed," Antonia complained. "She's armed with or without her daggers, thanks to you. Now leave us alone, please." Defeated, the Blood Witch complied. Shock and anger crossed her bruised face before she turned and headed down the stairs to my left. "Come here, Emery," Claudia said, half turning toward me with that same small smile, unlike Ate. Her smile didn't carry the same manic, manipulative edge. Granted, I'd learned I wasn't the best judge of character, but I didn't see the same brand of deceit in her as in Ate, Kerwin, Antonia, or... my mom. I shook the thought away and stepped up beside her. "I don't understand any of this," I said, staring up. "But even an ex-kinswoman like me understands your mother was powerful." "She was," Claudia said, red-lit eyes on the spell. It was still unnerving to look directly at her. "You're the same, aren't you?" I asked. "That's how you can do all this. Find the spell and open it up for all to see." I looked down at the city. People were starting to gather again. The workers who'd worked inside this building up until a few hours ago had suddenly felt an urge to leave, but that didn't mean every Lantean stayed away. No one walked inside the perimeter, though. Still, there were definitely more people than the hunters we'd spotted earlier. "They won't bother us," Claudia said, following my gaze. "I've made certain of it." "Then how did Raldo Hunter get in?" Claudia smiled and looked up at the magic again. "Hunters are a tricky crowd. The wall shut him out, though." "It shut Corey out with him. Your young man, I take it." "Don't worry. If he's worth his salt, he'll make it." I scoffed at her callousness. "That's not how I measure worth in anyone." She seemed to remember she was talking to someone who actually cared, because she pulled her focus down from the spell and really looked at me. She closed her eyes. The magic faded from them, leaving brown irises again. I'm sorry, Emery. I really am. But this is about more than you or me, or that young man. It's about everyone else. The Lanteans beginning to gather, wondering if they're witnessing the third coup de grace in 8 years? No. Although things will undoubtedly change here too. When we break the spell and fuse everything back together, Atlantis will return Earthside? I cut in. She nodded, a sad smile on her lips. Many lives will be disrupted, as they were last time. It shouldn't have happened. I think my mother and Loki were mad with grief, a pain so unbearable that only revenge made it possible to go on. She shrugged, like there was nothing to be done, which was true enough. Then she closed her eyes again, drew in a breath, and when she opened them, they were once more voids of red energy. I see myself up there, you know. You do? I looked up again, but saw only the sigils floating in the half-sphere of vibrant red magic, turning like a slow, hovering carousel. She wove the ex-god spell as he told her, infused it with potent blood. It created such powerful sorcery. But she wove a few things for herself, too. I know. She could open the veil at will afterward. Claudia nodded faintly. He told you that, huh? He did. Told me all of it, in fact. I see. Well, as for my mother, she wove my fate, or the fate of any child of hers, into the spell. That her child would be equally powerful. When I got truly sick the first time, to the point of dying, she gave me the apple of the gods, her payment for casting the spell. In addition to her revenge, I pointed out. Yes, she wasn't perfect. Neither am I. You, the ex-gods. It is what it is. I eyed her at that. The plural, gods, was interesting. But no matter what we are, the people who lost everything that day didn't deserve it. Maybe some did. Maybe, she conceded. There are always some who deserve to fall. No matter how they gain power, magic or money. The Earthside realm is different now. Think of what could have been. That doesn't matter now, I said. What happened, happened. People moved on, learned to survive without it. They actually thrived. Got innovative. Hells, you see how Lanteans crave their tech. True, but think also of what could be. You mean magic, Earthside. She nodded. It would be a shock, to put it mildly. Sudden shifts in the power balance. Some bad, most of it good. But mostly, it would be right, I think, to let everyone have that choice. Honestly, I said, it sounds like you're making that choice for them, just like Livia did. I hope not, Claudia whispered. You're not responsible for your mom's actions, I said. Unlike Ate, Claudia at least had some reason left in her. And what about you? She asked. Did you not pay for the actions of your parents? I winced. She had me there. Can you take down the interior wall? I asked instead, hoping Corey was still alive down there at all. I can move it a bit, but it must remain. Otherwise we'll have a legion of hunters up here. We can't afford that with what we're about to do. We? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Look up at the greatest spell ever cast, Emery, and truly see it. See the power of it, the intricacies, how it weaves everything together, and then... She paused and pointed. Look there. I did. Peered into the red magic, the flickering, flaming, ever-shifting energy. And there, in between it all, a dark, uneven gash. It spread across the entire half-dome. The severing, I whispered, amazed I could see it at all. It was thick, impossible to measure. It just was. A static, cold presence tearing through the pattern. Yes, it is. Can you sense it? No, I don't know how to use my magic, I said. You will. Yeah, great. Be cryptic at this clearly important moment. She actually chuckled. You're as impatient as any fledgling witch. Just try. I huffed, but did as she said. I focused on the massive crack in the magic, tried to see, hear, feel. Take your time. Uh-huh. Not like we'll have 1,000,000 Lantians outside the gates soon. She laughed outright. Don't worry about them. Keep trying. I did. I felt the wind tugging at my clothes, felt no sense of fear at being this high up with no fence around me. When I stopped paying attention to it, stopped paying attention to Claudia, then it hit. I did sense it. It felt just like the anti-magic inside me, raw, powerful, cold and static, where the magic itself was vibrant. It's anti-magic, I said, my voice full of awe. It is. I realized this the first time I located the spell. Long ago now, but in this very place. It's connected to Atlantis, a focal point for it to manifest, mostly unseen. This is why I can't unravel the spell alone. Why we schemed and meddled to have someone bring forth a child who could wield such forces. I'm sorry for how we went about it, but it was for the good of billions. And I know it's hard to trust us, let alone forgive us, she went on. Hate us if you must, but think of the people who've been denied everything for so long. Because I must be completely willing to do this, right? I said, remembering what Loki had told me. A spell of such magnitude couldn't be performed under duress. It would leave fractures. The spell above us had no weakness. It needed to be unraveled by someone powerful enough, like Claudia, to do the hard work, with help, given freely. Crap, I muttered, feeling a little defeated. It wasn't like she wasn't making sense. Try this, she said. Call forth your innate magic. I sighed. I don't know how. Yes, you do. It is the most natural thing for us. Tell that to the poor door in the thieves' tunnels. What? Never mind. I closed my eyes and held my left palm up, trying to connect with my magic. Nothing happened. You're trying too hard. No kidding. Let it come of its own accord. I squared my shoulders and shook my head. You're not preparing for a fight, dear. Fine, I said, drawing in a deep breath. I tried focusing on it, but not forcing it. As I let my breath out, I felt a resistance, and then power streamed out of me and... I opened my eyes. There it was, a bright red, energetic sphere of pure magic hovering over my hand. Oh my God, I blurted. It is like inflating a balloon. Oh, damn it, I added as the sphere vanished at the realization. Try again, Claudia said, encouraging like I was a toddler learning to walk. Which, magically speaking, I probably was. I did as she said, and this time the sphere appeared again, hovering above my palm, turning slowly as I studied it. See? You will learn, Claudia said. I see you are getting along splendidly, a voice cut in. I looked up to see Ate emerging from the top of the stairs opposite us. More people came up the other 3 stairways, her followers, including Antonia. Why are they here? I asked Claudia. I called for them. It's time. The spell is bared and we need all the pieces of the puzzle, so to speak, she said, just as 6 of Ate's followers carried the floating table with Loki and the chains onto the roof from the stairs to our right. Arlen trailed behind them. Ate, pulling on her big, atron-lined gloves, strode toward them. Tip it, she ordered. They did. The table tilted, and Loki slid off, landing hard on the stone. The chains did nothing to break his fall. This is how you get me to help of my own free will? I asked Claudia. Despite her eyes being nothing but magic, She winced and looked uncomfortable. "Loki will not suffer," she said. "Not suffer?" I nodded toward him. Both pain and anger showed openly on his face. "He can't even talk, and he loves talking. Loki will return to his former supernormal state after this. He will gain, not lose." I stared pointedly at Ate, who paced around him, clearly enjoying him on the floor, helpless. "Let him talk," I told Claudia, so only she could hear it. "You want any kind of goodwill from me? Then let him talk." I held my breath as I waited, needing to see how she'd react. Claudia was not Ate. That much was clear. Finally, she gave a short nod and closed her eyes. A smirk curled Loki's lips a second later. "Smiling, are we?" Ate said, bending to grab a segment of chain and yanking it. She called forth her magic, orange energy crackling. She used that and the gloves to unwind the chains from him, mostly. Only one leg remained bound at the ankles, while the visible part of the chain coiled in the air around her. Slowly, he sat up. "Come now, Ate," he said with a smile. "You were a mediocre goddess at best. Who even knows your name these days?" Apparently not worried he'd use his magic, still snagged by the chains, she whirled and shot Claudia a shocked look. The Blood Witch only shrugged, gave a little apologetic smile, and tilted her head my way. Ate huffed and turned back to Loki. "At least my name isn't indelibly linked to treachery and deceit." "Treachery?" Loki said. "Is it treachery if you're decidedly not on your enemy's side? And besides, didn't you make a fool of your own father? Or did he make one of you?" "I forget." "For crying out loud!" I shouted. "Stop it! Aren't you two basically just two sides of the same coin?" "Hey!" they both yelled back in unison. Very dignified. They certainly seemed like it to me. Both had a talent for causing discord when they felt like it. But I knew Loki well enough by now to know he wasn't anything like Ate where it counted. "Why in the realms are you working for her anyway?" I asked Claudia. "Because she's right, beneath all that blustering." That confirmed my suspicion that Claudia wasn't the one in charge here. "I can't help but notice," Loki went on now that no one was stopping him from saying anything, "that I recognize what you're attempting to do." He was remarkably calm, considering they were about to undo everything he and Livia had set in motion so long ago. "But you're missing a vital part," he said. I stepped around Claudia toward him and Ate, noticing Arlen hovering just behind. Her face was an unreadable mask. "No," Ate said, clocking my movement as she continued to whirl the chains. Loki looked weary but alert. Bound as he was, he definitely couldn't use his magic. "You stay there, child," Ate warned. "What piece is missing?" I asked Loki, unable to keep the hope from my voice. If they couldn't go through with it, I wouldn't be forced to help. "Well," Loki began, as no one stopped him. Claudia stared up at the spell. Ate managed the chain, lifting it higher with her magic. Her followers ringed us at the edges of the roof, eerily quiet, tension humming in the air. They'd all been waiting for this, and yet something was missing. Why weren't they worried by Loki's claim? "They have the spell," Loki said. "A blood witch. Anti-magic." He nodded at me. "Me and my supramundane blood. But not..." He clicked his tongue. "Not a titan," I finished as the thought struck. "You need Atlas," I said, turning back to Claudia. "But no one knows what became of him. He's certainly not here." Unless he was hiding among Ate's followers, there was no titan on this roof. I managed a short, relieved smile before Claudia killed it. "He is here, though," she said, still looking up. "What?" I moved back to her as a few sigils above us flickered, then snuffed out. "He never went away. He wanted peace of mind. To escape his dreary existence, as my mother told me. The king of Atlantis merely went to sleep." "He what?"
The old king sleeps. You're telling me he's been around here all this time? Sleeping? I couldn't quite stop the squeak on that last word. Claudia shook her head and finally looked away from the magic, her red gaze shifting toward the left corner of the roof. Not anymore, she said. A booming noise followed. It came from that direction, and I didn't care about Ate's warning to stay put. I sprinted to the corner of the plateau, staring down the sloping corner of the pyramid. The ground heaved and rolled. Stones cracked and spilled aside as something forced its way up. At first I saw only a massive back, rising and rising through a hail of broken rock. Then arms, a colossal neck, the back of a head, as the largest humanoid figure I'd ever imagined hauled itself from beneath the pyramid, taking part of the lower corner with him as he straightened. And still he grew, growing. A roar ripped from him, all-encompassing, drowning out the first screams from the city below. Rage, frustration, outrage all rolled into one sound. He shifted his right foot backward, unsteady, breaking more of the pyramid as he went. Clad in what looked like rags, he finally straightened fully, his enormous head almost level with the pyramid's roof. This was a titan, all right, one straight out of myth. Chapter 21. My heart rate was at a gallop as I watched a real-life titan emerge. If this was his weakened form, almost as tall as the pyramid, how enormous had they been before they lost their powers? Ate's followers had rushed to the edge with me. They stared in awe, like they'd never truly believed this would work. But the look in their eyes now was all too familiar. Atlas seemed to get his bearings, his feet finding solid ground after the abrupt awakening. Something bright flashed to my left. Orange. I turned just in time to see Ate whipping the chain through the air, controlling it with her gloved hand and wielding her magic with the other. The golden links flew, floating as if they had no end. Before Atlas could turn around, the chain slammed into him, coiling around his neck and then down, slithering around his torso, arms, and legs. At first, he made no sound. He just looked down and took a step back, crushing more of the lower levels of the pyramid beneath his heel. Then realization hit, a roar of anger, so loud all of us had to clap our hands over our ears, tore through the air. Ate yanked on the chain, and it obeyed. There was no way she could have pulled off that feat by physical strength alone. The Tartarian chain did the work. They lifted the Titan, dragged him backward and up, and as they did, he shrank. By the time, mere seconds later, he reached our level. He was the size of a man. A large man, but still just a man, when he was dumped unceremoniously onto the roof beside Ate. The impact knocked the air out of him. He turned, confused and seething, and looked up at Ate staring down at him. "You!" he spat, his voice rough and rusty. "You dare wake me?" He tried to rise, but she yanked the chain again. His eyes bulged as the breath was squeezed out of him, even though it was completely unnecessary. The chain held him. That was obvious. Loki had gotten to his feet during Atlas's awakening. I saw him leaning on Arlen, who'd come to his aid. He was weaker than he let on, and he only had the chain around his ankles. "It was time you woke up, my sweet," Ate told Atlas. "You've got a debt to repay." "I owe you nothing," he snarled. His gaze snagged on the blood spell hovering above us. The sight made him laugh, but there was no joy in it. "You're trying to reverse it? Fool. It was never meant to be reversed. You've woken me for nothing." He spoke Lantian with an old-fashioned accent, his pronunciation clipped, but I understood him just fine. "We'll see who ends up the fool," Ate said haughtily. She moved the chain again, lifting him back into the air and setting him down on his feet. The strain of it showed on his face. He swayed, unkempt dark hair falling into his eyes. His skin was pale, and his ragged clothes barely counted as clothing at all. It looked like he'd gone to sleep in something light and never changed. Ate set him down beside Loki.
Then she noticed Arlen. Loki had an arm around her shoulders, her arm around his back. Realization dawned on the ex-goddess. Annoyance flashed across her eyes. Before anyone could react or even speak, Ate made a lazy flicking motion with her free hand, like she was backhanding Arlen from several meters away. Orange and yellow magic flashed. It hit Arlen and threw her backward. "No!" I yelled, running forward. Loki grabbed for her and got air. She flew, weightless for a heartbeat, then sailed under the blood spell, over a couple of Ate's followers, and over the edge of the pyramid. The ex-goddess shouted something at me, but I didn't care. Loki tried to run after Arlen, but was jerked back by the damn chain. I kept going, sprinting to the edge, dread in my chest at what I'd see below. That had been a merciless throw. I didn't care about the people moving to intercept me. I ran anyway. The edge was there, the stairs next, when a bolt of red shot up from the stone and solidified into a barrier I couldn't see through. "No! Claudia!" I screamed, my voice cracking. I whirled around. "Remove it!" I demanded, fury boiling over. "Take it down! I need to see if she's all right!" "Now, who's the fool, child?" Ate mocked. Then she turned back to her captives with the most condescending smile I'd ever seen. "You two have caused too much damage," she told them. "Kneel." Great. She was one of those maniacs. Loki and Atlas, who I understood from Loki to know each other a little from several lifetimes ago, seemed to agree on their next move without a word, as they looked at each other. Loki looking up, as the Titan had to be well over 2 meters high. Then they simply sat on the floor, refusing to obey. "Why don't you pull a little extra on that chain?" Loki suggested. "Make sure you suffocate us both so our blood won't be potent anymore." Ate replied with something I didn't catch, but her expression looked like she'd swallowed lemons. I walked back to Claudia. "Please take down that wall," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Arlen needs help." Claudia, who had been working the spell through all of this, only shook her head. "I'm sorry," she said. "Ate shouldn't have done that, but it's too late now. Take it down, please. I'll come right back up." Claudia just smiled faintly. "Or at least send one of your acolytes to tend to her." She pressed her lips together. "I'm sorry," she repeated, and she sounded like she meant it. "It's too late. There's too much at stake. We've come too far." I looked up. The magic had darkened. Some of the sigils were broken, probably the parts that had kept Atlas asleep. "Look at you now," Ate said to Loki. His unnaturally green eyes gave nothing away, no usual mirth or sarcasm. Arlen lay somewhere below, best-case scenario in need of help. I swallowed a lump in my throat. "Is this how you get me to help freely?" I asked Claudia. "You will," she insisted softly. "You'll see it's for the best." For the best, with Ate circling the ex-god and the ex-titan. She raked her hand through Loki's hair, grabbed a fistful, and yanked his head back. "Watch out," she taunted and laughed as she let go. She walked closer to Claudia and me, all the while smiling that gleeful smile. "You can't stop it, child," she told me. Odd way to get me to comply, but then she wasn't quite in her right mind, was she? Or maybe she was. It was in her nature to sow discord, wasn't it? She couldn't help it, even with someone whose help she needed. "As you can see, there's no escape either," she went on. "It's too late now." "Undoing the spell won't work if you force me," I said. "Any compulsion will break it." Of course she didn't care. Ate wanted the world rewound back to when she'd been so powerful she feared no one but other gods. Back to immortality instead of old age and death. Back to never being beholden to the Thieves' Guild to provide her with ambrosia. She only laughed at my protest. "You, of all people, should know that sometimes the ends justify the means," she said. "I do know that," I snapped. "That's why I'm standing here instead of running." Ate wandered back to her prisoners and stopped behind Loki again. "Look what you did," she told him. "This wasn't Livia's idea, nor this idiot's," she added, ruffling Atlas's hair like he was a child. "No, this was all your idea," she went on. "And while you put in an effort, there's no place you can run any longer. This monster of a spell." She straightened and looked at the spell with awe. "Thankfully, we can do more than pray that the severing can be fused back together." "Come here, Emery," Claudia said. I drifted a few steps away, trying to listen to Ate. Reluctantly, I moved back to her. "There's nothing you can say that will convince me," I told her. "The way you've gone about this is just wrong." She nodded, still not looking at me, her gaze fixed on her mother's spell. "I understand, but let me show you, and then you can decide." I looked around, surrounded by a wall of magic, with magic above us, people likely ready to pounce on us if we tried anything. It wasn't like I had much of a choice, and I told her so. It went against everything Loki had told me about spells of this magnitude. Any magic cast under duress would have flaws in it, flaws that made it easier to break. Claudia only nodded again, and it was starting to annoy me. "Come here. You won't come to harm, I promise." "Oh well, if you promise," I said, letting the sarcasm drip. "You've been so straightforward so far." She actually chuckled. "How are we getting on?" Ate shouted. "Nearly there," Claudia called back. She then looked at me, her red-lit eyes giving away nothing. It was like her magic masked every trace of emotion if she so chose. "Emery?" I glanced over at Loki, but he was looking at the edge where Arlen had vanished. With no better plan, I did as the Blood Witch asked and stepped in beside her. "Thank you," she said. "I see it now. My mother's spell is massive. So encompassing, it's hard to grasp, even while I'm staring straight at it. For lack of a better term in this realm, I feel like I'm trying to hack a computer network that touches every machine Earthside. It connects to everything that once held magic, everyone who did or does hold it now, to the forces that tied magic to the Earthside realm itself. Everything. Not a stone unturned, unless it was one of her own exceptions. Like you and herself, and any children of mine. I think she came to see the unfairness in that, too, that she kept her own magic and let us have it as well. All magical forces in that realm were severed, though not quite. That was impossible. Some go there and still feel their senses and abilities dampened. The veil still exists, but it's hidden. For all practical purposes, magic doesn't exist there. I see it in her spell. She couldn't eradicate it, but severing the Earth's magic was the way to go. The gods fell, as Loki wanted, as my mother wanted, and everything else with them. Atlas wanted peace from his eon-long torment. Oblivion was the word she said he used. "Can you blame him?" I asked. "Stuck in a place where nothing ever changed, nothing evolved, chained to it, and now he's chained again. That's cruel." "He'll be free of it soon enough." I narrowed my eyes. Ate was still prowling around her captives, spewing taunts at them. If we actually broke Livia's spell, Ate would end up just as strong as they were. Atlas might even come out ahead. I doubted she planned to just let them stroll away afterward. "You really believe that?" I asked Claudia. "There is nothing in the spell about trapping him again." I rolled my eyes. "You're being naive." "Maybe," she admitted. "Here." Before I could stop her, she stepped closer and laid her hands on either side of my head, guiding my face upward. Pressure built in my head as everything around me turned red, like a fog had descended over the pyramid. But it wasn't outside. It was in me. I saw everything through Claudia's blood magic, or was it my own that she'd awakened? I had no idea. As I stared up, Livia's spell shifted. It was no longer just a dome of bright red energy with fiery sigils. I looked closer, somehow able to, despite standing on the roof beneath it, and what I saw now was something different. Lines radiated from points, branching and rebranching. It was a web, just like Loki had described the original spell. It wasn't only a dome either, but a full sphere that extended below us and through the pyramid. I understood it then. Even not knowing what I was doing, I understood what it meant. Just like Loki said, it showed every single piece of magic on and in the earth, everything and everyone. Living, dead, somewhere in between, and every connection to magic. But that was what had once been. And as I looked closer, I saw the crack. It wasn't just a jagged rift slicing the dome in two like I'd seen before. It was a jagged rift cutting through everything. I followed it, and as I pulled back my perspective, I saw it spiral, moving through every connection, never missing one. Severing all magic from its source, the core. I shook my head in sorrow at the sight, noting how the spiral began in the core, with the tip of the crack dipping into it at the center of the sphere. "You see it?" I heard Claudia ask me, close by. I nodded. "It's beautiful, and so... brutal? Somber," I said. "But still, what Livia did was amazing. I don't even know what I'm doing, and even I can see that." "I won't deny it," Claudia said. "She truly was the greatest witch that ever lived." I thought about the fact that Claudia was supposed to be equally powerful. Maybe it came down to what you chose to use your abilities for. "Is she ready?" Ate's voice cut through, impatient and excited at the same time. "Patience," Claudia said. "Ready for what?" I asked. "You want me to dissolve this spell?" I knew that's what they wanted. They'd told me as much down in the tunnels, but saying it aloud made it sound even more ridiculous. I didn't know what I was doing. "Look closer, Emery," Claudia persisted instead of answering my question. "You see it, don't you? Despite how my mother severed every connection." "Yeah." "Ignore the severing," she said. "Look at everything that was, everything that could be. We can change the world, give everyone back what they lost. It's only right. It was taken against their will." I understood that, or at least as far as I could comprehend the magnitude of what Livia had done, the magnitude of what they were asking me to undo. Thinking of Loki made the spell whirl and refocus. Suddenly, I wasn't looking from below anymore. Somehow, I was looking down at him. He winced at the sensation of the chain holding him captive. He sat next to Atlas, who didn't bear the mask of pain, though he too was hindered by the chains. It was like neither could use their magic, and that the ex-god was in pain while the ex-titan wasn't. And through all that, through Ate and her continued taunts, his green eyes were turned toward the edge Arlen had been flung over. The thought of the Fae made my vision change again as I flew over the flat top of the pyramid, past Ate's acolytes, who still stood guard around the flat edges. No one made a move against me, but then, physically, I was still standing next to Claudia. "Isn't it beautiful?" Claudia insisted in my ear. "Isn't it worth giving back?" "It is beautiful," I said, as my sight slid through Claudia's barrier and over the edge. And there she was. Arlen lay far below, on the next plateau of the pyramid's outer steps. Unmoving, I gasped aloud. "Everything all right?" Claudia asked. She didn't know what I was seeing. She'd helped me tune into the spell, but I was steering on my own now, like she'd done earlier when she'd cut Corey off from us. Thinking of him drew me inward again. I dove into the pyramid, down through stone and corridors, searching frantically, drawn straight to him. I found him somewhere below, clutching his bloodied side and sinking down against a wall. "No!" I shouted. "Emery?" Claudia said sharply. "No, don't." "What's wrong?" I felt her hand land on my shoulder and twist it away. "What's wrong?" Ate called. Her footsteps came closer. "She can do this, right?" Their intrusion ripped me away from Corey. Pain flared in my chest as the web of Livia's spell swallowed everything again. "I'm not doing this," I yelled. I wanted them both gone. Wanted the web gone. Wanted all of it gone. "Of course you are, child," Ade said. "Surely you see the wrong that was done." "I won't." "Emery, look at it," Claudia said. "The proof is right there." "You're killing the people I care about. I don't want this." My voice broke on the last word. "Just make her obey," Ate snarled. Her patience was evaporating. "Come on, Red," Loki shouted suddenly, his voice strained with pain. "Do what you want." Yes, that. I wanted that. To do what I wanted. To get away from here. To shut them out. To stop seeing the spell. To stop. "Do it now!" Ate bellowed right beside me. "Or I will!" "No!" I gasped, and then felt the spell enclose on me. Claudia, Ate, their bloody followers. Everything. And the thought of Corey and Arlen blended into the red haze of the magic around me. Claudia's, Livia's, mine. I screamed then. Screamed from fear, from anger, from sheer frustration. And everything shifted. Everything went silent. Except for the sound of light footsteps on stone. Chapter 22. I found myself on my knees, bent over, arms covering my ears, my right hand jammed under my chignon, pressing so hard my scalp hurt. I opened my eyes and looked up. "What in the realms did I do?" I muttered, my voice hoarse. I felt a raw burn in my throat from screaming. That didn't hold my attention, though, as I slowly sat up, still on my knees, ignoring the pain from the unforgiving stone gnawing into them. In front of me, surrounding me really, was the dome of red, vibrant magic again, only this time it had encapsulated everyone. "What the—" I uttered and stood, staring wide-eyed at the spectacle I had just caused with my magic. Unable to control it, hardly understanding it, I had now imprisoned every single person on the pyramid top in the dome's wall. Loki and Atlas had been on their way up when my spell hit. Loki looked like he was about to attack something unseen, Atlas like he'd moved too fast and suffered a sudden drop in blood pressure, frozen in a stance of apparent dizziness. To their right was Ate, raising her arms as if to perform a counterspell. Farther to her right was Claudia, looking like she was about to fall backward, as though she'd been shoved into the wall of my dome. They were all encapsulated in it. Above, Livia's spell still hovered, but Claudia's wall of magic was now gone. I could see that through my own dome. And Ate's acolytes. They were also trapped, in various states of reaction from the moment the spell struck. I turned around, taking them all in, spotting Antonia among them, her face a mask of dread in the last instant before she'd been frozen. How in the hells had I done this? I kept turning, seeing them all, and then... Light steps on the stone. I turned the last bit and saw a woman walk a few steps toward me. "What the—" I mumbled as she stopped and smiled at me. She was dressed in a simple blue dress with non-contrasting embroidery on the sleeves and neckline. Her long blonde hair was braided away from her face and hung down her back from what I could see. Piercing, light gray eyes observed me, but she didn't communicate any kind of threat. But what I sensed in her was powerful, more powerful than anything I'd felt before. Granted, my tenure of being able to sense other people's magic was short, but this felt familiar. Familiar, but stronger. "You're a goddess?" I asked her. She smiled a close-lipped smile as she canted her head in a maybe, maybe not kind of nod. She gave off the same sense of power both Loki and Ate did, only so much more potent. That would explain how she got inside my dome. Her gaze snagged to the left, and then rested upon Loki in his frozen stance. That's when her appearance changed, as she blurred for a moment, her right side donning armor, her left appearing as a skeleton. In a flash, it was gone again. I felt my pulse speed up as my whole being realized what she was. "You're Hel," I said in Lantian without thinking, as she walked forward, back in her dress now, for all intents and purposes looking like a human woman. "I am," she answered in the same language, her voice soft but clear. Somehow I'd expected it to sound like heavy brass or something ominous, but no, she sounded entirely normal. It was disconcerting. "Why, I began, wondering if I could even ask her anything. But then again, nothing. Not even gods, or ex-gods for that matter, had ever been able to filter my blabbering mouth. "Why are you here?" "That is an excellent question, Witch." I narrowed my eyes at that term. "I'm not really. I don't even know how I did this." Had I called her? Was that what she was implying? "I can sense it in you," she persisted. "Okay," I said as she stopped in front of Loki. "You're not here for him, are you?" She reached out and tapped on the wall of the dome, right in front of his forehead. Except for the small circles spreading concentrically from the impact of her finger, nothing happened. "I don't know," she admitted and turned back to face me. "I never know with him." Now that I could see them both, albeit with a red filter over Loki's face, I could see some resemblance. Though, he'd said himself that she favored her mother more than him. "He told me about you," I said as she walked closer. I had no idea what she wanted, but knew instinctively that I didn't stand a chance against her if she was here to harm me. I chose to remain where I was. What else was there to do? "He did he?" I nodded. "You come for the dead, but more importantly, I think, you're his only remaining child." Hel shrugged lightly. "Child might be an exaggeration, but yes. So if you're not here for him—" "Oh no. Is it Arlen?" Hel shook her head. "No. Arlen doesn't fall under my domain, so to speak." I drew a breath of relief at that, but at once realized what Hel said didn't mean much. Arlen still lay down there, hurt or dead. "Then I don't understand," I said, lowering my brows in a grimace of confusion. "When you cast this spell, Witch, I was drawn here. So he's dying?" "As I told you," she said. "You never know when it comes to him." "Just so," she said, and spread her hands. Then she noticed Ate and walked closer to her, peering through the wall of my magic. Then she looked up and raised an eyebrow at the sight, like there was little in the realms that truly surprised her anymore. "I see," she uttered, and walked closer to me, to the center of the dome. Livia's spell still hovered up there, vibrant and clear through my magic. Now that I'd seen it once, with the help of Claudia, I could still see the web of it, and not everything as a thick wall. "Father finds himself here again, I see," Hel said. "Not on purpose this time." "No, but inevitable," Hel said, and then looked past me. Whatever she saw made her smile again. Like with her father, the smiles were never far off, it seemed. How strange, I thought, given her dreary line of business. "I don't think he likes that word," I said. "The thought of foreseen things seems to make him angry." "No wonder," Hel said, and then took hold of my shoulders and turned me around before I could protest. Like Claudia, she then laid her hands on the sides of my head, and a flash of golden light blinded me for a second. Then, when I opened my eyes, ready to blink away the disturbance, I noticed a figure outside the dome. "What in the everlasting realms?" I said, as I saw a woman walking around out there by the edge of the top of the pyramid, cloaked, with long red hair flowing down her back. I assumed it to be red, at least, since it didn't change into a weird color through the wall of the dome. Rarely does a Norn leave her place unless it's something worth wandering the realms for, Hel said next to my ear. Then she let go and took a step back. I instinctively turned to see where she was, and when I turned back again, the Norn was gone. That was Skuld? I asked, remembering the name of the Norn who was supposed to foresee the future. Yes. Still is, Hel said, and the movement of her eyes told me she could still see her moving around out there. Is she here to fulfill her prophecy? More likely to see whether it comes to fruition. But you don't know if Loki will die. Hel shook her head as she chuckled. No, his fate always eludes me. I suspect I will never know with him until the last possible moment. I smiled then. So, technically, you can help? The goddess of death raised a perfect eyebrow at that. Like you did the last time he died, but then didn't? You are well informed, witch. That's not my name, you know. It's Emery. And yeah, I'm a friend of your father, whether he'll admit it or not. And Arlen, if she's at all alive. Hel pursed her lips as she crossed her arms over her chest and tapped her left upper arm with her right index finger. You're the one who called for me. I did? What do you suggest? Hel asked instead of responding to that. Look up, I said. Anything you can do with that? She looked up for a moment but was shaking her head as she turned her gaze back on me. No, that's a spell I'm not meant to handle. There is no death there, only severed connections of power. Meaning nothing is gone for good? No. Death is the only thing that is final, Emery, she told me, sounding like the virtue of patience explaining something to a toddler. And from what I see, something up there is not severed. What? I blurted and looked up. What isn't? And what am I supposed to do about it? I do not know this, but my guess is, if you are my father's friend, that you're not here to do what is expected of you. I shook my head in confusion. I had no clue what to do. There were two choices here. Leave things as they were and die, because Ate wouldn't stand for that, or change things forever Earthside, and die, because Ate wouldn't want anyone knowing how to cast such a spell ever again. So yeah, excellent choices, and I told the goddess so. Well, she said, there's always a third choice. There really isn't. Let me begin by doing this one thing, she said, and looked over at her father again. Those chains, they put fear in every god once. They were strong enough to bind even the titans in the pit of Tartarus, but the spell above us now changed all that. Yeah? I wasn't exactly following her. I already knew this about the chain that currently bound both Loki and Atlas, forcing them under Ate's control. I see it still can control former gods and titans, but not me. My eyes widened in hope as she reached out and golden light flowed from her hand toward the wall of my dome. Instead of bouncing back at the impact, her magic penetrated the wall and spread into crackling lightning that turned orange inside the red wall as it struck the chain and broke several links apart, effectively freeing Loki and Atlas, who both remained frozen like statues. There, she said, looking pleased. That's all I can do. You're leaving? No. She looked at Loki again. As I said, I never know with him. And this, she added and gestured toward the spell above, is not over yet. Well, obviously, I said, and walked over to Loki. How are they supposed to get out of this? I turned back as I asked, but she was gone. Crap, I said, and then drew a deep breath. I was so screwed here. I didn't know what to do, and now a goddess of death and another one of foresight hovered around us, waiting to see what would occur. Crap! I yelled in frustration and looked up again, focusing on the spell up there, above my own, yet also going right through it. Of course it did. Livia had been so incredibly strong, so immensely strong. just like Claudia. I turned and watched the Blood Witch. How had she been trapped in my magic then? It made no sense. I shook those thoughts off and looked up again. I needed to do something, or else Loki would remain in that wall of magic. Once more, I let the sight of the spell draw me in so I could again see it clearly. Hell talked about something living in there, something that wasn't severed. I don't know how long it took me to find it, but at last a small section of magical, pulsating orbs stuck out to me in the sense that they had nothing piercing through them, severing them from the source of Earth's magic. Spells. Smaller spells, but spells nonetheless. The spells Livia had created as she created the grand one. I looked closer. Not that I could understand them, but I could sense them. And what I sensed was that of people I knew now. Loki, Atlas, Claudia. How I wished Loki could help me out, like he'd done out in the desert. Was he an ornery idiot about it? Yes, but he did help. An outcry of surprise caught my attention, and I turned my head, my vision of the spell above breaking, as Loki came tumbling out of the wall, like the motion he'd had before being trapped in it had suddenly started up again. "What?" he shouted, then turned around, ready for any threat it seemed, before turning toward me again. Then he looked down at his feet, still just wearing socks as he'd been indoors when they'd ambushed him. "The chain?" "Your daughter's handiwork," I said. He looked around again, the look of surprise turning to suspicion now. "She's here, is she?" "Yeah. That might not be good for me." "No, although she wasn't sure." He nodded. "Arlen?" I inhaled hard. "I don't know. Last I saw her, she lay on the plateau below this one." He gave a stiff nod at that and said nothing, equally as good as his wife at keeping emotions under wraps when necessary. "They want me to undo that spell," I said, and pointed upward like a fool, as if there was any other spell of that magnitude here. "Obviously," he said as he walked closer, eyeing Atlas, Ate, and then Claudia in the order they had been frozen to his left. "How's that going?" he added as he looked at me, his green eyes back to normal now that the red magic of my dome wasn't coloring them a weird reddish brown. "Well," I said, and pressed my lips together for a moment. "Not good. I panicked." "I noticed." "Locked everyone in the wall of that dome." "Yes." "And then you walked out of it. How'd that happen anyway?" "I don't know, Red. Why don't you tell me?" "I have no clue." "Really?" He eyed me. His eyes narrowed, though an emerging smile told me he knew something. "Why don't you tell me, you old fart?" That made him laugh. "Remember in the desert?" "Yeah." "When every time you wanted something to happen with your magic, it did?" "Oh." I'd been letting my emotions control my magic this whole time, because I didn't know how to control it at will. "I wanted you out of there, so I let you out inadvertently?" "Seems like it, Red." I nodded long and thoughtfully to that. I knew the current dome resulted from my panic at everyone screaming at me, demanding the impossible, lives at stake. But yeah, when it all came down to it, my emotions ran that particular show. Why not lean into it? I looked over at Claudia. I needed to talk to her without Ate constantly whispering in her ear. Honestly, I couldn't do this without her. That thought seemed to trigger something in my spell, because I saw the Blood Witch fall back as the wall of the dome moved, only for her, as she fell on her ass and was then promptly pushed back in by the retreating wall. "What?" She looked around in surprise, confusion, and then seemed to settle her gaze on me. "What happened, Emery?" she said, and quickly got to her feet, subconsciously brushing dust off her clothes. "Overwhelmed," I said, and went for a smile. "Happens sometimes." "Sometimes," Loki said and snorted. "Saved your life in the desert, didn't it?" I pointed out. "Meh." The ex-god responded to that. very eloquent. "All right then," Claudia said and looked around, her brows knitting in confusion at the sight of everyone else trapped within the wall of my dome. "Let me just—" she began, and then raised her hands. "No, wait!" I shouted and covered the few steps between us. "Claudia, you need to stop this. Ate won't be all mellow and forgiving once she regains her powers. I think she manipulated your mom in her last years." My mother became frail at the end, that is true, but her mind was set. She regretted the choices made here. Claudia looked at Loki as she said those words. "That makes one of us," he merely said to that. "You've seen it, Emery," she went on. "Her spell." She indicated the entire thing above us with a gesture. "Think of what could be, what was lost but can be reawakened. Power will shift. Things will become more fair than they are now." "No, they won't," I interrupted her. "Power is power wherever you go. I am Atlantean by choice now, but you forget I lived there the first 14 years of my life, and then 2 more in exile. I know the Earthside realm. Power's just different there, but it's the same everywhere. Sure, some good will come of it, as some good comes of what they have now. It's the same here, the same families hogging most of the power. That never changes. We can change everything, I believe that. But for the better? It's just the same crap in a different packaging." "That's an oversimplification," she argued. "It really isn't," Loki said. "If not her," he said, and indicated Ate with a quick nod. "Then someone else." Claudia opened her mouth to say something and then stopped herself. "This was Livia's idea," I said. "Not yours. You're trying to live up to her wishes and wants, her beliefs. Believe me, I know how futile that is. My mom died cursing me for not living up to her expectations. But in the end, she was wrong." I drew a deep breath, steeling myself, but the realm didn't crumble around me for speaking ill of her. I really wasn't. It was merely the truth. She was wrong. And maybe Livia was right in her way. But just like when she cast that spell, I sighed and turned to look at Loki. You were all of you wrong. What gave you the right? Loki gave me a lopsided smile at that. Nothing. No one. Never said otherwise, Red. No, I agreed. But I get it. I get why you both did it. That doesn't mean we have the right to change it back now, Claudia, I said, and turned back to her again. We have no right to cause such a change either. It's been too long. Claudia paused again, considering this. I hoped. So we just close it? She asked finally. Well, hell, Goddess of Death of all things, actually pointed out that which isn't dead in the spell to me. I do have an idea, if you're willing to hear me out. Claudia eyed me for a few beats. Then she looked to Loki. And you're just allowing this? Not going to interfere? Loki waved that off. I honestly do not care. Claudia arched an eyebrow at that. Don't want to become a god again? He shook his head, and I noticed his continued looks toward the edge Arlen had been thrown over. That's not what I want, no. Here we stood, unable to avoid the foretelling of the Norn. It was happening all around us, yet for someone so adamant the future couldn't and should not be read, he was remarkably resigned to his fate. And as honest and true as that was, it warmed my currently stressed-out heart to see. And that was where my mistake was, because in wanting Loki to go see to Arlen, my dome vanished in a flash, releasing all its prisoners. Chapter 23. There was a single moment of inaction, when everyone who'd been trapped by my magic looked around in confusion, wondering what had just happened. My eyes snagged on Ate, whom I deemed the greatest threat. She looked to Claudia at once, then down at the chain that lay broken around Atlas's feet as he regained his balance. The look Ate turned on Claudia then really said it all. She didn't need more to read the situation. It wasn't entirely correct. Hell had broken the chains to free her father. I didn't even think Claudia could pull that off. But that didn't matter. As Ate now saw Claudia standing there with Loki and me, something had clearly gone on, and Ate, though slightly misinformed, was no fool. Her eyes flared as she said nothing and raised her hand, dropping the chain she held in the other. The sound of metal hitting stone drew Claudia's attention. She turned her head, saw the hatred in the ex-goddess's eyes, and shouted, "No!" as the crackling orange energy of Ate flared up. I saw Claudia react by throwing her hands up to cover her head instead of using her magic. Ate's magic never struck the witch, though. Instead, green fire burst forward, straight toward Ate. And I didn't have time to blink, let alone think, as Loki ran forward, throwing more at her. The ex-goddess screamed in anger, so loud it roused everyone from their inaction. Shouts from the Earthsiders surrounding us rose as well now, and all I could do was throw myself to the ground as magic of all kinds flew across the top of the pyramid. I crawled forward as fast as I could and grabbed Claudia's left ankle, yanking so hard she fell on her ass, nearly hitting her head on the stone. That had not been my intention, but the utter chaos of magic flying everywhere above us would have killed her if she'd remained standing. "What? What?" she repeated in confusion. I had no time for this. "Focus, Claudia!" I yelled at her as I looked around, drew my daggers, and got up. Claudia could take care of herself if she could shake her confusion. Yellow magic blinded me, and I reacted on instinct, holding my daggers up, crossed as they deflected the magic from me. Someone screamed as they were struck by it. I saw Loki and Ate at it, both wielding their magic, using it against each other, all the while avoiding each other's attacks. Blue, flickering lightning exploded onto the scene, barely avoiding Loki and striking Ate so she flew back and landed hard on the stone. She rolled with the fall, though, and was up in a fluid motion. The blue lightning struck again, joined by green flames. It was Atlas, who had joined in on the attack on Ate. "Do something, fools!" she screamed at her followers. Several of them ran toward her and her attackers. "Keep the red-headed bitch alive!" Ate added, shouting above the noise. "And kill Claudia! Kill that traitor!" "Oh, crap," I muttered as I saw one man approach Claudia from behind, while the Blood Witch was focused on another man and woman. Magic of all colors flashed and cracked around me, around us all, and I could hardly tell one person's powers from another. The man, though, conjured something dark and floating in the air. Whatever it was, the look of hurt fury on his face didn't bode well. I changed my grip on one of the daggers and threw it without further thought. It struck his side, and he sank down like a sack, the dark magic fading at once. I ran over there, avoiding being struck by something purple and crackling. I ducked, but felt something stab at my side. It made me stumble a bit before reaching the fallen guy so I could yank my dagger back out. When it was back in my hand, I straightened up and took stock of the situation. The people who weren't running to Ate's side were circling in on Claudia. I automatically backed up to her, facing 2 on my side, while she had 3 on hers. "Oh, that's you!" she blurted as my back touched hers for a second. "Yeah, now listen, we need to—" "Do you have any idea what I gave up for your sake?" someone screamed at me. I turned my head and saw Antonia running straight at me, like she'd forgotten all about magic, going for a physical attack, blinded by anger and hatred now. Her face was red, her features twisted in pure fury, her bruises not making the sight any better. "Damn it!" was all I managed before she was on me, pushing me away from Claudia, using both her magic and fists against me. Some blows struck home, but not hard enough to send me to the stone. Her magic flared and came in painful bursts. I ducked and evaded, using my daggers to take the brunt of it. "I gave up magic for you to do this," she screamed at me, completely wild in the eyes. "That was a mistake," I shouted back, because I would not placate her. There was no point. But I noticed the crackling blue lightning of Atlas out of the corner of my eye. She was pushing me closer to that fight. I slashed toward her, making her jump back. Then I turned my head and saw both orange and blue forces of magic roll toward me. On instinct, I raised my right hand, not even halfway believing my dagger would hold all that off. But my insanely untrustworthy magic reappeared then as a shield of bright red spread from my hand, creating an oval, flat force field of sorts. The same kind I'd seen Claudia conjure earlier in the tunnels. A second later, the magic of the two powerful combatants rolled against it, the see-through texture letting me see it all. Which was when I remembered Antonia, ready to claw my eyes out. While I had my left hand out in a defensive stance, she was too close when I turned my head. I managed a step back as she seemed to come from above, arms out, red fire blazing from her hands as she was ready to strike me with it. Except her descent was brutally stopped by a hand that clamped down on her face, Loki coming in from her side. She uttered, and I saw Loki, for a fraction of a second, tilting his head before his eyes shone white, like snow on a glacier, before frost spread from his hand onto her face, her entire head. What I saw of her features turned into a mask of horror before everything was covered in ice and Loki let go. Antonia fell to the stone, and I thankfully averted my eyes before I saw her frozen head strike. I stared at Loki. "You should close your mouth, Red. It's not becoming." I managed, like an idiot. Loki narrowed his eyes a bit, looking at me curiously. "Did she not torture you?" "Yeah," I said and nodded frantically. "Yeah, she did. I just wasn't expecting that." Apparently, this was the day for me to see the true depth of everyone's magic. "Well then," he said with a smile and turned, shifting form at the same time, donning the pelt of his black wolf. He leaped forward, back toward Ate, Atlas, and the rest. I noticed several of Ate's followers now lay lifeless, scattered around the melee. I heard Claudia shout something, but couldn't decipher her words. She stood her ground, but judging by her slow backward steps while fending off magic thrown at her, it was clear that, despite her age and wisdom, she was a spellcaster, not a fighter. I moved closer to her, only to be cut off by crackling orange magic. I dove sideways, rolling on the stone to avoid falling. As I came up, I saw Ate approach Claudia while fending off both Atlas, who was still embroiled with 5 attackers, and Loki, who jumped gracefully through the air, his large wolf form looking like it weighed nothing. He barely landed before he was up again, charging for Ate. The ex-goddess, unlike Claudia, could hold her own in a fight, keeping an eye on both her flanks, wielding her magic with hardly any effort, striking both ways at once. But I saw Loki's tactic here. Atlas's and Claudia's magic flared as it collided with Ate's, small bursts breaking through, strong enough to hurt, but not enough to kill. Yet Loki navigated his way under and over, in giant leaps, winding through the chaos. An explosion of red energy shot from Claudia, pushing Ate back at the same time Loki jumped forward, his deadly maw biting down on Ate's left arm. The ex-goddess gave a startled shout, then cried out in anger. She gave up on Atlas, twisted, and shot her energy straight toward Claudia, who was struck, before she twisted more and sent the same flaring magic right for the wolf's head, pushing him back, freeing her left hand at the same time. But he'd gotten the closest so far. I had to leave a falling Claudia to herself as I ran forward, banking on Ate still not being out to kill me, although, if forced to, she would, I was sure. As the motion of his fall stopped and he began getting up, I caught Loki's green eyes. Bending down, I threw one of my daggers along the stone floor, watching it slide quickly toward him to be caught by a hand, not a paw. Next thing, I was in Ate's face, stopping abruptly. I saw the strike as her shoulder moved back, but could only twist so her punch landed on my shoulder, not in my throat. I gasped and stepped back. She didn't look it,
but she was so strong. "You will fall into order," she yelled at me. One of her followers saw me, and I felt a flare of heat as red magic came my way. Ate, distracted for that moment, firing back at her own acolyte, didn't see Loki coming up behind her. She was turning back to me when he struck, ducking under an attack from the side by another of her acolytes. Silvery flashes of magic shot above him, but he hit his target. I noticed a huff of air leave her as her eyes widened, and then I too struck, pushing my dagger in between her ribs on the other side, mirroring Loki's motion. Ate looked so bewildered before her eyes rolled up in her head, her knees buckled, and she fell to the stone, dead before she landed fully, the energy of magic she'd been calling forth snuffed out in the same motion. I met Loki's gaze and drew a sigh of relief. But things had not calmed down. I bent and yanked my daggers out of her, turning to see Claudia seemingly knocked out on the stone. "Damn it!" I blurted and ran over. "Read the spell!" Loki yelled after me. I looked back and saw him indicate the spell above before he turned to help Atlas with the last 3 desperate Earthsiders who by now had to know where this was going. Yet they still fought on. Above, the spell had begun moving, slowly turning. I didn't have the slightest notion of what was happening, but was pretty sure it wasn't good. Nothing else was at this point. "Claudia!" I yelled and grabbed her shoulder, shaking her. It was no use. Ate had struck her hard on that last attack. At least, I thought the Blood Witch to be alive. "Red!" Loki shouted while fighting off someone else wielding some sort of lightning magic. Their bolts crackled and sparked bright white. "Take care of the spell!" he bellowed before he ran sideways, avoiding the lightning, sending his own green flames right back at the same time Atlas joined in the attack. The acolyte barely had time to scream in pain before succumbing to their magic. I looked up. "How in the realms am I supposed to do this?" I said to myself, and then looked around. No more acolytes coming for me. The last one, bravely, or stupidly more like, now faced the ex-god and ex-titan on the other side of the platform. Okay, nothing to it. I remembered Arlen's words. "Inflate the damn balloon," I whispered and tried focusing. Having done it once, I managed it again, seeing a bigger red sphere of magical energy hover between my raised hands now. At least it wasn't a fireball, small steps and all. I did my best to tune out the screams of the last acolyte and focused on the sphere, on the spell above, and somehow regained my earlier vision of it, the one that allowed me to see it clearly. With Claudia indisposed, it seemed to me something was stirring, like she'd kept it under control. The more I saw and felt of the power up there, power of that order of magnitude, the more overwhelmed I felt, sensing an impending surge of power. Something was going to burst, and I didn't know what. All I knew was that we, the pyramid, the people down below in the city, were all in danger if this was let loose. I closed my eyes, but it didn't matter. The spell came to me clear as day anyway. I saw the severed, all-encompassing magic, saw the slivers Livia had once let live, saw the spiraling crack of anti-magic wind its way through all of it except those few slivers. Livia's magic, Claudia's, their descendants, Atlas's peace, which was now broken, though not by anti-magic, but by Claudia, Loki's mark, all of it there, still alive after all this time. The spell spun faster, as if Claudia's control was what had kept it in place. I needed to stop it, or pause it long enough for Claudia to wake, and stop this. I felt myself use my magic, as if I were somewhere else, merely observing. But the blood magic in me grew, expanded, and I felt it burst out of me in a sea of power that left me breathless. I opened my eyes. The sphere of my innate magic was gone, everything around me colored red again. "Red!" came Loki's voice close by. I turned, blinking hard. "Did I do it?" I asked breathlessly. "Did I stop it?" "No,"
he said, and pointed sideways. I looked and realized I had done nothing to stop Livia's spell from getting out of control, but had instead expanded my dome of red magic, this time enclosing the entire pyramid by the looks of it. At least I saw it cover the entire spell and continue down the sides of the pyramid before I saw no more of it.
For crap's sake!
Indeed, Loki said, voice dry. You need to either undo that spell or let it be. But you must do something. I eyed him. He looked weary after the last few hours, especially the last few minutes. Tears in his clothes, cuts on his face and arms, his hair almost as wild as Atlas's. I noticed the Titan right beside him. What do you mean? I asked him, despite knowing we didn't have much time. Don't you want to leave it as is? Loki lifted his shoulder and then winced in pain at the movement. What does it matter to me? I got what I wanted long ago, as did he said, indicating Atlas with a sideways nod. Even Livia. I got my vengeance. If you choose to undo the spell, that won't change. If you leave it as is, that won't change anything either. I exhaled and thought about this. You truly don't care, do you? About being a god. You always sound like you do. I don't, he said, a wistful smile on his lips. That existence holds no meaning to me after what happened. You know that. I nodded slowly. With his family dead, due to the actions of those he saw as friends, there was nothing to go back to. So you're leaving that decision up to me? That's not fair. No, it's not, he said, a grin emerging now. But that's life, isn't it? I sighed. I need Claudia. No, you don't. Besides, Atlas can help you. I looked at the Titan, who, despite being so scantily clad and with his wild hair, looked strangely serene where he stood. Okay, I said, and added to the Titan. Then you need Claudia. Loki shook his head. No, don't you get it? This is what Skuld spoke of. You don't need another blood witch. Look around, Emery. You've encapsulated the entire pyramid within your magic. You do not need another witch to help you. His gaze turned up at that, to something behind me, and a genuine grin of joy spread across his face. A red emerald, he said, indicating I should turn around. And black wings, he added as I did so. And while this new gigantic dome of mine was more opaque than the last one I'd created, I saw a figure out there in the air, hovering, large wings carrying her. Huh, I smiled then, realizing what I had to do. The dome retracted, going down toward ground level just by me commanding it to, thereby leaving us a clear view of Arlen. She didn't waste time but dove in the air, heading straight for us. No, not for us. For Loki. I heard him laughing before I turned, and then she soared over me, her black hair flowing behind her, the silver patterns of her wings glittering in the sunlight, diving, toward her husband, who stood with his arms outstretched, laughing like a maniac. Then she caught him, and they continued their trajectory off the pyramid top and downward, Loki's peals of laughter echoing behind them. Now, witch, Atlas said, not wasting a moment. I pushed the thought of Arlen not being able to lift someone heavier than herself for long to the back of my mind, and turned and focused on the spell again. I latched onto it at once, seeing every detail again. And this time, I did make a decision. Did I have the right? No. No one ever did, but as I wielded my own magic to calm the storm of the spell, to fill some of my anti-magic into a few parts of the crack, I felt it flow from me naturally, felt myself understand it, despite hardly being able to control my power at all. That's it, Atlas said, his voice close by. Now, to finish it, draw from the magic of the city. How? It's in the bones of the city. It comes from me. Home in on me, he told me. I did, and through him felt the vibrance of a deep magic that surrounded this entire place. It felt like the magic trapped in Livia's spell, yet so much more alive. Atlantis had been a part of Earth once. It made sense to me. In my mind's eye, I saw green and blue magic rise from the bowels of the city, from the pyramid. It rose and blended with Livia's spell. "Now the veil," Atlas said. "Draw it in. It's everywhere here. I can feel it." He was right. It had been all around the city when Livia cast the spell, and now it rested in this desert, surrounded by it, like the veil drew this place toward it. I did as Atlas told me and felt the life of the veil nearby, calling it silently toward us. Soon, the colors melted into the spell. "That's it," Atlas said as I stared at the wonderful spectacle above in awe. The tone of his voice made me look at him. "The spell is tied to me," he explained, without being asked to, likely seeing it in my face. "I wanted nothing but peace from my horrid existence. But Atlantis was created to be my prison, partly created from my magic, to torment me, to trap me. The chain is gone, but I am still part of this place." "It's not what you remember," I said, feeling a rise in the wind around us. It wasn't the actual wind, but a stir in the air, caused by the immense powers above us. "I see that. It finally evolved." "It did." I smiled. "It's messy, busy, sometimes cold, yet always warm. It's magical, in more than one way." "That's all I ever wanted," he said and shrugged. "I just wanted peace," he repeated. "And now I'll have it again." I arched an eyebrow at that. "What do you mean?" "It was how Livia avoided the inevitable fallout the last time. There's so much force up there," he said, and looked up, the serenity on his face showing he was at peace with this. "You're sure?" I asked, and he nodded. "Best get to it," he added, and then stepped in front of me so he stood in the center of the platform. "Okay," I whispered, more to myself than to him, as I began following his instructions. How I managed it, I couldn't say. I only know I had the strength, the reach, to do as he said, pulling the spell in on itself, keeping it mostly intact until it shot down, whirling around Atlas in a maelstrom of the most potent magic I was likely ever to see. "Now!" he yelled, and I saw him cut himself with a knife, his blood dripping, upward toward the spell. "Finish it!" I looked up then, seeing the dome of the magic shrink, but so condensed it shook with force, and outside all that magic, its natural counterpart, keeping the realm from being ripped to shreds from all this. I inhaled slowly, felt the wind cooling me off at this altitude, the sun warming me in the middle of it all. And then I sent my own anti-magic out, feeding the one already there, pushing Livia's spell back, pushing it down on Atlas, who I couldn't even see anymore. And then it all exploded into a bright light that sent me flying. Chapter 24. The massive explosion of force must have knocked me out for a few seconds, because the next thing I knew, I was on all fours, trying to get up amid a coughing attack. It felt like every ounce of strength I'd ever had been forced out of me. I looked up, and nothing but the bright blue sky above the city stared back at me. A moan close by drew my attention. I looked and saw Claudia coming too, her hair loose and in knots, as she slowly tried getting up on her elbows. "Emery?" she croaked and looked up. It was hard to interpret her face. I wasn't sure if it was regret, relief, or both. Footsteps sounded close by, and I withdrew my attention from her, turning and seeing a figure come running up one of the exterior stairs. Worn out and confused from all that had happened, I needed a second to understand. But as the figure emerged, I recognized him. Raldo Hunter came running, slow and haltingly, but running. His face was contorted in pain and rage, and I saw cuts and bruises as he reached the top and stopped for a second, to take in the sight of the only two living people up there. Bodies lay strewn everywhere. He must have begun running back up inside the pyramid when Claudia's shield had gone down. When his eyes sought me out, rage colored his entire face, and he ran forward. Only then did I see the knife in his hand. I was beat, exhausted, and slow. Yet I tried mustering the strength for something, anything. But the hunter bore down on me, closer, closer, the knife raised. As he came close enough, ready to strike, he froze, and a huff of air escaped him, the anger on his face frozen there as he fell. I didn't even have the strength to move my hand as he landed, and his arm knocked into it. I fell flat, recoiling with some remnant of adrenaline I didn't even know I had. He lay next to me on his stomach, dead, open eyes staring right at me. But I looked over him, seeing the knife sticking out of his back, and farther away, Corey collapsing by the top of the stairs, thankfully forward and onto the platform, and not backward and down. Despite fatigue gnawing at me from the magic I'd performed, I crawled my way up and jumped over the dead hunter, running on wobbly legs until I reached Corey, who lay on his side, breathing hard, his clothes bloodied. "Oh my God, are you all right? Please tell me you're all right," I pleaded and tried turning him over fully. He managed on his own, though, a grimace of pain on his face. "Where are you hurt?" I asked, and attempted to find out by checking him, finding a deep gash across his left ribs. The blood had seeped through his shirt, but was thankfully not as bad as it looked. He had several more cuts, though, and looked like he'd taken a beating fighting Raldo up and down the inner parts of the pyramid. He was starting to bruise in several places. "Hey," he said, clearing his throat, which seemed to cause him pain as well. "If you want to get all handsy, you don't need to make up an excuse." I made a choked sound of relief. "A stupid joke. That means you'll live," I said, and bent forward, resting my forehead on his chest for a second. "Stupid joke? I find your handsy ways quite serious. And welcome," he added and chuckled, which caused him to cough as he stroked a hand over my hair. "Oh, you are an idiot," I said, and sat up before bending down and kissing him, so thankful he was even there. A sound drew my attention, though, and I broke the kiss, looking to my left, but everyone was still dead except Claudia. She'd gotten to her feet now, swaying a bit, looking straight ahead. Straight ahead at Atlas, I realized. I froze and then shook my head, looking down at Corey. "Can you stand?" He nodded, and we helped each other up more than anything, him with his wounds, and me completely tapped out from the magic. But soon we were upright, leaning on each other, looking at the same sight as Claudia. We all moved closer to the former Titan. He stood at the dead center of the pyramid, a likeness in stone, it seemed, of the man who had helped me close Livia's spell moments ago. Again, he'd been put to rest, this time ensconced on the top of the pyramid created to house him from his own magic so long ago. Maybe it was best this way, so he could have his peace. Our sleeping king. "You did that?" Claudia asked, her voice raw. I shook my head. "He did. He's tied to this city no matter what. At least he saw it had grown and evolved after Livia cast her spell and changed everything. I hope that gave him some peace." Claudia visibly swallowed and then looked up. "You let it remain the same, then?" "Mostly," I told her. She looked at me fully then, where I stood clinging to Corey. "I let it be, that's true. For all intents and purposes, the Earthside realm remains a magicless realm. But..." The wind tore at her clothes a bit more now, and I noticed the cool sensation of it myself. "You said it yourself," I told her. "Both good and bad would come from reintroducing magic there. The powerful might get worse. But maybe I did something good." I wasn't telling her more than that. I didn't quite trust her. Not now. But maybe in a different place and time? For a moment, Claudia said nothing. Then I heard a sniffle, of all things. She'd looked like a businesswoman when I met her earlier. Now she looked as worn out and weary as the rest of us. But suddenly, she looked so much younger than she was. "That spell was your mom's doing, Claudia," I told her. "I think it's time we both try to stop doing what our parents would want and make our own choices. It was never right for you to take on her sin. And I sure was wrong to try to change my mother. Besides, my mistakes are mine, no matter how she shaped them in the beginning." Claudia stared at Atlas's effigy. It wasn't truly that, though. It was him, ensconced in stone, his feet actually looking like they'd melted into the stone floor. He wouldn't be easy to remove. He shouldn't be. Claudia began. "I need some time." I nodded. So did I. I took one of my daggers out of its sheath, Ate's blood still on the blade, and handed it to her. "Here, take this. That way I can find you when the time is right. I need your help, if you'll give it." Claudia nodded slowly and took the dagger. Then she turned and... I didn't quite see what she did, but a shimmer of light appeared before her, silvery green and well known to all who traveled between the realms. It was an amazing feat. She didn't say anything as she simply walked into it and disappeared from our view, the gateway she'd opened flickering and disappearing at once. "You all right?" Corey wheezed beside me. I shook my head. "Yes, and no. It'll be okay, I think." "Where's Arlen?" he asked, clearly staring at the dead bodies around us now. "Oh!" I cried out. "Arlen! She flew, taking Loki with her!" I began walking toward that side of the pyramid at once, pulling Corey with me. "What?" he said, following along. "Her wings can't carry that much weight." "I know! They went over here!" I said as we stopped at the edge, looking down at the ruined ground where Atlas had first been awakened. It was hard to distinguish anything down there, especially when the people in question had been wearing dark clothing. Without a word, we began the descent. Thankfully, while a large part of the corner to our right down there had been broken and destroyed during Atlas's awakening, the stairs placed between the pyramid's corners were intact. Walking down in our state was difficult, wanting to speed up and not really able to at this point. Halfway down, Corey finally spotted them. "There, between all that rubble," he said, pointing. We had to go down farther before I could see the same. One figure sitting, the other lying in their lap. I couldn't even tell which was which, cursing the size of the building. We hastened down on our unsteady feet, reaching ground level. Down there, the wind subsided, but the sounds of raised voices increased. Lots of them. "They're just waiting to be sure there's no more magic before entering now," I said. Corey only managed a in response. We navigated through large boulders of stone, brickwork, and rubble, trying to locate Arlen and Loki from where we knew them to be. We found them after a few minutes. The first thing I noticed was the actual trace of their landing, a strip of blood and rubble leading right to them. Arlen was the one who sat, Loki sprawled on the ground, his upper body resting in her lap. He looked worse than he had last I saw him on top of the pyramid, rips and dirt, wounds and bruises. I suspected the worst of it was on his back, since he'd been turned that way during the crash landing of their mad flight. "Oh, crap," I whispered, fearing the worst. That's when he opened his eyes. "Language read," he said. Not in his usual volume, though not a whisper either. "Oh, crap," I repeated louder this time. "You're alive?" "Now it's your manners," he said, making Arlen smile. Corey and I limped our way over and simply sank down opposite Arlen, Loki between us. I could see blood dripping from his back onto the ground. "Are you both well?" Arlen asked us, as we clearly didn't look it. We nodded our answer in unison. I could now see that Arlen had a gash on the right side of her head, that side of her face streaked with her own blood, likely from the impact with stone after Ate flung her from the top of the pyramid. She looked paler than usual. "He took a severe blow," Arlen said then, looking down at her husband. "But I think he will be fine."
"You think?"
her husband said, wincing at the effort of talking. "What kind of bedside manner do you people have?" "What happened to your eyes?" Corey asked before Arlen could respond. Apparently, he'd learned how to move on from their banter. I noticed it too then. Having been almost certain he was dead, I hadn't paid attention. But he wasn't. And he watched us all with his bright blue eyes, the way he'd always truly looked. "You tell me," Loki said, and met my gaze. "I removed the mark," I said truthfully, "before I closed down the spell and let most of it be." "Most of it?" Arlen said. I nodded and drew breath, enjoying the warm sunshine on my back. This moment wouldn't last long. I knew that from experience. "Most of it," I confirmed. "I'll tell you all about it, but Livia's spell is still active." "I know," Loki said. "I'm still healing painfully slow." He closed his eyes in a hard wince, his blue irises there when he opened his eyes again. It made me smile. "You were willing to let me undo the spell," I said. "It was only fitting you not have that mark any longer." Loki said. "Thanks." "No, thank you. I wouldn't have been able to close the spell without you."
"Oh, that," he said. "Claudia was out of it, so I figured if you thought you could do it, then you would be able to."
"Wait, what?" I stared at him. "You mentioned the prophecy, the whole red emerald thing." He smiled then.
"Yes, and that made you believe you could do it. And it worked."
"You idiot," I said and punched him in the arm, almost falling forward from my weakness if not for Corey holding me up.
"Hey, I'm dying here," he protested.
"No, you're not. You're healing, you massive piece of turd." Loki merely laughed at that, all smiles, despite the movement clearly paining him.
"Do you hear this lack of reverence?" he asked Arlen. "Here she comes giving thanks, removing my mark, and then she proceeds to bring a cup of wormwood too?"
"A cup of... what?" I said. Arlen clicked her tongue. "I know, she really did bring that." "Oh, for crap's sake, two of you are too much." I shook my head, but couldn't stop the smile emerging on my lips. I was just so relieved. Whether it was fatigue, Loki's tricking me, or the utter train wreck we were currently in, I had no idea. I just reacted. "I am confused," Arlen said. "Is she laughing or crying?"
"I don't know," Loki responded. "Sometimes she kills the mood with her social gaffes."
Corey merely chuckled and turned his head to kiss my cheek. I opened my mouth to say something, but a sound I'd heard before broke out, rising on the other side of the pyramid which loomed over us. "They're coming now," I said, all humor leaving me at once. I turned my head toward the noise and saw, just like the other three, judging by how we all turned quiet, a woman standing some 100 meters away from us, among boulders and rubble. Her red hair glowed in the sunlight, a light-colored cloak open in the front showing a red dress beneath it. None of her garments were affected by the breeze here on the ground. Skuld. I recognized her. She stood there, calmly, clearly wanting to be seen, smiling, her eyes directly on Loki. Then she turned to the side and walked away, fading from view. No gateway needed. "What did she want?" I asked.
"To make her point,"
Loki said. "And that was?" He paused, and when he opened his mouth to answer, hordes of people, soldiers by the look of them, rounded the broken-down corner of the pyramid, drawing all our attention. I could even see the silhouettes of people already ascending the pyramid's exterior stairs. I sighed, but unlike the last time, over 2 years ago in this very place, I was ready for them this time around. Chapter 25. The Anwin realm felt as dreary and desolate as the last time we were here. It wasn't just because my magic had been unbound that I could feel it either. It was a dispirited, lifeless place. No vibrancy. I could see this in the numerous soldiers accompanying us, too, in the way they looked around with uneasy gazes. We saw it, of course, long before we stepped out of the trees surrounding our final approach. The massive dome of blood magic rose above the canopies like a small mountain, leaving us with no doubt we'd reached the correct place. "It still stands," Loki commented, walking beside me. "Fairly similar to the one we saw raised above the Ridgers' camp, I'd say." "Well, you say a lot of things," I told him, following the crowd in front of us down the last slope toward the dome and the prison camp inside it. He was likely onto something, though. It looked like the dome we'd encountered in the enchanted flatlands. "Yes, quite wise things, too," he concluded. "Including in this instance. I suppose it's likely that your subconscious imitated what you'd seen before." I merely grumbled something in response, since he was more than likely correct. I'd done the same thing atop the pyramid as well. The incredibly large and somewhat oblong dome covered the entire prison camp. I could see it through the opaque walls of my own magic, the fence stretching all the way around it, all the buildings inside like square shadows to us on the outside. And the prisoners, of course. They milled about in there now. While every detail was hard to see, it was clear to them as well that something was going on. The number of soldiers dressed in their green uniforms was impressive. There were constables about, too, smaller groups of them sticking together in between all the military. There was a reason Corey and Arlen had opted not to come along here. A lot of people would know their faces if they did. For Loki and me, it was too late anyway. Still, neither the army nor the constabulary was running this show. That was the group of differently uniformed officers mixed with higher-up civilians down below us. I saw them gather down there, huddling together, likely to avoid too many people hearing anything in the open space. There really wasn't much to hide under near the camp, or to the left of it from our view now. The fire that had raged as we fled the realm last time had left the area a wasteland of charred tree stumps and ashes. "Wow," I said, as this drew my attention away from the dome. "I know their diversion was to draw attention, but wow." Loki chuckled. "It worked, didn't it?" I stared at the devastation. "I mean, yeah. But you do get that the people we're with are absolutely mental, right?" Arlen and Corey had, after all, set fire to an entire forest to create a diversion, and also put several kin out of play to steal their clothes so they could then access the prison camp. Loki shrugged at that. "Meh, makes life more interesting." I sighed, but didn't argue, because he was right. "Miss?" A soldier ahead of us shouted back at me. I looked up and saw him wave. "They're ready." I nodded and kept walking, seeing the message had come from the group farther ahead. "You ready for this?" Loki asked. "For what? The dome? Or the Primus?" He considered this a moment. "The Primus. Well, I'm tired of waiting around for that guy to do his job." "That's the spirit," Loki said with a grin. He looked much better now. It had been about a week since Livia's spell had been reopened atop the pyramid and all that took place because of it. We'd been arrested when the first soldiers reached us. Of course we had. Then we'd been detained in separate rooms inside the pyramid while the authorities scrambled to catch up and get some semblance of oversight on the situation. This was the third time in 8 years they'd lost control of the pyramid. It didn't look good. We'd been interrogated, but at least we'd been given medical help, too. Looking at Loki now, one wouldn't think his back had been ripped and torn open brutally. He walked with ease now, dressed casually, standing out, like me, from the uniform crowd around us. I myself carried bruises and a still stiff body. Still, we were all on the mend. As we walked toward the higher-ups, I noticed Uncle Allen in one of the nearby groups of constables. I'd hoped to see him today, but wasn't sure what to make of his neutral face. Neither angry nor happy? I couldn't tell. "We are ready," Primus Manel said without so much as a hello when we reached and were allowed to walk among the group of higher-ups. Gaining control over this situation was as important as calming the population of Atlantis after all that had happened. Rumors had spread in the city that the kin had been taken to another realm to be imprisoned there, and that it had gone horribly wrong. I wasn't surprised at this gossip reaching the city. Too many soldiers were involved now, not just the few teams that had rotated their watch before the kin took over their own prison. "That's great," I told the Primus in response to his impatient greeting. I'd spent days being interrogated by these people, telling them the truth again and again, feeling less and less of any kind of reverence toward them. They'd let so much slip past them lately, I was amazed they were still in power. But here we were. Primus Manel, tall and lanky in his pristine suit, even out here, though I noticed even he wore practical walking boots like the rest of us. It clashed with his otherwise elegant style and made me smirk on the inside. He was here dealing with the Red Kin prisoners, from what I understood, because he was the non-magical First Minister, while the Prima and the Queen were handling things in the pyramid these days. It was a sound tactic. The kin would be less likely to make a fuss when surrendering to someone whose power did not stem from magic. I am, however, not ready, I told the First Minister, and felt no shame, no embarrassment. Hell, I'd been through too much to waste time on petty things like this. We had a deal with you, Primus, and you've delayed again and again, sending Raldo Hunter to obstruct any progress on our side. You know when I'll be ready. The Primus looked at me for a long beat, and I merely stared back, trying for an open and friendly look. It is customary for the one who's committed a crime to do their part first. Can't remember being convicted of any crime, Loki said nonchalantly. I nodded my agreement. It's like we've been, maybe not blackmailed, but certainly exploited. Very uncomfortable, that, Loki said. And still, we were all a hair's breadth away from having a new king, I added. The Primus stared at us, all the important people around him too, with or without pompous uniforms. But we were right. Atlas remained atop the pyramid. Impossible to move, they said. No tools bit into whatever stone he seemed to be encapsulated in. But that it was Atlas was hard to dispute when half the city had seen him rise from his sleep, nearly as tall as the pyramid itself. It wasn't like he didn't have a claim to the throne. We'd told the truth when interrogated, merely omitted a few things such as the prophecy of the Norn, Loki's role in it, and what Ate had truly been after. For all intents and purposes, she'd been out to wake up Atlas and bring him back. That was all the authorities needed to know. No one else atop that pyramid was alive to say otherwise, Claudia long gone by now. The Primus's angered stare didn't bother me, and it didn't even surprise me anymore. I'd chosen Atlantis as my home and had wanted to make amends for my past. That hadn't really changed, but now I understood that the people I'd been trying to please were as flawed as me, as anyone. Barely keeping the new government under control, sending the Red Kin of all people out of the dungeons to remove the embarrassment. I wasn't impressed. But my goal hadn't changed. I'd just come around to Loki's side of it now. These people, no matter how they stared down their noses at me, were simply not the worst I'd ever faced. I believe we had a deal, I told the Primus. The deal was for you to remove this dome of magic, I nodded. Yeah, and after that, I'm sure you'll find something else to hold over our heads. There are people in there who... Don't try to make me believe you care about the kin, Primus. By our estimation, they should have food in there for at least a couple more weeks. It is not customary for the criminal to set the demands, he persisted. What's she going to do, do you think? Loki said pointedly, looking around at the hundreds of soldiers surrounding both us and the dome. I noticed Primus Manel's eyes drift to the giant magical dome a second before returning to me. Apparently, he worried about a lot of things. Then he gave a curt nod to one of his nearby attachés, who stepped forward, a young woman who pulled out 2 pieces of paper from a satchel. She handed them to me. I felt a pang in my chest as I reached out and took them, trying not to look too eager. I passed the one with Loki's name on it to him, and stared at my own, reading it through. Loki seemed to barely glance at his before folding it and tucking it into his jacket pocket.
"Well?"
the Primus prompted. I nodded. "It's what we agreed."
"And the dome? We are in some limited contact with the prisoners. They will lay down their weapons."
I lowered the pardon I'd coveted for so long and looked to the dome, my own creation, not that I had any idea how. "Give me some time. I have no clue what I'm doing, remember?" The man nodded, and I turned to Loki, who indicated a fairly open spot some distance away from this group of people. It was a spot of soft grass, outside the perimeter of the massive fire. A few soldiers hovered nearby, but moved when waved away by a senior officer. We were left alone then, kind of. "Why are they staring?" I asked as Loki and I sat in the grass. Well, I sat. Loki slumped down, finding a comfy position and looking like he was about to take a nap.
"Because we are interesting,"
I huffed.
"Don't worry, they'll grow tired soon enough."
"Okay, so what am I to do?"
"You ask me? I am a god, not a witch."
"Shut up, Loki.
"You are decidedly not a god, and you know more about magic than I do."
He laughed at that.
"True."
I stared up at the dome. It looks so impenetrable. It's not quite like the one in the Enchanted Flatlands. Remember? We could walk right through the walls of that one.
"Yes. You didn't copy it, merely modeled this one after it, I'd say."
"I guess." The whole thing was intimidating, though, and painful.
"Listen,"
Loki said and eased up on his elbows.
"You performed a strong blood spell here, using your mother's blood. That happened, and you can't avoid it. Not if you want to let the people inside out."
I swallowed hard and nodded, forcing the oncoming tears back.
"Not that anyone back in Atlantis would fault you for simply letting them remain in there. They've done enough damage."
I couldn't stop a choked laugh and swatted at his left arm.
"Honestly, Red," he said with mock hurt, "we've been over this countless times. My precious arm is too important."
"They don't deserve to starve to death in this misbegotten realm," I interrupted him. "But they deserve to serve their sentences."
"Well, there you have it."
I nodded and changed my position so I sat cross-legged on the grass, facing the dome. Except for the green grass, I saw nothing but red with that massive wall before me.
"I'm ready." "Then call forth your innate magic. It will help you focus. You can do that now, yes?"
I huffed as if indignant.
"Of course. Don't you know? It's like inflating a balloon."
Loki laughed and sank back on the grass again, unbothered by the onlookers. I tried focusing. This had been part of the deal we'd struck. The interrogators had tried using the dome against me. They knew I was behind it. Communication with the prisoners inside was slow, relying on written messages on large pieces of paper on both sides, just to be able to read anything at all. Some prisoner had seen me create the dome, and then told the authorities about it. Also, I'd been running around stopping a spell atop the pyramid. It wasn't hard to figure out I now had magic. I drew breath, remembered the sensation of last time, and slowly drew on my magic, creating a small sphere of bright red energy between my hands. With everything that had been going on over the last week, I hadn't been doing this. Now, I felt a new sense of curiosity at seeing it again, staring into it, watching the magic I wielded so clearly before me.
"While interesting, I'm sure, maybe focus on the dome at this point,"
Loki suggested. I looked down at him where he lay, feet crossed at the ankles, hands folded over his stomach. "This is you helping, is it?"
"Yes. I'm working hard, aren't I?"
I snorted at that, but focused on the magical sphere again. "So, what do you use this for anyway?"
"Not much. Light."
"That's it?"
"Maybe to focus. Haven't needed that in some time."
I responded. "Not when you know what to do, no."
"You'll get there, Red, but not today." As usual, your pep talks are exceptionally helpful. I know, he chuckled. Use it to focus and keep the dome at the forefront of your mind. Examine it. Find out how to undo it. Easy as that, huh? When you know what to do? Yes. I shook my head, then squared my shoulders and got to it. Not long after, the onlookers got bored, and a quiet and ordered hum rose around us as they went about whatever they were doing to prepare. We all knew the kin had guns in there, but there was an immense number of soldiers out here. I forgot about them as I peered into the sphere, seeing forces of magic swirling in there, making it vibrant, almost hypnotic to look into. Trying to glean anything about the dome was difficult, like some barrier was stopping me. I could feel it, though. It emanated power, a vibrancy that clashed with the general desolate feel of this realm. It felt almost alive. All I remembered from when I created it was the shock and fear as I saw. I felt a lump manifest in my throat so fast it made the sphere flicker a moment. I swallowed and focused on it, refusing to let it go. Then I looked up at the dome, and the color of the magical sphere mirrored there. Blood magic. I created it. From Mom's blood, I whispered. Yes, Loki said beside me, nothing but gravity in his tone now. How messed up is that? Honestly, it looked to me like you were trying to protect her. Add in that you didn't know what you were doing. Perhaps not as deranged as you may think. I felt tears threatening to emerge and fought to keep them back, realizing what this all meant. If I do this, then there's nothing left of her. He uttered before pausing. That's not quite true, is it? You're here, aren't you? That makes no difference. You saw her at the end. She hated me. I'll grant you she wasn't happy. How could she be when she deemed her belief more important than her daughter? Exactly, I said, seeing nothing but red swirling magic, hearing nothing but the hum of hundreds of soldiers and Loki's voice. She probably did hate you in that moment, but I'd say that was on her. And besides, hatred means caring on some twisted level. She was decidedly not indifferent. You know, for someone with a reputation for deceit, you can be a bit blunt when honest. Would you rather be coddled? No. Well, then the truth is that you loved her despite her not being kind to you. That is not impossible. Children are fiercely loyal, even when their parents don't deserve it. Then they grow up and make their own decisions, still relying on their parents. Damn, when did you get all sage? I said, feeling a sense of control of my magic, despite focusing more on Loki than it. I've been telling you all along how sage I am, he said, sounding snubbed. Yeah, dude, but no one takes that seriously. I heard him sigh, like everything in all the realms, including me, was impossible to deal with. Trust me on this, Red, he finally said. I know she would not have been unaffected had you been shot that day instead of her. That damn lump came back then. Of course he would know that. I flipped my left hand, so the sphere hovered above it and reached out with my right one, apparently smacking it into his stomach, before grabbing onto his folded hands, giving them a gentle squeeze. What are you doing? He said after his initial, ouch. It's called a gesture of affection, you old fart, I said. Yes, he said, and pushed my hand back toward the sphere. Focus on your magic instead. Fine. Just remember, it ended badly for you with Morgan Siren. Getting mixed up with someone like the Red Kin will do that. But you still have a chance here. I nodded. He was right. I did, and as I looked up from the sphere to the dome again, I felt something shift inside me, and what I now saw was not only the bright red dome, but a hovering presence around it, silvery at first, cold. The more I stared, the more I saw it become clearer, more cyan. It shimmered around my magical creation, keeping it in check, anti-magic.
There, because it was the counteraction to my initial action of using magic. "There we go," I heard Loki say. I looked down and saw the sphere had shifted, bright cyan mixing into it, swirling around the red, never blending but coexisting, because I commanded it to. "Okay," I whispered, and looked up, not quite knowing what to do but sensing it. The dome, my magic, flared crimson, alive, pulsating, and the counterforce shimmered cold, cyan, and silent. I fed it, let it grow, drawing the red light inward until it folded into nothing. "Bye, Mom," I said, and opened my eyes, seeing the last fading traces of the dome as it retracted down to the ground. Chapter 26. Shouts rose at once as the soldiers ran into action all around us. They had already surrounded the camp, but now moved in on the fences, a larger force ready by the gate, which now stood open. Several kin stood there, ready to meet them, but many were still farther inside the camp, some even retreating because of the oncoming soldiers. "You think they'll be—" I began, but stopped myself at the sound of shots fired. The blasts echoed through the open area, likely helped by the weird auditory phenomenon of this strange realm. "There's always one," Loki commented dryly as he sat up properly to see. Many kin, some still partially dressed in red, screamed and fled, chaos seemingly breaking out down there. 2 more shots were fired, from a soldier, I realized, and the kinsman who stood out in the open when everyone else fled slumped to the ground, his rifle lost to the dirt. "Wow, the Lantian soldiers aren't kidding around here, are they?" I said. A select few of them appeared to be armed, now that I looked closer. They must have been given special permission for this assignment only, probably because we weren't in Atlantis. A shadow fell over me then. I hadn't noticed anyone come close due to the shooting. "Oh," I said as I turned to the left and looked up. "Uncle Alan, good to see you?" I added, not sure if he was still amenable to being friendly. "Was that a question?" Loki commented. "You need to work on your social skills, Red." "Yeah? Well, you need to work on accepting affection, dimwit," I shot back, and then remembered Uncle Alan. Never mind us," I told him, and noticed he wasn't scowling, so that was good. He looked somewhat bewildered, though. Back in his inspector's uniform now, he looked as serious as always, though not angry. He shook his head and heeded my advice and ignored us. "That was quite impressive. Not at all what I imagined my sister raised you to do." I drew a sigh of relief. So he was still willing to try to mend things. "No," I said. "I don't think she'd be pleased today. But then—" I looked back at Loki and then at Uncle again. "I am moving away from what she wanted me to do." "Glad to hear it." I nodded and felt relief at feeling this way. "So," I said, and decided to change the subject. "Aren't you guys busy with wrangling up prisoners?" Uncle Alan shook his head, his usually dark hair looking even darker in the Anwin sunshine. "That's the Army's job. We're here to see to all the arrest warrants and paperwork. Rather tedious, actually." "Paperwork?" I asked, and as he nodded, I found my pardon and handed it to him. "Maybe you can help with one of the stipulations there." He read it, eyebrows raising more and more as he plowed through the text. "Your pardon came through then." It wasn't a question. I merely nodded, a little overcome in the moment. "Ah, I see," he said, not noticing, as he realized which stipulation I was alluding to. "I'll need to borrow this," he said and met my eyes. "Is that all right?" I nodded at once. "Yeah, I trust you." About an hour later, I followed Uncle Alan down toward the fence of the camp. Most of the kin had been rounded up now, searched, and then taken outside the fence to sit in groups while guarded by armed soldiers. Loki had stayed behind on the grass, enjoying the bleak sun, as he said, since this was a family matter. The prison camp was being searched for weapons and stragglers, no doubt. The shouts had died down, but not the chatter among the soldiers. I recognized quite a few faces as I trailed after my uncle, noticing the odd, venomous stare. To my own surprise, I found I didn't care anymore. I was no longer the naive girl who'd been drawn into their world. Hells, I'd faced worse than them. The thought made me smile, though not for long. I couldn't help feeling sympathy for the ones who looked forlorn and simply worn out. They were all thin, dirty, and weary. There was a smell of both fear and unwashed bodies in the air. "Here," Uncle said as we neared the gate. His stony face didn't reveal that he noticed any smells or hatred. We reached a group of soldiers surrounding several kin, and I recognized them as higher-ups, many from the fire circle. They were answering questions from a few constables and inspectors with clipboards. My uncle had been right about that. The constabulary were responsible for the legalities of the arrests, the army for security. Uncle Allen caught the attention of one constable who nodded and grabbed a kinsman by the arm, bringing him over to us. My pulse sped up as I realized he was alive. Not quite well, but alive. "Hi, Dad," I said, and tried for a smile, hoping so hard for a different greeting than my mother would have given me. "Oh, Emery," Dad said, and his tired face cracked into a smile that seemed to bring life to his eyes. He looked worse than the last time I saw him. Too thin, too dirty, too tired. I knew Mom had lied to me about his health to lure me here, but I was truly worried now. He was still in his prison garb. No red on him, though. "Dad, what have they done to you?" Dad took a step forward but was halted by the constable, who held on to his upper arm. Uncle Allen merely gave the constable a nod, and he let go and stepped away. That was all it took for me to take the few steps between us and throw my arms around my dad. "What happened?" I asked as I felt his arms close around me as well. "Nothing, Em. We've been rationing, that's all." "Damn it, that's all my fault. I created that thing and then—" "Wait, please," he said, and released me, looking at me at arm's length, his hands on my shoulders. "I know what you did, but we got ourselves into this mess, Em." At this point, I didn't care that the tears won the battle. I sniffled and nodded. "Okay. Are you sick, though?" He shook his head. I looked at Uncle Allen, which made my dad do the same properly. "Allen," he said cautiously. "Morgan." "Okay, sweet as this is," I leaned in and whispered, saying it carefully in case the blasted auditory issues here would reveal my plan. "Can you not admit that at all from now on?" What?" he said, looking between us both in confusion. "Just go along," Uncle Allen told him, voice low. No one was paying us any attention, but if we spoke and words rang out, that might cause an issue. "You're all being rounded up, probably to be brought back to Atlantis and the dungeons," I said, looking at my uncle, who nodded at this. "But due to your illness, I've made a deal for you." Dad blinked. Then he lowered his brows, asking his questions in silence. "I made a deal with the Primus," I said, and kept talking as that made him open his mouth to say something. "I tried making them pardon you so you could come home." "Home?" "Yeah, but they wouldn't budge. You were too high up. There has to be a punishment." "And being married to my sister wasn't deemed enough," Uncle Allen broke in, making both me and Dad stare a second before coughing hard to avoid laughing. I went on. "All I could get you is banishment." My dad looked like a fish out of water. "Banishment? What are you talking about, Em? I need to—" "You are to go Earthside. I've arranged it with Aunt Evadne. You can stay there. She still runs the business, you know. I'm sure you can be of some help." I stopped as my voice rang out, thankfully along with a few others around us. "If you ever get strong enough again," I added quickly. "Wow," Uncle Allen remarked dryly. "You've changed." I merely shrugged at that, noting that said change didn't seem to annoy him. "Uncle Alan can see to it that you get there when all the formalities have been sorted, and I can visit you there." I stopped myself, my mother's last words to me still taking space in my mind despite everything. If you'd like that?" Dad looked at my uncle like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "If I'd..." "Why, Em? I'd like nothing more. I thought about you all the time in here. Prison, especially when alone in the dungeons, leaves you with little but time to think. I only wish your mother hadn't dug her claws in instead of..." He stopped then and looked down, shaking his head. "I know about your marriage," I said then. "Best to get it over with. I know I was the result of an order, that you didn't have much choice. If you'd rather..." "Stop, Em. Don't say any of that. I regret so much, but not you. Never that." I wiped at my tears then and nodded before simply embracing him again. He felt so familiar, a presence that had always been in my life despite the distance inside the pyramid, and I didn't realize until now how strong that bond was despite it all. "I'm sorry," Dad said and let me go again. "I must stink." I laughed then and shook my head. Then I leaned in and whispered in his ear, "And remember, be as sick, old, and feeble as you can from now on." "Old?" he said, and looked at Uncle Alan again as I leaned back. "You're right, Alan. She has changed." "For the better," he answered, amusement in his voice. Chapter 27. "Well," Corey said, walking in front of me, "we can't be that far off. This is a bog, all right." The ground below us squished and squelched around our feet, sometimes trying to suck us down, judging by the added sucking noises as well. But it wasn't that deep here. At least it was solid enough to allow us passage. "You know," I said, quietly heaping all kinds of blessings on my rubber boots, "I've always dreamed of coming here, but the enchanted part kind of lost something of its charm." We really weren't seeing the enchanted forest realm from its best side that day. "You just haven't seen the best parts yet," Corey said over his shoulder, revealing a smile in profile. That sight still gave me butterflies. "Are they as interesting as this bog?" "Nah, it's the interesting parts you need to watch out for. The best parts live up to the hype." "I suppose I'm free to explore them now," I said. "Wait, look," I added before he could respond. He stopped. "Yep," he said, as he looked at the area ahead of us. "That looks like what we saw through Thalia's magic shimmer." I nodded, taking it all in. Dark waters lay still between the spongy moss we walked on. The forest surrounding this place felt even stranger to me now that we were actually in its presence. It gave me the sense of being, not merely alive like all forests are, but sentient somehow. Like it was paying attention to all that wandered through it. The sun was setting, but it was still light. It didn't matter. We'd already found the nearest gateway some 30 minutes walk back, so there would be little difficulty leaving. And if nothing else, Corey's enhanced sight could lead the way. Or my magic, come to think of it. It was hard remembering that as a factor now. I didn't need flashlights anymore. Also, the glowing marks on certain trees now emerged, bathing the place in an eerie display of turquoise rays. I eyed them with curiosity, but Corey took a large step from one spongy hummock to another, and the movement drew my attention. "See any traces or tracks?" I asked him. We'd found a few of Dell's relatives earlier in the day, which had taken some detective work, by which I mean going through some of her mail, without reading the letters, of course, to be able to track them down in this realm. They'd pointed us in the right direction, since this time we didn't have Thalea's, Dell's Nana's, gateway to go through and get us straight here. "Tracks? In a watery bog?" Corey said. "What do you think I am?" I shrugged. "I don't know. An elf?" He rolled his eyes but couldn't help smiling. "You know that's a cliché, right?" "Well, Do you see anything?" He pressed his lips together. "I kind of don't want to say right now." I laughed, but stopped the moment I realized the sound echoed over the vast bog. I stared at Corey, eyes wide. "So," he said. "Anyway, yeah. It's been a while, but the, dirt, if one can call it that, has been disturbed here. I think you should try to see what you can do." I nodded, and he waded back to me. A crow cawed as it flew above us, disappearing into the forest. "Why do they call it enchanted?" I whispered. "It's more creepy than enchanted." "I think maybe that word is a bit romanticized," Corey whispered back. "You ready?" I shook my head. "No. But if we're to wait until I know everything about my crazy magic, they'll be down there a long time." I sighed and stared at the place I was pretty sure Dell had herself and Yar submerged. "This will take some time," I told him, especially since I had no clue what I was doing. "Don't worry about it," Corey said. "I'm half elven. Apparently I love being in a forest." "You're adorable, though," I said and smiled at him. "Patient, too," he said. "Take your time, Em. This is important." I nodded and looked around. I think I need to sit down for this. There really was nowhere to do that comfortably, though, so I simply sank down to my knees and sat back, wincing as cold bog water seeped into my so far dry rubber boots. "Ooh, so gross," I huffed, thankful when the first shock of the cold subsided. Then I got to it, called forth my innate magic, the now familiar red sphere hovering above my left hand, as if it took nothing to call it forth. Arlen had been right about that. As I stared into it, I vaguely wondered how long it would take before I wouldn't even need it anymore. Still, I got to it, trying to focus on the bog while looking at it straight through the red sphere. I have no idea how long it took. I was vaguely aware of Corey standing still next to me, the break of a branch in the nearby forest, the occasional squelch of the bog itself, the raw smell of it hiding all else. "What are you doing?" Dell asked me after a while of this. I blinked, and then turned my head to the side, seeing her lying there, as if she'd been there the whole time. She lay in the exact same position I'd seen her before when she'd come to me like this, although, according to her, it was I who came to her. Still, I was so relieved to see her. She looked so real, but something was clearly not right as she lay on her side, one arm tucked under her head, yet didn't seem to disturb the hummocks and water beneath her. "I'm looking for you guys," I said, and heard Corey move slightly, probably surprised at hearing me talking to no one, but he remained still, letting me have the quiet I needed to focus. Dell looked around as much as she could in her position, which meant mostly with her eyes. "You found us," she said. I nodded and drew a sigh of relief. "I'm hoping I can help Yar," I told her. She raised an eyebrow at that. "How?" "He was wounded by a curse, by blood magic. Maybe I can do something about it. It was my fault, Dell. I brought that dragon monster into your shop, and Yar paid the price. Please let me help." Dell thought about it for a moment. "You think you can?" "I have no clue, to be honest, but it's worth a try, right? I know I'm new to all this magic-y stuff, but if I can help, I will. But you have to let me pass your shield down there." I'd barely seen it when they'd gone into the bog in the first place, but she'd created a protective shield over both of them to keep them safe under the layers of the bog, to keep Yar in his stasis. I hadn't been a witch long, but I knew I didn't know how to bypass her magic, and I didn't want to use my anti-magic. What if I inadvertently drowned them both by removing that shield? "And if you can't?" she asked me, casting a worried glance toward the area they lay under. "Then I'll stop, I promise. But with your blessing, I'd like to at least try." She considered for a beat, then nodded. "All right, I trust you." I felt that damn lump in my throat again. It always made it so hard to talk. I blinked hard to avoid any tears. I needed to focus. "Okay," I whispered, and moved my attention back to the bog. Unsure of what to do exactly, I tried focusing on the two below, to see if I could sense any magic. That was the right thing to do. It didn't take long before I caught on to two forces of magic down there, one bright and vibrant, a silvery light visible in my mind's eye, and next to it, another, weaker one, yet strong enough to cause harm. It was damaged, I thought. Something was wrong with it, like it wasn't complete anymore. I focused on that and felt darkness descend before my eyes, before a silvery light, like a beacon in the dark, guided me down, down, down. And there 2 figures lay, side by side. I focused on the left one, lying on his back, lifeless, weak, but still there. Everything about him felt halted, frozen somehow. The stasis kept him tethered to life, barely. I could also sense the power Del slowly fed into him, strengthening him slowly. In this matter, I had to listen to my senses because I had no true knowledge. All I sensed in that moment was that she might succeed, over time, over a long time. Years, likely. I looked closer at Yar, ever closer, and there, in his chest, his heart, paused now in its stasis. I saw it. What ailed him? The blood curse that had once been put upon Lucius Nicolaus, turning him into a vicious and deadly worm. It glowed in the deepest red, pulsating, formed like scales around Yar's heart. Those scales spread out, but not far. The rest of the curse reaching out in dark red, glowing tendrils, at least to my magically enhanced sight. There was something wrong with the curse. I could see the black cracks in it, like it had been crushed and was now trying to heal itself. That was it. We had crushed the heart, Yar and I, together. But where it hadn't been able to enter my body, likely due to my dormant anti-magic, part of it had found a way inside him, desperate to survive. That was not how one went about breaking such a curse, I realized. Poor Yar. Taken away from his people, finally to find happiness with Del, only to have it taken away like this. And each time, I had been involved. Well, this was the 3rd time I was involved, and this time I wasn't having any of it. I studied the curse for a long time, trying to piece together how it worked, or barely worked. The answer lay in the black cracks, the death of the curse. It was trying to heal itself, slowly pouring its remnants of magic into the cracks Yar and I had created. "Del?" I asked, but had no idea if I talked out loud or not. It didn't matter as long as she heard me. "I think I know what to do. Will you let me try?" There came no audible response, and all I saw now was Yar, as if I were hovering above him in the bog itself. But then, a shimmer floated across the silvery shield around them. It didn't vanish, but when I reached out, my hand, or a magical manifestation of it, reached through it. Ripples spread out on the shield where I reached through, and began what was, in essence, an experiment. But as I fed energy, willing the damn cracks to grow, I saw the dark red and glowing curse be overpowered. It pulsated desperately but couldn't put up a fight. The scales enclosing his heart turned brittle and then cracked. When the red was utterly covered by the darkness, I pulled back, taking it with me, out of the bog and up. I heard myself gasp for air as if I'd actually physically been down there, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the darkness swirling inside my magical sphere. It was the only remnant of the curse now, but it was something. I smiled then and called forth my anti-magic. The cyan swirls entered the sphere at once, easily eradicating the last of the blood curse. I let the sphere vanish and looked up and blinked hard. "Did it work?" Corey asked. "I don't know," I admitted. "I hope so." I took his arm when he bent to help me up, my boots filled with bog water now. I didn't have the strength at the moment to empty them. "That felt like extracting a virus or something," I muttered as I leaned on him, grateful for the support, but also the warmth. I was freezing from sitting like that for who knew how long. Darkness had fallen by now, so a while at least. The bioluminescent carvings on the nearby trees glowed eerily around us, and would have looked beautiful if not for the sensation of being watched. "How long do we wait?" Corey asked. "No clue," I said. But as soon as the words left my mouth, something stirred in the ground. It shook, and we struggled to remain standing, clinging to each other, looking around for safer ground when the bog began falling in on itself, at least the area in front of us. The water began pouring in as the dirt and hummocks moved to the side, before the water was pushed out as well. There was magic about. No question about it. And it wasn't me. This magic felt earthy, pure and vibrant, like it belonged out here in nature. The masses of water and dirt kept moving to the sides until a shimmering silver light appeared, lighting up the entire hole. Then the magic retracted to the sides, and I had to call forth my sphere again, using it to see down there. Loki was right. It was an effective source of light. And down there lay 2 awakening people in stained clothing as some water and dirt reached them regardless of the magic holding it at bay. I saw Del watching Yar intently as he opened his eyes and looked around in bewilderment. "Yar?" she tried. "Yes. How do you feel?" He kept looking around, no clue where he was, poor thing. His long hair matted at the edges from the wet ground he lay on. Where are we?" "We're safe, love. How do you feel?" "Fine." He looked at her then, and realization seemed to dawn on him. "Fine. I feel so much better." Del couldn't help but lean forward and give him a kiss at that. "Come on," she said, and sat up, which made him do the same. That's when he noticed Corey and me. "Oh, hello," he said, kind and courteous as always. "You have magic now, Emery?" he asked, noticing my glowing sphere. I smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of relief so strong I hadn't realized how unsure I had been of pulling this off. But there he sat, alive and well. Maybe some good could come of this magic after all. "I sure do," I told him, and met Del's happy gaze down there. "Are you guys ready to come home?" Chapter 28. "Neighbor?" I asked as I saw, for lack of a better word, a shifty fellow walking up to the front door of Arlen and Loki's villa. It was bright sunshine, as it always was during daylight hours in Atlantis, but the man wore a heavy coat with the hood pulled up, revealing nothing but a gray beard. Loki, seated beside me, craned his neck to see past me. "Acquaintance of my dearest wife, I'm sure," he said, and sat back again, not the least bit worried or surprised by this. Neither was I realized, and merely observed as the guy knocked and was shortly let in by one of the staff, their very discreet staff. "That's the second person I've seen in the last 5 minutes alone," I noted, enjoying the calm and the light touch of wind that breezed through the garden, rustling the leaves of the willow tree shading us. We were seated on a bench in the garden surrounding the large stone villa. It was placed so we could just see the front door while still enjoying the view of the beautiful garden. Manicured lawns and trimmed hedges divided it into neat sections, and I could hear the burble of the little fountain somewhere to the left. Beyond the lawns, bright flowers framed the house's pale facade, gleaming softly in the afternoon light. I was pretty sure they had a discreet gardener, too. "I'm sure there will be more," Loki responded to my comment. He was the one who'd suggested we go outside. These visitors were likely the reason. "What's she up to?" I asked, expecting no answer.
"I believe the Grey Broker's days are numbered."
I looked at him, surprised to get an answer. Not the answer itself. I'd seen Arlen's anger at being imprisoned by Cade Darren instead of getting the answer she wanted quickly. "Yeah," I said. "I think that guy should grow eyes in the back of his neck." She was pissed when he turned on her. Loki chuckled. He sat relaxed, legs stretched out and crossed at the ankles, leaning back against the bench. "Well, that's his mistake, thinking her glamour is her strongest weapon." I gave a low whistle at that, not envying the gray broker at all. "So, despite all these goings-on, how's life at home?" Loki had moved back in with Arlen when we got our pardons, as we were no longer under any surveillance that I knew of. We were, in essence, free to do as we pleased, within the confines of Lantian law, of course. "It's not boring," was his answer to that, as the front door opened and the shifty fellow and the old, crooked lady with wild gray hair who'd entered before him left together, chatting and laughing like they were long-lost friends. No. I wouldn't expect it to be." I eyed him sideways for a moment. I had gotten so used to his unnatural green eyes that I now found his natural blue ones unfamiliar, but he looked healthy and happy enough. "How's life without the curse?" Loki shrugged. "Not much of a difference." "Really? I thought you could feel it." "Somewhat. But I got so used to it. Now that it's gone, I don't really notice the difference." He raised his right hand between us, and a flicker of flame emerged. Even though I'd expected it to have changed, it still surprised me to see the blue color, bright and blazing. "I hope the people still holding a grudge notice the difference," I said. "It'll be harder to detect you now, right?" He nodded. "Yes. By the way, what else did you change of Livia's spell?" "Change? What do you mean?" I'd only briefly mentioned this to them, but with everything that happened afterward, I hadn't thought much about it. "Come on, Red. No one would have been able to resist." "Not even you?" He laughed outright then. "Least of all me." Okay. I may have made a few changes. Small ones, really." "Uh-huh." I watched a bee fly lazily by before landing on a nearby flower. "I may have, thought it a bit unfair that the entire Earthside realm only has one witch to help them." "Mm-hmm. So, when Atlas used his own blood to help close the spell, I was able to use it to fill some of the cracks Livia created, to heal the rips through the magic sources. Those are probably the wrong words, but that's the best way I can describe it." Loki smiled. "So you resurrected some magic, so to speak?" "I think so." "How much?" "It might have been as much as 1,000 around the world. Give or take. I'm not really sure. It all happened so fast." "Well," he said, and stretched lazily before relaxing again. "It's a start." "A start?" "If magic is meant to return there, this is how it begins. It depends on the people who now find themselves wielding magic, doesn't it?" "Oh. Do you think I made a mistake?" "Who am I to judge that?" he said, and smiled at me. "But I think it's up to these newly magically inclined Earthsiders themselves to deem it a mistake or not. What they choose to do with it shouldn't be on your shoulders." I nodded, thankful for those words. "How about yourself?" I looked resolutely straight ahead. I may have, maybe, let myself be able to, use magic in the Earthside realm. Just a little bit. Loki laughed. "Finally, you see sense, Red. No more trying to do everything perfectly correctly." "Pfft," I blew him off. Then I sighed and finally said what I was here to tell him. "I'm going to leave Atlantis for a while." "Yes, I know." "What? How?" "Because Arlen is lamenting the loss of her protege, especially while she's dealing with the Thieves' Guild." "Oh, has he told her?" "Don't think so. But he's likely working up to it and she's caught on. Honestly, what did he think was going to happen?
She reads people's behavior for a living. He had a point, but I knew Corey had been waiting for me to tell Loki first. Tell me then, he said. What are your plans? I leaned back on the bench and, like him, crossed my feet at the ankles and relaxed. Well, I came back here after my exile wanting nothing more than to make amends, to prove my worth, and be a normal citizen. That really was all I wanted, you know. I'd been away from the kin long enough to start thinking for myself without questioning my own opinions all the time. Then I met you, and everything took a U-turn. Well, I do not take uninteresting U-turns. No, that's true. I chuckled at that. But I got what I wanted. I got my pardon, and my neighbors still look at me funny. And also, you can't be a normal citizen. Yeah. I take it you realize the magnitude of your magic? Well, yes. I'm strong, and I need to learn how to use it properly. I can't keep winging it and hoping for the best. Strong? He repeated, looking at me sideways. You're not strong, Red. You're on par with Livia, with Claudia, perhaps even more so with that anti-magic. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that. How do you think you managed to close down Livia's spell when you didn't even know how to? I noticed another bee land on a flower next to the first one. You tricked me into it, I told Loki. Yes, and that wouldn't have worked if you didn't actually have the magical power to do so. I sighed and nodded slowly. I've suspected. Yes? But it's hard to tell when I don't have any experience in these matters. I don't know how to do anything for certain, but inflate a damn balloon. I raised my hand, and a bright red sphere appeared at once. Then I had it disappear in a flash. I need to learn, I said. I need someone to teach me. Maybe Claudia, when I find her. I hadn't tried to stop Claudia from leaving after everything had gone down on top of the pyramid. I wasn't even sure I would have been able to. And then, I felt sympathy for her. I knew what it was like to carry around guilt of not living up to your parents' plans. Maybe someone else, I went on. But that's why I need to leave Atlantis for now. To travel. To see the realms. To learn things. To learn how to master my magic. See my dad and actually get to know him without the kin dictating everything. And lastly, I need a chance to properly get to know Corey. And yeah, he is coming with me. Good grief, I know he can hold his own against an experienced hunter, but I have no idea what his favorite music is, or what his favorite drink is. I want to know those things. And these are all things I could never have in the kin. So, meeting you, which we now know was not by chance, was my way out of that old life, and our meeting had a purpose. And now, somehow, we're still alive. Life goes on. Yes, it does. It always does. He sounded almost tired. What will you do? I asked him. Now that the entirety of Skuld's prophecy came to fruition, I will enjoy not knowing. That's the point, Red. I paused, but got to it anyway. Can I ask you what you think Skuld wanted? To prove something? Loki smiled, though with no mirth. Oh, yes. To you? No. Well, yes. But also to herself, I believe. Care to share? He frowned a moment, but did apparently care to share that with me. Remember how I told you she had a daughter? Yeah, the vulva, he finished for me. Yeah. I nodded emphatically. That was exactly what I thought you called her the first time. Oh, Chastity, he said, tutting at me. Anyway, she died. She did? Of course. Half goddess, as far as I know. Half human. She sank into the ocean. Her prophecy too much for her. Oh, that's sad. Or maybe Odin killed her to silence her. What do I know? Well, her prophecy lived on. They always do. So, what was Skuld's point? He looked up at the tree above us, watching the leaves move lazily in the soothing breeze.
Either it was to show me that it is possible to live again after such losses, or to show herself. I'm not quite certain which. Or both. Perhaps. But she was right, though. Was she now? Yeah, you make everything a joke or a sarcastic comment, but I see the two of you. You and Arlen, you're both so incredibly stubborn, but you have each other's backs when it matters. You can rely on each other no matter what. Who wouldn't want that? And I think maybe I'm onto something similar with Corey. I sure hope so. So, when I'm leaving the city for a while now, I don't worry about you, Loki, because I'm leaving you in the place where you're the happiest. With her. Never said otherwise. I shook my head in resignation, but couldn't help a smile. You never actually say anything remotely like it, but that's okay. Actions do speak louder than words. There's truth in that. And also, you do still have a daughter who may be a bit difficult to approach, sure. He smiled at that. But she seems to step up for you when needed. Hell is not quite like others of her kind. Obviously, when she's related to you. A third bee came flying as the first one finished and flew the opposite way. Your garden is healthy, I commented, and he saw where I was looking. Really, Red? Small talk? Just making an observation, like normal people do. I think we just established that you are not normal, Red. Yeah, but in a good way, right? Like an abnormal person doing small talk like it's the easiest thing in the realm? He sighed overdramatically. Fine. There are some beehives in the corner of the garden on the other side of the house. See? Was that so hard? Wait, you guys have beehives? Don't you? He said, utterly deadpan. But that's so normal? He suggested. I eyed him with overt suspicion, eyes narrowed and all. Then I thought better of it. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked. I owe you a big thank you. Who doesn't? I shook my head. I've learned a lot from you. One of the reasons I think I'm ready to go out and see the realms. I even know what my favorite drink is now. It's ash wine, by the way. He made a grimace. That is certainly a choice. Yeah, but I know now. That's the point. I scooted closer to him. What are you doing now? I'm giving you a hug, old man. Live with it, I said, and did exactly that. Highly unnecessary, he told me, but put an arm around me. No, it's not. Hey! I said and sat up, grabbing his wrist. I saw that! I almost yelled in joy. Holding his unresisting hand up, I saw my wallet between his index and middle fingers. I freaking spotted you! I repeated as he laughed, and I took my wallet back. I'd seen his shoulder move, instinctively knowing. I suppose then, he said, that you are ready to go into the realms and keep your valuables on your person at the same time. I will, I said, and noticed a new person walking up to the front door. A woman this time, wearing a thin coat more suitable for the warm weather. She also had her hood pulled over her head, though. The door opened before she could knock, Arlen herself letting her in as she appeared in the doorway. She really is busy. You're getting roped into this, aren't you? I'll likely be deep into facilitating the demise of the Grey Broker, yes. Poor guy. He really should have thought twice about crossing her. He won't have time to think twice now. That was his mistress, I believe. I laughed then. Okay, well, any advice for me that doesn't involve all the training I should do to improve my so-called pipe stocks? Nah, you're good. Just don't trust any wishful Earthside wizards who believe human sacrifices are a way to tap into magical power. Never again, I promised with a smile. I might be winging it at the moment, magic-wise, but I'll get the hang of it. Not bad for an ex-kinswoman, he told me. I smiled. Not bad at all. This has been The Red Emerald, Book 7 in the Atlantis Outcasts series, written by G.K. Lund, Copyright 2026 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production copyright 2026 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way, you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.